Greetings, Earthlings. Well, if you can't tell, I just got home, so I'm still taking off my boots, but I got some of my pizza rewarmed, and yeah, put away the errands, let the dog outside. Yeah, so I'm going to be snacking here because I haven't eaten, and there's that. Oh yeah, love Fridays. Oh, there's so many reasons to love Fridays. Fridays are good. Fridays are good. What is the bad news? Ask me again in a few minutes. It's A, because it'll mean I don't have to say it as many times, and B, because it'll give me a minute to get something to eat. Perfect. Okay, let's see. What else haven't I done? Pocket stamps out. Something to scribble on. Oh yeah, this page is almost empty. Getting to the very end of this notepad. Booyah. Qui sei tu? Minerva. Been bored all day, showing off, charging around the house, being Turbo Cat. I have to eat first. I have to eat first. Food, then cats. Food, then cats. Sydney, look at that. Gosh, I haven't run to you in ages. Yeah, am I still teaching? Well, yes. That is definitely my profession. I still teach on 3 campuses, although haven't been at the one where we met for ages. Long time now. But yeah, the 3 stable ones for quite a long time. Yeah. And there's a few full-time positions opening up again. They're relatively rare, but I'm throwing some applications out, and we'll see what we get. Nope, I need to eat first. I need to eat. Food first, then cats. Food first, then cats. Well, let's see. This is weird. I've never done this before. I don't think I've ever eaten with people around, other than like snacking little pieces of cheese or something late at night. Which is weird, because I'll have these like marathon things where we're on here for 10, 12 hours, and it doesn't occur to me to eat. But I'm starving. I haven't eaten today. And pizza's good. Pizza's always good when the mood is not, you know? Good comfort food. Let's see. Looking to see. Oh! No. Minnie May. Oh, I forgot to do that little share thing to see if people aren't around. Let's see. Oh, I can never tell who's going to see these and who hasn't, or who's already in here. Maybe I should take a look first. Let's see. Guests, viewers, there you go. Let's see. Oh, look, there's Dharma, there's Netfev, Erica's there. Majestic Annie I'd already seen. Cruising along through the long list. Hi, how's it going? Look at all these humans. Oh, look at this. There's a whole different way to invite people if I use this thing. I'm still figuring crap like out on this thing. It's been months. Oh, someone told me about stickers today, where you can put a little sticker on there, and apparently it's not available. So it must be one of those other things that they bury until you reach a certain threshold or something. But it just isn't listed, so not a thing I can do. Oh well. Let's throw a few of these out while we're here. Freedom Advocate. Oh, there we go. Oh, I don't know if I reshared a thingy a while back when it was put up, but there's an event tomorrow that may interest some of you, where I'm going to be Freedom Advocate and some other people are doing this thing where they're doing like an educational series on different aspects of the conflict, and they got me on there doing ancient Palestine, so I'll be rambling on about that for I think it's like 4 hours or something tomorrow. But there's a repost of the poster when I saw it, so you can still find it on my little thingy here if you didn't see it earlier. So you can hop on there, do that thingy if you're interested. Let's see. What are we up to? 14, and then 15. There's one of these, and then let's do one more round of that, because you're supposed to do this, and it helps them and all that business. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who else is on here that isn't already, that I didn't already see? Oh, crap. I think I just let it go. Did it send those? Oh, man. It slid down and I have to select them all over again. That's stupid. Let's use a different hand for this. So, let's go. 1, 2. I don't really design this stuff well for klutzy people. No, indeed, they do not. Alright, that should be the 15. Okay, go! 2 sets of 15. Yay, so I have done my thing that you're supposed to do. So, there you go. Hello again. It's a little washed out light-wise. Oh, the sun will go down soon. Look, it's a heart. Okay, did I miss anything while I was futzing around with the share? Ooh, let's see. Pizza. What books about history of Palestine would I recommend for educational purposes? Wow. That is such a tough question. I mean, given there's a bookcase on it. I don't know if, where was that one at? I don't know if you can come up in the panel, Rodrigo, and then we can chat a bit more about the specific interests or aspects or anything like that. Otherwise, you can, like, maybe clarify a time frame, something like that. There's a lot of different places to go, but it depends on, like, the when and where. And if it's just, like, a very general, like, I don't know, Ilan Pape's Modern History of Palestine from Cambridge back in the day is pretty good. That's a good general introduction to the modern history of it. But yeah, most of the stuff that I have is pretty specialized, so if there's specific interests, I can help out a little easier. But yeah, once you get past like 7 or 8 shells on something, it gets really hard to just like give a single recommendation. When people ask, it's I'm not good at that. But if I ask, some clarifying questions, get some more details, I can usually come up with something cool. Someone asked, what's the topic for today? No one suggested one, so as far as I know, there isn't one. It's going to be one of those just general office hours where it's open. People can pop up in the panel, ask questions. If we get one of the moderators that'll pop up into the panel later, they can field things out of the chat. So I don't know if Dharma or Erica or anybody like that is free to pop up to field that kind of stuff. But it takes me a while to kind of cruise through all these things and keep up with the chats. Oh, from the world is walking you. Bonjour. Or me, almost bonsoir. But merci beaucoup. As long as there's no pineapple on that pizza, we're good. Someone hates pineapple. Someone hates the Hawaiian pizzas. I've never understood why that's such a love-hate thing. Because I can take it or leave it. Like, it's fine. People have put it on pizzas, and I've eaten it, and it's like, oh, okay, this is fine. And then if it's not there, this is fine. I don't care. I don't have a strong feeling. There's a lot of things I have strong feelings on about pizzas. Like, if you put onions on pizzas, I'm like, what the hell? Or anchovies. There's some things I like on pizzas and some things I don't. But just as a general, boring, comfort type food, I tend to just get cheese on there. So it's like a 3-cheese blend on here. So nice and simple, easy. Something to nom. Erica telling me to eat. Bird telling me to eat. Yeah. I have a tendency to forget. It's a lifelong problem. Oh, I missed another one from Sydney. Yeah, I said, okay, good. I missed being in your class. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah. It's so fun. And honestly, gosh, that's so many years ago. I have to say I have gotten better at it because I was so awkward my first years at it. Looking at notes, trying to keep track of what the hell I was talking about. I've gotten a lot more expressive in classes. The material itself keeps getting more and more refined. So I've enjoyed it. I really did not know I would be able to teach at all. I'm such a massive introvert. I really figured this would be a difficult idea for me to take on, but it took a few years, and I just started getting more and more the hang of it and feeling a little bit better at it. Everyone still is good and bad in different aspects of it, and I definitely have places where I'm not good, but I'm comfortable enough at this point with how I run things, where 10 years ago I was not at all. So I'm at least comfortable and happy with what I can do. So that's cool. Progress, right? Like anything else, you build some skills over time. Okay, cruising back through the messages because I didn't have anybody up here asking how many field them. Let's see. Oh, look, there's some things popping up here. Oh, hey, look, NatFab is up here. Maybe that'll help. And then let's see what else is there.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Let's see.
The one big question on everyone's mind has been the ICJ, and a couple people in the chat did ask, what are your thoughts on the ruling?
Okay, I saw Rodrigo's response there about that. I don't have 1,000 followers. Okay, cool. I don't know. I mean, maybe if you want to add any clarification there, maybe tag somebody that can reach me. NatFab could, for example.
The ruling is supposed to come out this Monday, correct?
Which ruling do we mean here? Because
after
genocide,
after the 30 days.
Oh, okay. If there was something that came along today, I didn't see it yet. I didn't notice something that is today. People are still wondering what might be coming, or otherwise I might have missed it. I don't know.
Yeah, it just happened very recently. Smitty just went on a live. They rejected it, so it pretty much was them just being like, not enough evidence, still not going to hear it out.
Not going to hear which out. The emergency part?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So they denied the emergency, so they're still just going to let it stretch out for a few years or whatever. Okay. Yeah, that's not at all surprising. But yeah, I spent the last 2.5-3 hours driving up and doing my errands, and then before that I was teaching, so I've not been on anything for a while, news-wise.
I was referring to the submission of evidence that Israel was complying with the initial preliminary hearing, and to demonstrate that they are taking initiative and actions in order to restrain themselves and cessate to the conflict is what I was referring to, not the new recent filing, because that's supposed to be coming up.
Yeah, and that kind of stuff. I mean, that's the sort of thing that would influence a decision to say, not enough evidence to intervene now. But the fact that they still in the original response suggested that it was plausible they were doing something means at least we're watching. But with anything, I never expected any kind of like immediate stuff. I still think that the initial ruling we got out of that is the best we possibly could have hoped for, and I'm still pretty happy about that. And we'll see how it carries on in the next few years. But it's actually very difficult to adjudicate this sort of thing. We've had quite a few cases of G-side since 1948, and almost none of them have been touched internationally by these courts. Like they won't touch most of them. So it's sad, but the institutions themselves are fundamentally flawed.
Were formal complaints submitted against most of those G-sides you're referring to, or in regards to just the international community acting of their own accord against it?
Well, both. There were cases where things were formally submitted and then turned down, and other places where the key to do it in the first place is that a country has to be willing to actually submit something. Be ballsy enough to put the thing out there. And in most cases, countries won't do it. Even if they want to say that they care, they just don't bother. Which, again, is a failure of institutions because there's nothing that can actually initiate this stuff on its own. It does depend upon countries stepping up and presenting it to the court. But there have been places where things have been brought up, and they've just not bothered to do anything about it.
Well, in this case, the ICJ is just meant to be a ruling body. They don't have any sort of military authority per se, but all countries that are party to the G-side Convention are the ones that are meant to pick up the torch as soon as the ICJ determines that there is in fact something happening. Even if they don't blatantly state that there's G-side, they did reference they basically hit every other point within the complaint. And I think they also did not reference an immediate cessation or ceasefire because they know that there's no way to enforce it, and it would basically delegitimize them in the event that they were to pass that ruling and nothing would happen.
They also, I think probably less that, but there's good reason not to have suggested it, but it is kind of implied. The thing is, okay, so I think you might be right. It might just be the way it's being said, because I'm thinking about what I heard there. So the key here is, if you call for a ceasefire, then who's going to do it? At that point, the only way to get a binding thing is the Security Council, and they won't take it up. So it would just be saying something. And I don't think that they're willing to just do something like that, but it's definitely implied in the initial ruling that they really should back the fuck off. So, yeah.
Well, the ICJ rule, or the ICJ in itself, is on its own a governing body, and if the UN wanted to run a vote and it was to be vetoed or whatever, that's a separate governing body. And just under the ICJ ruling in itself, like I said, all countries that are party to the G-side Convention are required at that point to fulfill that commitment and begin enforcing sanctions and blockades or trade of commerce, return of ambassadors, anything in order to influence the decisions of that country in order to reduce their actions. So it wouldn't require a secondary vote from the Security Council or just the UN General Assembly, because the ICJ in itself has its own authority that others are supposed to enact on. And there were countries that have taken initiative, but it wasn't in full force, like Japan and the Netherlands.
Exactly. Only in the sense of people taking up individual action. But there are many individual actions that people are not supposed to take without Security Council resolutions. It's actually difficult to do sanctions unilaterally. Military action is illegal unilaterally. So people would tend to defer to and then blame the Security Council for their decision not to do anything, because they would have to act on their own initiative based upon the ICJ ruling. The problem with any of this, because it's interesting in a technical sense, but the simple fact is they're not going to rule on whether this is a G-side probably for years. We may be waiting 2 to 4 years to hear anything back on it, which again is a failure in the institutional structures here. It's a legal process, and it winds slowly through courts, just like so many other things would wind through any other normal type of courts. And that doesn't actually help to stop something that's happening on the ground. That's where we're supposed to rely on the Security Council to step up, and they never will. So it's still a bit problematic that way. But yes, if a ruling comes through and it does say such, and even the Security Council doesn't pick it up, once we get that ruling, once it's eventually out, countries have the ability then to act. So if they do get hit with that and it does actually come out and they say, yes, you did, There may be countries that withdraw ambassadors, break relations, things like that, and that could start a chain reaction of pressure that could start pushing things in the right direction if we get that kind of ruling. So again, the fact that they said it was plausible and didn't throw out they didn't go with the request to like dismiss is encouraging in a way, but it's still sort of a long shot and we have a long way to wait.
Yeah, I don't imagine that this will, like the result of the ICJ terminal hearing, like the final conclusion is what anyone's waiting for. It was more just to be a demonstration that there is, in fact, from a governing body, determination that there are violations and actions of war crimes to sort of activate some of the other countries that may have been standing neutral in the situation to get them or motivate them to start taking initiative and act even independently to affect their economy or political, relations in whatever capacity possible. And like I said, after the ruling, especially with the fact that Israel has actually increased their aggression since the ruling has been determined, other countries have taken independent measures, like the Netherlands recently has decided to no longer supply spare parts for any of their aircrafts that have been damaged, and Japan has broken contracts.
To be fair, they didn't decide. There was a lawsuit, and the courts forced the government. The government would not have done that.
Referring to the Netherlands?
Yeah, the Dutch government would not have take that decision. A Dutch court forced the government to do that.
So there are multiple cases running like that simultaneously around the world, including in America. Even, just recently we had one against Biden that's still active for the same thing, complicity in G-side. And as of what I heard just recently, and I don't know how accurate it is because, we see how information kind of get diluted online, but apparently even Biden just recently called for or is calling for a ceasefire, temporary, not permanent. But the fact that he's changing his tune may be a sign of a greater divide that had, well, not sign. I mean, also become clear that the U.S. government and the Israeli government is, based on the leadership, are not sort of in line anymore as they were.
I think Biden is still trying to play both sides on this because he's seeing what it's doing to his electoral chances. It won't take much. Given how bad the Democrats are on policy these days, it's actually very close between the two parties in most elections. And Trump has maintained all of his popularity. Biden, it was never popular. So the worry here is even if a very small part of the Democratic coalition decides to sit it out, Biden can't win. He won only because of massive turnout in a handful of cities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won last time. So it's I think that they're trying to make some noises that can hopefully appease some of their base, and they're, as usual, underestimating the sophistication of the people who actually give a shit about things like this.
Well, in all fairness, I actually don't even think Biden's going to make it to this election. I've been saying it now for about a year and a half that they're structuring everything to have him step down to some kind of medical issues or concerns, have Kamala take the throne, and then from there, see what happens.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, but honestly, it's difficult. I don't know that we've got a lot of precedent for somebody stepping down during an election and how that might play out. And I don't think it's in his character. I mean, he ran for president multiple times trying to get to where he is. He's always wanted this. Of course, from my perspective, anybody who wants that job should be disqualified from it. But he's wanted this for decades. So while that makes a certain strategic sense, I don't think that he would do it. And I think that Kamala would go down in flames more easily than he will. So I don't think that actually would help them at all.
I mean, by the looks of it, both of them have been failing pretty consistently across the board. And I think more than anything, it's about the title of it. Just to simply carry the title and fall into American history as the 45th or 46th president of the United States, and whatever happens after the fact. I mean, like you said yourself, he's been going after this job for years, and it's more for the title, I believe, than anything, because most of his cabinet is what's making a lot of his decisions. He's not necessarily the representative.
Yeah, he does make decisions. It's more collaborative, but yeah, I mean, it's all people tend to think that the presidency it really is a one man job, but it never is. It's always a team decision, and I mean, I think that Biden is realistically more in control than W. Bush was, because W. Bush consciously went in thinking like an MBA in terms of delegation. And most presidents, because of the arrogance that it takes to get there, they want the decision making part, and Biden cares about that decision making part in a way that W really didn't. W was doing it more because of W was more for the prestige
Family,
of the family.
legacy.
Yeah, exactly. Fixing things. His father's second loss. Like things like that. But wasn't really. Again, he thinks like an MBA. I don't think Biden does. But I don't know that Biden is super capable, but I don't think he's super incapable either. And I think that he's arrogant enough to want to be in the driver's seat, which is why I wouldn't expect something like a Kamala shift. But if it does, hell, they'll really go down in flames because, I mean, Biden barely pulled this off last time, and if you want leftists and a lot of progressives to turn out, Kamala's a cop at the end of the day. A lot of people are just not going to show up for that, and that also affects the coalition. So it is problematic.
Oh, well, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean as in they're planning on putting her on the ticket. I'm saying that they would have him step down before his term is done. She would assume the title, so that would immediately put her in that same class as every previous president.
But not for the election, but resign while he
prior to. Yes,
but it still does. It wouldn't work though in that way because then you still have the problem of an actual election. Because if he were to resign and she becomes a president, he is still the registered candidate in the elections. In a lot of states, they have very careful filing dates. You can't change the candidate after a certain point. So in a lot of states, he would be the candidate even if he's not running or deceased or something. He would still be the candidate because you couldn't change it. We're into this process already. So if he steps down for her, it doesn't help them at all because then they have zero chance of winning the election at all. Like none, because in so many places they wouldn't be able to put another candidate on the ticket to run for 2024.
It seems like they're fluffing Newsom for that position to quietly put him onto those tickets. I don't imagine Kamala's running for a second term, and he would be stepping down for medical issues. In fact, just a week and a half ago, she had made a press release stating that she was prepared to assume the duties of commander-in-chief in the event that he isn't he's medically impaired to perform his duties. So I think that they're softening up the public for this move formally. She's not going to run again. I don't imagine he will continue to run because he's getting to the point that he's just senile and sort of checked out most of the time, and I believe that the ticket will get pushed over for the Democratic side to Gavin Newsom of California.
Yeah. Okay. So there's one scenario in which I can see that. As far as her statement, I think that's intended to reassure people because there's a lot of criticism about his capacity. So people want to know that there's somebody else who can take the wheel no matter what and is actively involved and there, like in the meetings and like watching things. I think that's just a way to try and reassure the public about him. But the only way they could really do it, they wouldn't be able to do it in an election. And this is what gets complicated because the primaries are already underway. So it's too late to substitute candidates and actually get enough for it. So it would have to be a convention decision. And that takes us back to 1968. In 1968, the person who got the nomination and was running in the general didn't participate in the primaries at all. That's the situation we're going back to. And he went down in flames in part because of that. And at that time, a lot of states didn't even have primaries. Since then, most states have gone to a primary system. But back then, a lot of them were caucuses, or party elite decisions. And it was still so controversial and so problematic that it seemed so undemocratic that they pulled it, some shit like that. So if they pull a Chicago 68 thing to put Newsom on there, I think Trump wins easily. So if they're thinking that, and if you're right, they're stupider than I think they are, and I already don't trust their reasoning.
Remember, these are power plays. They're constantly making backroom deals, and who's to say that these sort of conversations aren't already being had in anticipation of the 2024 election? A majority of our delegation or the Congress, the Senate, the House. A lot of them are easily bought and paid for. It's nothing but a signature on a paper as soon as they're ready to move. So even in that event, they would pit him.
And all that, sure. But the point is, Newsom would still have to run in the general election. So the primaries, whatever, all the rest of that stuff, the power plays, the backroom deals. Again, I'm not sure I'd be convinced, but I'll say, okay, that's possible. It's what you're talking about is at least possible. It could be done. That's plausible enough. But if they do it, then Newsom faces Trump in the general election, or whoever the Republicans finally pick, but it's going to be Trump, and Newsom would lose. if Newsom is being primed to run next time, which I think is a lot more likely, then we'll see what happens there. I honestly, I don't like him, but that's a whole different issue. But if they try to sub him in now at the convention and run him in the general election, I think that will alienate enough Democratic voters that it'll hurt. It helps in some ways because it's not the whole G side Joe, so some people will turn back out. It'll definitely help with a lot of black voters, a lot of like middle class, suburban mom kind of voters. It'll help with a lot of that. It'll bring more people in that might otherwise have been swayed. But a lot of the really angry activist progressive leftist types, I think would be, well, honestly, almost as upset as is in 68. And there's really good reason to dislike Newsom from the left already. So I'm not sure, but it's
Let's
possible.
keep in mind that our government is very, very different in comparison to what it was in 68, especially in the last, let's say, 50.
Yeah. No, agreed.
Sorry,
But again,
sorry about that. I got a call.
our voting system is actually, the primary system is actually more participatory than it was in 68. A large majority of states did not have primaries in 68 at all.
On its
And
face.
it was still controversial. Now nearly all of them do, and you're trying to sub in a candidate that didn't participate at all. And people like the process because it's an opportunity to see who this person is. And so the number of people who really have an opinion on Newsom right now, because he's not a national figure, he's California's governor. They've been trying to get him in some public appearances, put him on talk shows, have him like in weird debate shit to raise that profile. But most people don't really have an opinion of him and haven't really seen much of him. And a lot of the people who do have opinions of him, it's not favorable. So it would bother a lot of people that somebody that was not vetted in any way, that did not go before the public, did not present their positions, is suddenly out of nowhere with no warning the general election candidate. I think that might backfire. But
Well, imagine this scenario. Imagine this scenario. There's so much opposition to Joe Biden right now, and then there's also half the country, at least, that's also opposed to Trump. So, in the event that there's a third party option that people know is neither one of them, would likely win that vote. And let's also bear in mind that ultimately the Electoral College would make that decision. So, even in the event, which I believe is also hugely susceptible to corruption and can be bought out as well, in those votes, I mean, he could, win the college will make that decision. And
are you suggesting faithless electors could change the outcome?
yes.
Oh, okay. That a lot of states have been passing laws to even prevent that, and we really
Wait, to vote against a registered party?
We don't have a history of it. I doubt it. I think that the precedent tradition alone would be problematic on that. The handful of times individual electors have gone against it have caused a lot of states to actually bar it and to say that the college has to vote the way the popular vote in their state goes. And enough states have done that. I'd have to do the math, but I think enough states have already done that to make a faithless elector vote not possible for a Democratic victory. Because a lot of the states that have done that, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to crunch the numbers on the states that have already done that and go from there, but I don't know. But I don't know it's a viable solution anymore. It might have been, yes, but I don't know that it could. It's an interesting idea.
We're
to think about running it that way. I mean, because we really are in some ways in kind of like uncharted territory. You've got a fascist running again for a second term that still denies elections and wants to imprison people. He's under indictment for tons of shit. I mean, there's all kinds of problems there. There's massive resistance to Biden himself and unpopularity. It's a really problematic situation, and people are definitely going to be looking for a solution. That could be one that they're thinking about, but I don't think the numbers are there. So I don't know that'd be one that we'd lean toward.
I think people are very highly underestimating how desperate the American public has become in the last few years, regardless of party affiliation. I mean, what's happening now in our economy, within our institutions, the degree of corruption, the lobbies, it's become so blatant in everyone's face that there's just a despair for something different. And I feel people are willing to roll the dice.
we've had that for a long time, though. It honestly just hasn't led anywhere. There have been people angry. People have been trying to run third party candidates, for 2 centuries, and the despair has only been growing. I mean, there was an apparently large groundswell behind Nader when he ran. It didn't materialize and be enough, but there's a lot of anger. I don't know that it affects the actual calculus, though, the numbers, because of the way that the actual laws work. And not just constitutionally, but again, state law is where all elections work. The federal government has almost no role in elections. Yeah. So MSH, I voted for Nader 3 times. But yeah, most election law is entirely at the state level, and a lot of states really have tied our hands. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's 3 states where even if a Green got 100% of the popular vote, the electoral votes would still have to go to a Republican or a Democrat because that's how they wrote the law. They literally put the names of the parties in the law, which is fantastically stupid, but they did. So it's really kind of tricky that way to find ways around a really shitty system, because there's so many moving parts, and you do have to pay attention to so many different levels of it, rather than just the federal. So that's where the electoral college one is an interesting idea. It'd be a lot of people to convince, because there's a lot of electors, and to get enough of those faithless people to choose an alternative and agree on one, that'll be tough enough. But I honestly don't know that it's mathematically possible. And I'm curious enough, I made a note. I'll see if I can try and remember to do. I've got a busy ass weekend, but I'm gonna try and remember to look through the numbers, because I'm kind of curious now if it's even possible, because it is an interesting thought. Like, I'm in the abstract, it's sort of fascinating that could that even happen anymore? Because it used to be possible. I don't think it is now. But yeah, I'll look. I'll try to look into that.
There was a couple other things I was going to touch on, but I know there's a panel up here waiting. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to tie him up for too long. If anybody else wanted to jump in.
Hey, we can bounce around a lot as usual.
Oh,
Take
you're
turns.
good. Liam, I think you had something you wanted to share. I don't know if you like already did or you wanted to now. Just like now that there's like more people here, it's up to you.
Um, Let me finish chewing.
Yeah, finish chewing, take your time. But I know you had that, and then I think Erica said something about like a Cash App or something. I don't know. That part I have no idea. But just wanted to check in.
I mean, not a Cash App. I know I don't have that or Venmo or anything. The reason that Erica suggested a sticker was to put up a way that people could, donate and whatnot, that doesn't have TikTok taking 3/4 of it.
Yeah.
But I have a PayPal and I have a Patreon. Patreon also takes a cut. PayPal does too, but I don't think it's as big. But they're both less than TikTok for sure. So if anybody's interested in using the PayPal or the Patreon, you can find it the same way as all my social media. It's at Liam Omer the Fourth. It's the same way this account is. The at handle on it. But yeah, she suggested putting a little sticker that says that somewhere on the screen. But apparently the sticker option isn't available to me, so I can't do it yet.
Got you. I think with those, like, I'm not too sure. I've never like actually hosted a live, but I was pretty sure like you can change it during live. So you just mean like putting like a little sticker at the top that like says your info, right?
It's interesting there, but because the instruction I looked up said that it's under enhance when you're going to start the live.
Yeah.
But it's not there. It's not.
Okay.
It's like enhance. Like I can. It's not one of the things that I could do. Let's see. I'm looking here, and no, there's nothing that.
Yeah, Erica says it's an effect.
Yeah, I looked under effects. Enhance is where Google sent me, but I looked under both effect and enhance. Effect is where like I can have all kinds of weird shit happening all around. But it didn't that didn't give me a place for a sticker either. The sticker wasn't listed as an option. It just gave me all kinds of places where it like completely changed my background into all kinds of weird shit.
Michelle is probably the most informed on this subject.
Yeah, I was gonna say if anyone knows.
Yeah, I was gonna say I went through this. You may have to do it well, first of all, hello, Dr. Liam. I have been missing you. All my historical thoughts in my head. I'm like, I need to talk to him. I need to talk to him. But going back to putting up the sticker, I can't remember if you can do it after the fact. TikTok does kind of make it confusing. to be able to do it after you've started it. But yes, I believe it is under effects, and it's under sticker. And if you have live access, you're able to do it.
But no,
But we'll make sure that we fix it for next time
yeah,
for you to be able to put the sticker up.
that'd be great. Maybe if somebody's free over the weekend to meet with me for a couple minutes, and we can do it as a test. I went to effects, and it has a little bar with some little tabs for different types of
Hmm.
effects. Sticker is not
Yep.
one of them.
People are
Okay.
in the chat saying banner. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
I've
gonna
never gone live
actually
like
The word.
myself, so I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
but the word
I'll
sticker didn't
I'll
show up anywhere for me. So
Yeah.
maybe they're rolling out a change to.
no, Jax is right. It's showing up banner, and I'll pull it up after. I'll pretend like I'm doing a live on my own on my other phone, and I'll show you because it is kind of confusing. But while we're talking about it, if you don't mind, there are 139 amazing people in the chat. If you guys could join the team, Dr. Liam's team, up at the heart, up at the top, it helps with his content, and it also helps kind of you as a user. TikTok likes engagement. And thank you, Wog Gmar. Um, if you are able to click on that orange heart, and it brings up a dashboard, and it's personal to like each user. And so if you look, what I like to do is when I go into the content creators that I love, I go and I click on their heart. And even if you are already a member of the team, every time you come back into a content creators live, you want to click on the heart, and it brings up a dashboard, and you get credit for the amount of minutes that you hang out in the chat with us. You get credit for sending your first gift. You're contributing team points basically, and so it helps Dr. Liam, and it also helps you as a user. TikTok kind of loves that, and so when we use the tools that are kind of embedded in the app, to show our favorite content creators that we enjoy their content, it helps both you guys and Dr. Liam. So that's awesome. I see everybody with the team bracelets. That helps tremendously.
Oh,
It helps with his daily ranking and things like that. So again, you can do that with any content creator, even after you've joined the team. I keep saying that I'm going to do a live to explain this because sometimes people are like, "Wait, I already joined," but it's awesome because again, it credits you guys as well. So thank you so much for contributing to the team points.
there's still so many things I don't understand. Like the whole team member, I keep hearing the suggestion people should join the team. I still don't really understand what they do, and I had no idea that
Yeah.
the bracelet thing was connected to that. I just see people sending it, but I thought it was just one
Yep.
of those like a heart or something. I so
So I was confused too, and I'm literally the resident nerd. When I got live access, TikTok like gives an option through TikTok University to go through like all the tutorials. So I went through all of them, and I read all of the different things. And I used to think that joining the team was the same as subscribing, but it's not. But the team thing costs just one coin, and it's an awesome way to show TikTok that we appreciate the content creators who go live and make time for us. And I just want to remind everybody that even after you've joined the team, and let's say Dr. Liam goes live again tomorrow or the day after, always come back in and check on click the orange heart because TikTok calls them missions, and it'll say to you when you've leveled up, like, oh, hey, check your missions, and you get credit for time spent in a chat or sending your first. I know you're laughing, it's kind
it's
of
like a
crazy,
video
but
game, like
it
like
is.
your
It literally
missions and
is.
like you're leveling up. It's great.
Yeah, yeah. You level up if you look at people's names as they're scrolling up, you see the heart and you see the little diamond because TikTok gives not just you, the content creator, credit, it gives us kind of credit and recognition as well. So it's just a way for us to show that we love you and love the content, that you're bringing to us. So yeah, that's what, yes, JBS, correct. It's the competition and the ranking. And and a lot of content creators are like, well, I'm not in it for the likes. And I understand that that's not what this is about. It's not like politicking, but we have to work within the sandbox that we're playing in. And this is how we show love in TikTok. So
Oh,
Jack,
I should
Jax,
be
I
kissing
love
babies,
that.
right?
Jack
Kissing
said
babies.
TikTok is a battle app. It is. And actually, you guys, just a little tidbit based on what Jax just said, and she's extremely experienced with this as well. I learned a lot from her as well. You can change the ranking. We've done it in real time. Now, the rankings, whether it's popular ranking or daily ranking, updates at different times. But again, this is because pro-Palestinian content is being, suppressed. And so what we can do, like I said, are use these different types of tools, again, to show that we enjoy what you guys are bringing to us. So hope that helped. Sorry, I didn't mean to monologue.
No, it did. Yeah, it does. I should probably go through it. I don't know, find a nice tutorial to go through with somebody someday and like just make some notes about all the different little features that I haven't figured out yet and how some of the stuff works because
I'm gonna go
there's a
live
lot
one
more
day.
to this.
There is. I'm gonna go live one of these days to share just what I've learned so far because while I enjoy this app, I don't want to get dinged or anything TikTok, but you guys kind of bury the lead a little bit. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff that we can do. Yes, Jax, please. Yes, I would love it. Yeah, Jax and a couple of other super mods have been doing this for a while. There's just a lot of people who don't know, like, all the different things and how it can benefit not only us, but as the user as well. That's what I do love about TikTok. It credits not just the content creator, but the user as well. So I appreciate you guys for clicking on that heart and clearing out your clearing out your dashboard. It helps a lot.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Tell me for maybe who does want to like contribute anything too that doesn't go through all the little point system. Again, the PayPal and Patreon both exist. They're easy to find with the same handle and all those. I don't have any other systems yet, and I'll figure out this banner thing later, so I'll be able to put that up for the news thing. So why I'm numbing pizza, I guess. So I teach on 3 campuses, and one of them, and they've been stable for quite a long time actually. More than a decade at all 3 of them, where they kind of work around each other's schedules because they all like me, they all want to keep me around. So if somebody else schedules first, they would change the schedules, they'd make sure it always worked. So, so I happily worked at all 3 of them, even though they're in 3 different counties, because I work well with in all 3 places. Well, administration at one of them, overriding the departments, of course, decided to drop all of their part-timers. Of us just got axed. And it's going to mean a whole lot of classes can no longer be taught. Like, there's a ton of classes in the catalog at that university that I created that no one else is going to be able to do. They have no full-timers that can do this at all. But they're just gone. So I feel bad for the students. They're kind of all fucked. They no longer have the ability to do a lot of those things, including, all the Mideast courses. So there's no longer any Mideast courses at that university, which is really fucked up. But it does hurt me for a while because that cost me a couple of grand a month from that campus. So it does pinch my income a bit. Unfortunately, it's not the only job, so I'll survive. I have to tighten the belt a hell of a lot. But I given that I do have the other incomes, I can bleed from savings for a while. I'll be fine. And we're getting closer to deadlines, but it's like application season anyway for different schools. So as long as I can get a whole shitload of things done in the next few weeks, I can, maybe find something for the following year. But, for a semester or 2, I may be down income too. So it's a bummer in that way. But more, I think, I'd been affiliated with them for 20 years. So I really enjoyed, the campus and the student body, and I was kind of attached to it. So I lose that. So that was the bad news I mentioned when I said I was ordering my pizza. Yeah.
I'm
If
so
I
sorry
may,
to hear that. I'm gonna be right back for a second. I'm gonna find a way to make sure we get that sticker posted right now. So we can show you guys show you some love with posting it. Sorry, Mr. Spades, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not
Okay.
at all. Absolutely not. But
I,
for
I don't think they
Dr.
can
Leon,
go afterwards, can they? I mean, it's already running. But
Oh,
anyway,
what
I'll find a way. Don't worry.
okay, cool.
what I was gonna say, I think you've greatly underestimated your reach and your influence from this app. And I didn't state this in the beginning, but you have the recent interview you had done with Greg Stoker, former Army Ranger. It's been going viral, and I think now as with everything going on, if your schedule is opened up more, maybe this can sort of motivate you to start taking over the digital realm. I think that you are very quickly picking up track to become possibly one of the most renowned professors in history, especially as as a sort of common sense voice and a very knowledgeable, insightful individual regarding the history of this entire conflict, the region. And with that being the case, I mean, if you've just opened up your schedule, let's say 2 or 3 classes a week, and that could go into possibly a live podcast, whatever you are making from that university, just in ad revenue, you probably able to quadruple that in a matter of months.
Yeah,
So, I mean, if
yeah.
you're willing to take that commitment, you
I
can
would.
actually.
I would. The key there is finding people to work with me on it, because there's a lot of technical parts of that to manage that I wouldn't be good at. So promoting something, getting a website together, putting that kind of material out. I just do this myself.
You're
So
overthinking it.
I don't really know how to make it great or make money off of it. But if if that were to build up, I'd be fine doing that, because it's not like I'm not still teaching. I don't have to teach if I teach fewer classes, I have more time, and I'd have more time for this, and I'd have more time for my writing. Somebody asked, well, there's two good questions there. One asked about the tenure issue, and then when somebody says, why not full time? And they're kind of related questions. 75% of classes in this country are taught by part-timers, because a few decades ago, there was sort of a collective decision to systematically undermine the profession and cut back on tenured faculty, because they cost a university more, benefits, and they teach fewer classes because they're given time to do all kinds of writing, and instead they count on part-timers. Now, pardon me, working as a part-timer, you can't pay the bills. You're not only paid a lot less, you're limited by how many classes you can be given by any individual school. So you'd starve to death working at one place if you were a part-timer. I literally have known PhDs who lived in their cars. A lot of us are not well off. And the trap you fall into once you fall into that adjunct hell is that you have to work so many classes to make the money that someone would make from 2 or 3. So I'm teaching 8, 9, 10 classes a semester. And if I'm teaching 8 or 9 classes, and having to drive to those different campuses, versus somebody tenured who can teach 2 or 3, they have time to write. And the writing is what actually qualifies you for the tenured position, because we're still using a 19th century structure for promotion. So people who are willing to crank out bullshit, like garbage articles that no one will ever read, they actually have a better chance at a good job than I do, because I won't crank out bullshit. I'll only do something that I genuinely care about, and I know I'm confident in its quality. So it slows me down a lot. And it's difficult to have the emotional energy for that kind of writing when I get home. I invest a lot of my time into, perfecting my classes and the lectures and doing my research for myself, because obviously I enjoy doing that kind of work on my own, because that's what this shit is for, that I'm sitting in here. But the actual emotional energy to sit there and be creative after I have spent 4, 5, 6 hours a day in the car and taught, 8 classes, it's hard. And it traps you where you then don't really qualify for it. So would they not put me on full time? Well, they're going to get, at this point, we give this job market, they're going to get somebody out of Stanford that's already, published a few things, because more privileged family didn't have to work as much. I had to work full time while I was in the PhD program, while I was still writing my dissertation. I was working full time, because no one's paying my bills. So it traps you at that point, and it's hard to get back out. So your suggestion of finding other revenue streams, I've thought about that kind of stuff before. I thought about trying to come up with some kind of like podcasty type thing. I really don't know how to do it and make it work and build an audience with it. I mean, yeah,
So
I mean,
you,
I
this
struggle,
is
I
this
just struggle just keeping social media accounts up there because so many of them get shadow banned. It's difficult to show up further in the algorithm. I mean, my YouTube channel got stuck at 300 people and didn't climb for ages. So I don't know how to do it.
Right now, the objective is snippets. Even in the event that you were to film in the same manner that you do now, you sit in front of a camera, you address a topic, say you make a list of 20 subjects you want to address on current events, whether it be American politics, whether it be the history of Palestine, the history of the Jews, the history of Christianity, whatever it is, relation to the region, these things that are circulating in the media nonstop, this same format that you're doing and a simple ability to record it, which TikTok does for you, fortunately. You can download it, chop it up into segments, and like I was telling you, your video, just a recent interview, and I've heard you speak far more in depth on the subject in a much smaller time, numerous occasions on this app alone. This same content that you're providing, chopped up, can help you go viral, and with it being reposted to a YouTube channel, which again, it doesn't require you to have an insane amount of equipment. I know you're looking at it from a very technical aspect. You need mics and podcasts and
Less
marketing and all this
that.
stuff. Just
Less that because I have a lot of that. I don't know if you can see it, but on the arm behind me is a
oh,
Blue Yeti
perfect.
microphone. I've got all kinds of good equipment. I've got a lighting rig, with the little umbrella and whatnot with the light bulb behind it. I got all kinds of shit I can use to make it look better if I want to. The problem for me is twofold. It's the time to chop things up, and get the segments because you have to actually go back through it all. I have never once listened to these things. If I do these long interviews or something, I over the years I've been on tons of podcasts, a whole bunch of them, where I've gone on and on and on. I've never listened to a single one of them. If I'm talking for more than a few minutes, I don't want to do it. But it's a lot because it's a time investment, and then you're sitting there and you have to chop the pieces up, and then once you do that. Then for each one, there's particular ways to actually get them noticed, like doing the hashtagging just right, promoting them, putting them in different places. That'd probably be easy enough to learn. But the time involved in actually chopping the stuff up has been really daunting, especially given I usually worked more than 60 hours a week. So,
Because you're trying to do it yourself. There are literally volunteers
right.
in your audience right now telling you that they have the team, they have the resources, they have the means, they'll do it for free. Because again, your voice right now, above all other things, it's loaded with information in such a clear, concise way of delivery that anyone who knows nothing about it can listen to you for 5 minutes and have such an in-depth understanding of that specific topic. That's invaluable in today's era, and there are so many people, including myself, that would happily contribute. If you have the videos, there's platforms to exchange and share it. I can guarantee you can put together a team of 50 people that will volunteer, and half of the panel listening right now would line up with honor to do it, and they will chop it up for you. All you have to
And
do is sit in front and share your information.
If we do something
really
like
quick, I have the schedules. I have the new. So I read the 2024 TikTok trending report. I read the entire thing. There's actual posting schedules that they ask content creators to stick to. And I can also help you with what's considered a qualified video and what's not. They made a lot of changes, but the good thing is, Dr. Liam, is that you are a really good storyteller. And that is exactly what TikTok is looking for 2024.
Fact.
It's one of their trends. It's called the creative storyteller. You're a really, really good storyteller. The key thing for you will be is posting consistently. They ask that creators go live in the evening 3 times a week and then posting at their kind of crazy times during the day. I mean, we can, like Mr. Spade said, I'd be happy to do all of those things. Yes, Jax is saying the same thing, Lord. Okay, so Jax and I, we really need to do a live about this. I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, just doing a live where people can kind of come in. I know a lot of people, either didn't know about the 2024 report or know that that was even a thing, and like you said, maybe didn't have time to go through all of it. But I've literally my entire day today I was focused on putting up my content schedule because I found out that there is an actual posting schedule that they'd like people to follow. So anyway, I didn't mean to get off sidetrack, but this is important because like Mr. Spade says, your content matters, right? I have literally been missing you. When JBS goes on and he reads and stuff, those things like really matter. I'm not saying that other people's lives aren't as entertaining or I don't know, knowledgeable, but sometimes I prefer like the less toxic yelling lives and the more listening. I don't get me wrong, I love a spirited debate. That's like my favorite thing to do. But yelling and screaming and all those things, whatever. But the thing is that again, you have to play within the sandbox that you're given. And TikTok literally has given people the blueprint if they're willing to play in the sandbox. So I just echo what Mr. Spades is saying. I'm preaching to the choir because I'm literally on my iPad working out my own kind of content schedule based on the information that I learned from the TikTok trend report for 2024. And you're a great storyteller. JBS is a phenomenal storyteller too. And those are literally, that's what TikTok is pushing. They want original content, videos in landscape mode over a minute long. Yes, they're pushing landscape mode.
Do you have any idea how much easier that would make things? I was just thinking too on this because you're mentioning stories, right? Now it's one thing to have these kind of like informal conversational type stuff, and I'm just rattling off stuff, but it's night and day in many ways between what I do in the classrooms day after day, because I have my slides up there that have all kinds of bad memes and jokes, pictures, maps, and bits of text on there, like describing things. And when I know the story that I want to tell, and I've thought about it and I've done it a number of times. It gets better every time. If I could find a way to record them, and then for this kind of format, you could have me up there and then a slide below, or if they want it in landscape side by side, anything else, like find a way that I could actually put some content up. So it's not just me sitting in my library rambling, but actually I can show things. I can show maps and pictures. It's oftentimes the subjects that I teach would be very difficult without that. I'm honestly wondering. I mean, I'm having fun with this tomorrow because I'm going to be talking, in this educational thing that they've got me doing on Saturday. But I can't use any of my slides. So
I think we need to be a little more techie with it, though, right, Liam? So we got to bring it into a little bit more. So not necessarily so much slides, but for example, right? I don't know if you recently saw, but now they have a text to AI video where you can quite literally write up text, and the AI will spit out a full-fledged video, and it's quite realistic. So if we can add your knowledge onto something that's a little bit more eye-catching than simple slides or a PowerPoint, then I think that would be far more beneficial. But I definitely echo everything else that everybody up here on the panel says. And I've said this to you a million times over. I've told you, if I had professors who were as animated as you are and who explain things as clearly as you do, I would be far more invested in my schooling. Because the reality of the matter is, when you have people teaching you something that is overtly monotone or just spitting out information at you, and I've been on lives like that before, where their intent is to educate people, but it's so damn boring. Honestly, it's so damn boring listening to them. You go in and you leave. You can't when you're trying to educate people. You got to be a little more interactive, whether that's visual or that's with the manner in which you speak. And sometimes it is through a very lively debate. When you grill people, and I've seen you do it, and it's great, and it's probably one of my favorite things. You do it oddly calmly. Like, you could be up there cussing up a storm, but you do it quite calmly, and it's still very engaging, and I think people would very much love to see that. But I see JBS with his hand up. Go ahead. You just got to cut me off, bro, because I'll keep talking.
No. I want to be
Yeah,
respectful
we're
of
gonna
your
find
time.
a better way to rotate around too, and I keep seeing there's just tons of people requesting. I'm sure lots of people have ideas they want to suggest. We might have to find a way to.
I'm gonna drop real quick, but I wanted to
put more than
Liam.
6 up. There probably
Look,
is.
I have a
Yeah,
podcast
yeah.
already established. My daughter does the edits. I do the edits. Let's talk offline. I'd love to partner with you. The podcast's already been created. It's conversewithjbs.com. I'll change the name to you and I partnering on this because I know you have a lot of stuff on your hands. And so we can do the edits. We just need to figure out if that's something you're willing to do to take some load off your plate a little bit. If you want me to DM you and we can talk offline via one of the media sites, we can do that like Zoom or Teams, and we can go from there. Are you good for that?
That's definitely one possibility. I do like the idea of collaborative stuff anyway. I've had some friends for a long time that have talked collaboratively about doing something. I've got a friend who's actually a filmmaker and puppeteer that wanted to do things with me, and we wanted to like come up with something. I mean, coming up with like some kind of show where you're doing it jointly with other people has always appealed to me.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, so both to this and to everybody else who's suggesting that they might want to help on things, I think one thing that I'll suggest is come up with some kind of form. We can talk. We can build up the Discord thing that we talked about building for this. Build up my little office hours Discord. Get people in there, talk about things, start planning. We can break down the different tasks, and if it builds up and there's a team and people are contributing regularly, if it ever takes off and does make any money, I'd want to like share that around. That's the anarchist in me. So if it actually does become successful, I do want.
Totally.
I want to share that out to everybody who's actually working in it. So if we have people who get involved, I'll encourage that. Great, please.
Sure.
If you're encouraged, and we'll all be volunteers to start with. But if it does take off, I want to make sure we're all rewarded from it.
For sure. And what I will say to that is, so I've only had the podcast for several months, but since the book club on Tuesdays and Thursdays that I do, we've grown to 18 subscribers just for the book club, just for the podcast.
You want a book club? Like if I'm just reading shit?
No. I'm not saying that you do that. I'm saying based on what I've done.
No.
I read every Tuesday and Thursday to an average of about 40, 50 people. And I don't just read verbatim. I think some will attest that I give a little context.
Right, exactly. That
That
would be fun.
We cut that and we put it in the podcast. Just check it out, see how it looks to you. And then we can do the same with what you're thinking. But I won't spend a lot of time on this live to talk about it with you. I'll send you a DM, give me some availability. My schedule's open for quite a bit. And so I can focus on this right now with you, and then we'll go from there. Sounds good?
I'm interested. I think my first impulse is to say I'd like to widen the collaboration and have other people rather than it being like I podcast in yours and I'm kind of like piggybacking on yours. We create an office hours podcast or something that then other people can be involved in. You can come up, other people can come up as like, shared hosting, doing other things on it. We can have multiple content creators. So you could put something in there on different days and we can combine book clubs.
Totally.
I miss the idea of book clubs. It's one of the reasons I miss the seminars at grad school from ages ago, because you're talking about the texts, it'd be fun to do things like that. So yeah, if we can build up something, I'd like to involve more people and actually kind of build it up collaboratively.
It'll be
Can I be the first person to volunteer? Because I've been wanting to do this for a while. No, I'm not kidding. I will literally turn my camera on and show you my notes from like a month ago. I was like, it would be so great. You guys are so knowledgeable in different areas. Every time I do my little tiny lives, I'm always saying the call to action is to turn around and put your phone down and take what we've learned and make an impact in our worlds, the physical world, right? Like that's how we kind of change hearts and minds and share and things like that. And so I've always thought like JBS would be great, Smitty would be great, Eric Warsaw, Liam, like just like a regular like Oprah show or something. Like we all kind of come together, pick a day, and go on each person's live or whatever. I hadn't thought as far as like podcasting, but I've been nervous to even ask, like, who am I? Like, why would anybody?
No, it's all good.
But for that very reason.
And I've seen some. so my ex-wife was really into podcasts and got me listening to a number of them because we'd be on long drives and she'd put them on because she was into that stuff. And some of these guys have humongous audiences. And one time we went up to LA just to meet one of them in person and see them give a talk and whatnot. It seems a neat thing to pair on. And as long as I'm still teaching part-time, I've still got my other university gig. I'm happy. I would love to build something like this up and really run with it, focus more.
And we can banter back and forth, Liam. It could be the LNJ podcast.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, but I'd love to. Okay, so there was what was it called? This is a number of years ago. There was a guy running something called Hill of Roses that he brought me on a few times, and different people would like contribute articles to the website, and different people would host different aspects of the show. So it was like a broader like channel of different content, and ultimately that's how things like the Young Turks got started. It was just a bunch of like indie shit, people doing different parts of it, and it ended up turning into a larger channel type thing. So we could build up something like that where we're bantering on one of the shows, I'm rambling on another one, there's a book club on another one, freedom advocates saying, hey, I want to do my thing. Great, come on, like let's join it, do it collaboratively. There's kind of maybe partly paired to this and also somewhat similar to some other ideas I've had before. So Goldie is trying to put together a group of people that want more in-depth discussion and lessons on things, but kind of on more like a little subscription basis where you kick in a couple bucks a month or something and everyone comes together and I provide some readings or something. And then I go through a topic. And then if that took off, then I would talk to colleagues and I would bring other people in to talk about different issues that they're good at and I'm not. And like, it's sort of like a community education thing based on like the
Sure.
Panthers used to do, but done digital.
Liam, let's take a poll. There's 160 people. Those that want to see an LNJ podcast, give us a 1 in the chat. Just give us a 1. Give us a 1.
I think what's happening right now, though, is that you're getting pulled into like 10 different directions. And I think you need to just bring all of those in and kind of just combine them into one, because then you're going to end up getting lost and you're going to end up spreading yourself really thin. And we want to make sure that, you're,
It's one
I'll just bring the military side, the structure. Liam brings the brains.
Put it together in a single format. So there's like a particular channel and website set up for it, but it's set up to have different content creators can do things. So there could be a J&L, show on there. And then there's also like my Friday office hours and there's other things, but it's all part of that same thing. And then other people can collaborate and put other material into it. And if it builds up as a website and people are going to it, then I could do something that I've wanted to do for, I could not tell you how many years. I record all of my classes. And I've been getting better at doing some of this stuff. And what I wanted to do is actually re-record versions of the best of them as online courses, kind of like Udemy, Coursera type style. If there's a website of mine that already has an audience for a podcast, then I can attach that to it. Somebody can hop on there, spend $100 and get like a little university level course that they can download and have all the readings and materials and crap that goes with that.
Sure.
But it's, you start with like building up an audience around a podcast of like doing something, having those conversations, whatever there. But if you build it in a flexible framework, so there's like a website and a single channel, then it can grow and other people can contribute and share things in it. Because again, at the end of the day, I don't want to be the only person involved in something like that. I love doing collaborative projects and helping other people and, we're like, we all rise together sort of thing. So I would want to build that in from the start.
Yeah,
Totally.
Jack's saying she has a website. Build a website.
So
there's multiple people who are ready and here for you to get things started whenever you're ready to go. I just think that you do need to kind of just sit down and actually plan out what it is that you want to do, because then it becomes, stuff like this can become very overwhelming very, very quickly. And you just want to make sure that you don't get overwhelmed like that. You know what I mean? You need a little bit more structure, which I don't think you have much of right now.
So
we're
Liam,
we're just talking about it.
yeah, Liam, I'll connect with you offline so that way I give you back the office hours.
I think what we should do. Okay, so I haven't fleshed out like by adding the different rooms into it, but I already created a Discord. So we can set it up to where I don't know, anyone who's interested, send me something. I'll add you into it. I'll add the places. We can then schedule meetings. We can come into it. So everybody who's interested in actually contributing to something like this and building up a podcast, like an actual channel to provide content and, real, I don't know, community education type shit like this, let us know. Send me direct messages, something like that. Or if someone else wants to like collect all of those, that's what I can volunteer to collect. But or you can just send me DMs and I'll put it in. But send me messages. I'll collect all this stuff. I'll and include like an email or something that I can send a Discord invite to, and we'll bring people in and we'll plan conversations where we can do what Hiba's suggesting, like refine it and pick starting points. Because the idea there is, you may have certain overall ambitions, but you got to start somewhere and like lay out a plan and figure out what you're going to do so it doesn't overwhelm. And then once you got that thing that okay, here's the first thing to focus on, then you divide up the tasks to different people and make it manageable. So, because what stopped me before from doing something like a podcast is if it's just me or one other person, it's way too much like to take on. But if we spread this stuff out and we make a plan, it's just.
I got you. The last thing we want is disorganization.
By the way.
So I'll make sure, if this is something we want to move forward after we talk offline, then we can go from there. But I won't take up too much of your time. Y'all have a great.
Is that the blue?
This was yes,
that's the blue
that's
thing.
a
Yeah.
poll.
Oh, it's gone.
No, I was just letting you know. Everybody agrees. Yeah, everyone's super psyched.
Yes, this was
Thank
fun.
you,
This
JBS.
was just
Right. Oh, gosh.
yes, it was just fun and lighthearted.
Oh, hold on. Let me see.
Fun and lighthearted.
Can I do this?
You weren't reading the comments, JBS and Liam. It was so cute. I said, I'll sing the jingle for the pod. And then Danny was like, I'll do the audio mixing. Like, we're just having fun. I think this is awesome. Support you guys.
It would be a
This
lot
is-
of fun.
This
Yeah.
is super cool. Yeah, super cool.
There's a lot of facets to this for sure. And if there's one thing that's been proven now in the last 10 years specifically, especially after Joe Rogan sort of took off, he's reset the demand for long form content. And if you've been watching, all of the largest independent media outlets have sourced themselves from podcasts, essentially, whether doing small scale interviews and then growing gradually over time. But this is what's been happening. And just in the interactions that I've seen, because I've reposted your content, I've seen your content now circulating on Instagram very virally, there is a absolute thirst for knowledge that is clearly conveyed, unbiased, and straight to the point. You are, in fact, Michelle was saying it, an amazing storyteller. You know how to get your point across in a very friendly and meaningful way. There's a ton of people that are lined up to do it. I was going to launch a podcast specifically for business. That's my specialty, just the financial aspect. I don't agree with having to set this up as a subscriber thing out the gate. I think the need to be is to pump out as much content that everyone else can snip it and circulate in order to build traction and build a fan base of people that are gonna interact with you, follow your YouTube, share your posts on TikTok, share your posts on Instagram, and then from that following, which I think you can hit hundreds of thousands easily, because I know that your face has now been seen and you've been heard by hundreds of thousands of people, easily speaking, possibly more up till now. From there, you could just kind of pan out.
I've been I did podcasts for a long time too, and was briefly even in politics. So I mean, there people would be able to recognize me from a number of things before, and more people could come in from it. Yeah, there's tons of ways that this could grow up. So it's possible. I just don't know how to do it on my own, and given the workload between 3 universities and the drives, I've never wanted to take it on. It's too much work. But if I have one less now for after this semester, like next semester, I might not have something. I'm going to throw some applications out, but I might not get picked up for fall at all. So that'll be only 2, and one of them is online.
I'm not even thinking that far. I'm
That gives
talking
me
about
time.
now, sooner than later, in a sense of just having an interview with you.
No. Start
and
working.
talking it up.
Exactly. Like that's what I'm suggesting. Let's build a Discord now. Let's start talking. Let's plan. We can start building this right now. But summer's coming, and I have a shitload more free time in summer because I only ever have 2 classes in the entirety of summer. And then, well, actually, no, I'm only gonna have 1. So the other university's gone. So I have 1 summer class for the entire.
We'll make it work, Liam. We'll make it work, and I'll tell you,
we'll be able to build
my
content.
subscribers don't pay for the podcast. It's a free podcast, so there's no charge for building the community. So I just want to put that out there. Anyone subscribing doesn't pay. But again, I'll let you go. I'll connect with you. We'll go through the Discord.
Yeah,
and
sure. Let's do that. Let's set that up, and we'll start having some.
We'll go from there. Have a great night, y'all. Appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Good night,
Discord's
JBS.
easier too for a lot of these conversations too, because you guys know I spend a lot of time in the car. I can fire up a Discord call while I'm driving with no video or something, and just have it plugged in, and we can be chatting while I'm sitting in the car for 2 hours. We could plan a lot that way, I think.
No, we definitely can, and it just after listening to all this, it just sounds like we're trying to create a socialist coalition, and I'm here for it.
Again, at the end of the day, I'm an anarchist, so I
exactly.
collaboration and direct democracy.
No, but I think
drove
this,
people.
go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I was saying during the brief time that I tried to play the anti-politician, I drove people crazy by literally running a campaign through direct democracy.
Exactly. This shows just like with everything, like through the ashes the phoenix rises, and there's always going to be something good out of something bad. So Minerva knows. She probably already knew this was going to happen. Like she's just been sitting here waiting for it. So
yeah. I threw her down like 15 times. I got tired of it. I stopped eating. I got through half my food. The cat won.
Well, there's always time. If you need to like take a break, take water, heat up some pizza, just let us know. But
I probably just put the rest of the refrigerator later.
Yeah, this just sounds like a good conversation that we started. So, I don't know if you want to get back to just like the regular, I know there's like a lot of people on here who haven't got a chance to like talk, who have been here, who want to ask questions, and some people we kind of cycled out to get like, people to talk about that subject. So I did want to like bring them back up once like the people on the panel, currently have a chance to kind of ask questions.
Yeah, totally agreed. I mean, I was just trying to share news, and then people started piling on with a really good idea. And honestly, it's easy to get excited about because I spent so many years thinking and wanting to do something like this. I mean, I have several times tried to create an actual YouTube show with different names and with different collaborators and whatnot, and I could just on my own never get it to take off, So it's exciting to think that there might be enough people interested in my nerdy ass that we could build something together and go somewhere with it.
I mean, dude, I've told you this before. You got the whole setup here. You got the books in the background. You got the cat on your lap. Like, I don't know. Like, you got something going for you. That's charisma in a new sense. You got an army behind you.
No.
You just need your cup. You need a cup of tea and your Afghan, and you're good to go. A little bit of a British accent, darling. Just come on. There you go.
But yeah, no, it's you definitely you have your own, like, you have a niche, and you've found an audience, and they're diehard.
This is great. And given that people have been talking to me about doing different things, I've appeared on different people's shows and podcasts, and we've got there's 2 people in the audience here that are both doing different things with me right now too on the side. What if we could like bring this stuff together into larger Discord conversations, plan and like start building something collaboratively? I think it might be a lot of fun. So
we really need to get in on this conversation is the person who brought you here in the first place.
Oh, Dominic?
Yeah, we got to get Dominic in on this conversation.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean yeah. When we get Discord going, I'll reach out and see if he wants to pop into there and be in the conversations for sure. And he's definitely good at promotion. I mean,
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we've got millions of followers pretty quickly on here.
I'm gonna be here probably for the rest of the night, so you can just cycle me out whenever if you need to cycle somebody in and out. I still refuse to be a mod, so nobody mod me.
No, there's one person in the request that was here originally, and they never said anything, so I just want to give them a chance to come back up. But
W something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, we do need to get back to some of that kind of stuff, but yeah, it was exciting. So sorry for the detour, but
no, this was like an exciting detour, and honestly, it needed to happen. So
yeah, no, it sort of makes me feel a little bit better about. I mean, I was affiliated with them for 20 years. It's kind of heartbreaking in a way to know that as of the end of this semester, I won't be back, and it's tough. It'll be hard to say goodbye. So yeah, this is a neat way of kind of like at least, I don't know, one of those like we're making some lemonade out of the lemon,
I just
Um,
double checked while we were sitting silent on, like I was saying, one of the videos of you that I posted on Instagram. Cumulatively, and this is me just doing the math roughly, 500,000 views on that video. Just one video of yours.
Uh,
500,000 people have sat down and either shared it, reposted it.
oh,
I'm sorry.
the most recent podcast, you mean?
On Instagram. It was on Instagram, and it
Oh,
was a
oh,
snippet of it of just a few
oh, the
minutes.
snippet. You have different. Yeah. I've seen that circulate. It's also on. It's been making the rounds on Twitter. I've been seeing. So we cut it. It's been.
I haven't even. I can imagine that was even more viral. But just the one I seen on Instagram, at least 500,000 views on one single snippet of you for a couple of minutes talking. So imagine how many others are there that I haven't seen.
Yeah. That's really cool. There was oh gosh, there was something I saw a second ago that I wanted to. Oh, Freedom Advocate was asking to say something about this. So if we can cycle somebody for that, and people, it looks like they're suggesting titles or something. The Mad Professor thing that can definitely go. I don't need that, but I do kind of like the office hours thing on some level. But if it expands into a broader thing with more people, it probably isn't effective. And that could be like a sub thing, like the thing that I do myself, and then we need a name for the whole thing. So where somebody's saying like learn with Professor Liam or things like that, like I think if we're going to get more people, if we're going to build like a website and broader thing, then we need to come up with something that isn't necessarily just my name, even though my face is going to be pretty prominent in it, with my little office hours or anything else. But we can talk about all that kind of stuff in the Discord. But I think it'd be nice to have something that at least involves more people and, would make, your, Freedom Advocate and JBS and, everybody else who wants to participate in this kind of stuff also feel like they have a stake in it. It's not just Liam's whatever, But anyway, oh yeah, there is a Discord. Danny, I created a Discord for office hours, for this office hours live, and I was going to start bringing the mods in and have a mod channel, and we could talk about that, and then open it up to everybody and have people could join it, and then have different channels and rooms in it. I never get a chance to fill it out, so I just created it, and there's 3 or 4 people that joined it. But I can go back and finish that, and then I'll post it somewhere, and people can start joining it, and we'll go from there.
I have free time on Sunday. If you want, I can help you just kind of go through and fill it out. And I think some of the other mods on here probably could too.
If we can talk through doing some of that kind of stuff while I'm doing some other work, I've got time in the morning. In the evening, I have my nephew's birthday, but so I don't have any time Sunday evening. I gotta leave sometime in the late afternoon. But all during the early part of the day, I'm gonna be sitting here doing schoolwork and working on job applications and shit anyway. So we can easily pull up the Discord and chat through some things.
Awesome.
Wow came up to say something. I don't know if
what's up?
they were gonna jump in.
I just know, right below me. I was gonna say, I know you've been waiting for really patiently, so I know you had questions.
I didn't want to interrupt. Because the thing is, you keep speaking and then, I don't want to... Well, it's my time to speak now, so I'll speak. I forgot. I was gonna ask a question that I forgot. It's been half an hour and I forgot what.
I'm sorry. These used to jump around a lot and go through. We cycle through people faster than we have today, but we kind of got onto a thing. So sorry.
Did you maybe want us to go to someone else first, and then maybe you can
Yeah, that's
on this time.
This is what I always do. If I don't write down what people are saying, I have no idea.
Same, yeah. So maybe we'll go to someone else who's been waiting. Nichelle, I know you kind of were helping out with stuff, but I know you came up here to actually ask questions. You've been waiting for a while too. So maybe we'll go there first, and then we'll come back to you, and just maybe jot it down.
Yeah, Freedom Advocate said something about that they wanted to contribute ask something too a minute ago. So
I don't see them in the request. That's the only reason I Oh wait, no, they're here now in the requests. Okay.
A while back too. So, but yeah, there's a few people in.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Spades. Is there any other thing that you want? We'll be here for a long time, but would you mind if we cycle you out for Freedom Advocate?
Yes, no problem. I'll
right,
I'll
awesome.
jump back up if anything. No worries. Plenty to talk about.
Thanks, dude.
Right,
All
and
right,
then
I'll take it.
so I don't know if it's Wogmar or something. Stick up here for a bit and think about what it was, and then, after somebody else's question, we can check in with you again, and we can, so we don't leave it behind.
Actually, we could talk about something else. Actually, the thing was, I saw your TikTok that you'll be live in like an hour. The thing was, I wanted to join because I was recently on a Zionist live, and my brain just broke. Like literally, it's broke in half. It broke in half. I had a detox. I had to go on a any pro-Palestinian live, and
You
I
found
saw
mine.
your TikTok, and I was just waiting to refresh my mind.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, it detox is nice. I'll tell you from experience. I had a long running research project for myself because I study political ideologies, and I was trying to study the political psychology and rhetoric of the far right movements. So both the fasci types and then the hard right libertarian types. And I spent quite a few years in their spaces listening to them. And the kind of shit I heard, like it's blood curdling. Like what?
I think
Um,
that's just the
so
tip of the
being in a
iceberg.
safe, happy space after that was just you need some mental health time coming out
Yeah, yeah.
listening to a bunch of nationalists talking about crap.
I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. If you want to actually see it, you have to go into a Zionist comment section. The comment section is uh, I you think YouTube is the worst, but I think Twitter has to be the worst. Twitter has to be the worst app. And I've been on Twitter and I've seen their comment section. Most of the times they probably bring up a forged case of Hezbollah lies, like there's a list, whatever, that kind of stuff. If whether the information in the tweet or post or video or whatever social media is on is even true or not, the thing is, the comment section will look like someone will type savages underneath. Decide, oh, I don't care if these babies are real or not, if they're dolls or not, doesn't matter either way. And the most unhinged comments.
Yeah, for sure. And that's where, again, any nationalist space is like that. And it's one of the things that hurts me the most as somebody who's like studies fascism and the Holocaust, is seeing that kind of stuff coming in from a lot of like Jewish mouths, the most incredibly unhinged shit that is essentially indistinguishable from what I see in neo-Yahtzee groups. Um, the I've seen a lot of the toxic comment sections in social media apps, but I think the worst, and I don't know if this is the spaces that you're talking about or where you were, but like, so are you seeing this stuff in what language? So like in English, Bevrit, like if you're actually
Mostly English, mostly English.
so if you go into the places like I've been in some of these Telegram channels where Israelis are talking, and you get the same kind of edgelord shit,
I
like these like the same kind of crap you get in like the far right channels and anywhere else. Like they come up and they say the most insanely provocative stuff because they want the reaction. It's kind of like death porn to them. It's just horrifying. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, I have seen some of the worst
The
shit.
thing is, you just mentioned Telegram, and that's amazing because I've actually been to Telegram, and you people mostly are seeing it through the English language lens. I see it through the Hebrew language lens, and there's like a difference because in the English language, you don't want to be saying everything out loud. You don't
Right.
want to be saying everything out loud.
They know far fewer people can read this shit, so they feel more comfortable saying it. Which is why popping in there and seeing it's heartbreaking. So yeah, no, if you're going into the Hebrew spaces, I feel you. I have done that. It is terrifying. But again, it's something you find in all of these kind of like nationalist spaces. And again, one of the reasons I got involved in studying it, it's the similarities among nationalist and right populist movements around the world are, I mean, it's all the same kind of language. I was this came up in in an Instagram thread earlier today. I was noting also it's heartbreaking seeing Jews doing a lot of this stuff in the same way that it was heartbreaking a few years ago when I was in a number of like Armenian spaces, and seeing Armenians adopting a kind of Armenian national socialism and running with exactly the same kind of pro-genocidal rhetoric. I'm like, fucking hell, you experienced a G-side. How do you not get how toxic this is? And to see the same kind of stuff repeated among Israelis as well, it's the deeper people get in these movements, the worse shit you get. Pardon me. And it doesn't seem like there's any group that's immune to it. There's no population that has fully learned the lessons enough to not be susceptible to this. There's always a portion of any population that is open to like the most batshit crazy far right stuff.
Oh, I actually think I have the explanation. The Zionists gave me the explanation as to why. So a year ago, I was this wasn't even like Telegram. This was YouTube. I didn't even have Telegram then. And on a YouTube comment section, the guy with the Israeli flag in the name commented. So I just stumbled upon some far right videos about Israel versus Palestine, and what I saw down there was the let me try to remember. It was yes. So they said the wrong race was sent to the gas chambers in World War II. That was the explanation given. It says we didn't deserve it, but they should have.
Yeah, I've actually seen that in Israel, in graffiti from the Jewish Defense League. Arabs to the gas chambers. Some of these people are quite bold about it, and having literal Shoah references in Israel, where you're actually saying this is fine, like this should have happened, just not to us. I'm like, yeah, Sushi, you're right, exactly. Jesus, like holy fuck, like, it's disturbing, but again, it seems like there's a batshit crazy segment among every population, and circumstances can bring it out. So circumstances like this, when there's a conflict going on, then they feel emboldened to come out and say more publicly the most horrifying shit. But I used to think, I mean, and I think now it just must have been super naive to think that, well, gosh, Armenians won't fall for that shit. Jews won't fall for that shit. What the hell? Like, it's like watching African Americans sent for Jim Crow or something. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? How does this make sense? But it does, and you see it, and it's there. It's so frustrating.
Okay, so this is not going to work.
Thank you so much for having me. And remember that since you and I are fair parents with no human babies, I get first dip on your time. Have that.
You have time tomorrow, right? So yeah, I'm there.
For the future too.
Sure, yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Right,
Well, I'm willing to help with anything with anyone, guys. So if you need any help, just let me know.
Yeah, I'd love to bring you into those conversations too. If we set the Discord up, we can talk. Like find ways to share resources. But yeah, I'm perfectly happy to keep doing things and help appear on other people's shows.
If you wanna witness a cat fight, you can bring Goldie up. So me and her will fight over your time now. I'm just kidding too. Goldie, she's in the comments, I think. I don't know if she's still here. So, do you mind if I tell everyone here about the event tomorrow?
I don't know. No, I think it's great. I wanted you to, so go for it.
Is it okay if it's not too much to put me on the big screen so people can?
I'll do that. So they can see the flyer, and then I'll take the opportunity to take I'll go wrap up the pizza.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, do you want to do that? Oh no, that's the wrong one. Let's. Where's the thing? Expand. How about that? Okay, there you go. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you so much. So, guys, if you haven't heard about this project, this is where we put a huge spotlight on Palestine. We're going to discuss the past, present, and the future. If you see on this flyer, we're going to start as early as the stone
Stop.
age.
Oh.
That wasn't me, right?
No, you're good. Michelle, you got it. Never mind.
Okay. Okay, so this is our third session, where we are going to start with history from the Stone Age to the Romans, and then we have a few other sessions coming up. The next session is tomorrow at 1 p.m. So our sessions are every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central Time. And if you see the times with depending on your time zone, it is the exact same time every Saturday. Tomorrow we're gonna have the magnificent Dr. Liam to talk about the ancient history from the Stone Age to the Romans. What I wanted to tell you guys that we're going to discuss every aspect. Like when I say every aspect, I mean it. Like, so if you feel that you have knowledge in a topic where you can present it and answer questions about it, please let me know, and I will make sure that you will be up on that panel discussing the topic. We have a group of veterans who are going to discuss the warfare, Geneva Convention, international laws. We're going to have health specialists where they're going to discuss the health risks in Palestine, especially Gaza, for the past several years, not just after October 7th, because they have been dropping the white phosphorus and the chemical boom booms, testing weapons on them for a very long time. We're going to have a panel specialized for women to talk about the female resistance heroes who are not recognized today. You know, I've learned a few names, and I went and I read the stories. I was like, how on earth these women are not like internationally recognized, because the things that they did to support the resistance and to be like the things that they did to their land is amazing. So we're going to have that panel. We're also going to have an interesting panel, like several ones, where we bring live hosts and big debaters to answer questions, but not from the Zayus. It's not a debate, guys, but like if someone has a question, it's like, how would you answer this one? So you will have the chance to talk with some of the big debaters to ask them these questions. We have a lot. We're going to discuss politics. We're going to discuss history and culture. So we're correcting history and taking back culture and exposing politics. We're taking back the actual names of the cities and the villages that they changed. We're taking back the culture that they're trying to store, from the dabke to the food to everything. So we're going to like go I don't want to say go down the memory lane, but we're going to go through history and discuss every period by itself. But when it comes to like the historical events, the political events, and like there are things in the culture that they were passed down from the Canaanite until today, like the dabke. If you go back to the dabke story, you will find out that it's from the Canaanite. It wasn't the purpose for it. It wasn't to for like with music for weddings or like celebration, but I will leave that story for you to discover when we come to this event. So guys, if you go to my account, you can register for this event so you can get notifications about it. Again, we had only one speaker tomorrow, who is the plan was to give him even more time because he is so great and he's so knowledgeable in the history. So we're going through the sessions one by one. Dr. Liam is going to discuss history tomorrow again. I can't repeat that enough. Yes, he's there. So if you want to see him tomorrow, we're going to open the door for questions. So within that period of time, okay, so you will be able to interact and ask him questions. Any questions, guys? Yes, no, maybe. Should I go? Did you register? I want to see 129 registration today because we got a chance to learn from one of the greatest minds.
Sounds like an incredible program. It shouldn't be missed if you can make it.
No, this is not in Discord, guys. This is a TikTok live. I'm going to host the session tomorrow. So if you go to my account again, you can so you go to my account under my name or under the picture, you will see live event, and then you can register there.
Was there anything else like that you wanted to elaborate on with this, or like any other points?
Yes, I want to confirm again, like if you think that I'm open to any ideas. So if you have any ideas, any suggestions, please reach out. We have a Telegram group. So if you want to join that group to keep updated about their sessions, you can DM me your Telegram username and I will make sure to add you to that group. What else? We have a Discord, but we haven't like worked on it yet because we want to keep it a little bit more private for now, but then we're gonna open it for everyone. We're looking into collaboration with a business owner who's going to open a panel for us on StreamYard, where it's going to be like similar to a webinar where we can have guests there. We can like have up to I think 6 or 12. I'm forgot about it, like the exact number, where we can have discussions, like bring some of the greatest minds and put them together in one room for a discussion about Palestine. Okay, be blessed. I got you. I won't drop until you drop me, guys.
Freedom, I have a quick question because
Yes.
I heard something as I was walking back and forth about questions for tomorrow. Will people be asking questions during that, or like, or in a part period after it? Like how does that work? Because I need to know like, how much time
We have 6 topics. If 6 topics that you helped us, and I'm very appreciative of that. So the 6 topics, like if you go through 2 topics and then we open for questions and answer for like 15 minutes, and then go to the next topic and like every 2 topics.
Oh, okay. So in that breakdown, so I gave like several different sections, and for each one I broke it down a bit further. So
Yes.
in that, so I'll talk through a section of that, and then people ask some questions, and then a section, some questions. Okay.
No. So if you remember on our agreement, each section will get like 30 minutes. Right? Every hour will give an option for like 15 minutes of questions.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So then it's a 4-hour event, so my content is close to 3 hours or so of that, and an hour of questions scattered around, broken up into different sections every hour.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that sounds great. Okay, cool.
We're gonna give you some breaks in between. Yes, we're gonna give you some breaks in between. We have
I don't need one.
Yeah, you don't need one? Okay, so whenever you need a break, just let us know. We're gonna get something done. Where, well, the first session was an action plan where we had letters that you can copy paste and then copy paste the email addresses where you can send them. So we're going to promote these letters again. And we also have Geek Le Freak who comes with us and say and tell us that the weekly update. She gets a daily update, so every Saturday she brings all the updates, the daily updates, and give us like for the whole week. Someone asked where they can see the first two sessions. We are going to upload them to YouTube, but we have to do a little bit more work on them because the first session was 5 hours. Like no one will go through a 5 hours video.
Oh, people are putting on the 10 and 12 hour ones that I've uploaded.
Yes, but what we are going to do is like cut it, breaking them up by speaker or by topic.
Yeah. And for the so for with the breakdown, because I was just thinking like of topics overall, but it's really neat to think that you guys want to use that to structure it, because that's cool. I didn't think about that at all. So if you're doing it in different segments, and then each of those segments could be actually be excerpted as a separate shorter video. That actually works really well. I'm glad you found a different use for that.
Yeah, I have like an amazing team that like the IT team is amazing. Like I can't even begin to understand like the work that they do, because for me it's gibberish. I don't understand what they're doing, but what their work is amazing, you know. And we also have a lot of individuals from all over the world. Like we have people from Palestine, from Jordan, from Australia, from Norway, from basically Sweden, US, UK. I don't want to forget any other place. Please remind me. I know some of the team members are here. Like I see them in the chat. So hopefully this project actually thankfully inspired a lot of people to divert from debating pointless debates with some of the Zayos to doing something educational to educate people more about Palestine. Because what I noticed is that whenever a pro-Pali is talking about facts about Palestine, they start going through personal attacks or diverting from the subject because they don't want the world to hear like the actual facts, what exactly happened, you know. So a lot of people, thankfully, they shifted their attention to more educational purposes. It is good, but at the same time it is challenging to get the speakers now because there are so many people who are reaching out for them. So that's why, again, I will confirm that your time, I call dibs on it.
Like I said, I'm happy to help, you know.
I appreciate you.
I'm happy to help out, so no big deal.
I truly appreciate you,
especially with what you're specifically asking. You're asking me to talk about things that I literally lecture on for a living. So the only difference is I'm not pacing back and forth and standing up there, and I'm not using my slides. Other than that, it's just I could talk about this stuff in my sleep. So it's a lot of fun. So it's no stress at all. No big deal. I'm happy to help.
Okay, now I see a different cat. How many cats do you have?
Currently 2. Moshe died just a few years ago, so I'm still kind of like, but Socrates is actually enjoying a lot more lap time because, excuse my language here for a second. He spent about 8 years as the bottom bitch in this relationship. He's the bottom animal among the cats. And Moshe would always dominate my time. And then when Moshe wasn't there, Minerva would take it. And when she didn't want it, then he could get some attention. Okay. So he's not used to being able to do this. Now there's only 2. If Minerva wants my lap, she will come over here and she will ask for it, and he will get down every time. She doesn't have to do anything. All she has to do is look at him, and he will get down. Because he knows. But when she's not here, he sucks up the attention, which has been great. So I've been enjoying more of it with him, you know. but they have their own kind of hierarchy, and you can't really intervene in that. You have to respect their politics and the way they work things out. And you can't you can encourage him to eat at the same time as the other cats. If Minerva wants to eat, even though there's 2 bowls, he will not eat. He will wait because he knows it. She has seniority. So it's so anyway, there's only 2 right now, and Socrates is up here less often than Herb just because of seniority. But when she's not in the room, he's very happy to take the spot.
Oh, that's cool. Well, if you remember, I told you like I had 2 dogs, and starting Christmas Day, the female had gave birth to 5 puppies, so now I have 7.
Yeah,
Just
that's
to
a big
get
jump.
out of the hierarchy, I have a favorite, and she knows it that she's my favorite.
Right.
But yeah, they're still young, so we're figuring that out.
Right. Yeah. It's I'm still kind of on the fence. I think I might put it off for quite a long time, adding another cat just to give him more time and not to upset the politics, like the balance. Because Minerva has enjoyed taking Moshe's old spot curled up in my arm. She didn't used to stay as long. She would come and curl up for a while, and they would both be on me. But then after a bit, she would always leave, and he would stay the entire night. Now she does. She just curls up under the blanket, sleeps in my arm, and she's perfectly happy. And so I want to respect her. She's been waiting for a long time to be top cat, and let her be top cat. And I want to let him enjoy it a bit, because I suspect any other cat I get would probably also push him back down the totem pole. He's a pretty mellow boy. He's bold enough that he can survive here. Minerva is cruel to beta cats. Like if the cat is not assertive at all, she's horrifying. But he doesn't fight back much. He's it's just enough that it works, but he's always gonna be outright. See, look, he's going down right now just because she's in the room. She's not even looking at me. She's just in the room. She's on the corner of the desk over here, and that's enough. So,
That's cool. Well,
anyway,
I truly believe
that
that
for a while.
animals, they have some human characteristics. You have the dominant. Oh, there she is.
You're just standing in front of the. I couldn't see you for a minute because she was standing right in front of it. Yeah. It's like they have some human characteristics, but vice versa. It's more like it's just a matter of degree, not kind. We're all mammals, so they have a lot of personality because they're more like us than not. They're just they're not going to build spaceships, but they have a lot of personality.
They have different personalities. Exactly, they have different personalities. Because I work with kids, so I see a lot of similarities between like the kids' personalities and the. I most likely I'm a dog person. I'm terrified of cats. I have PTSD from cats. So cats terrifies me, by the way. They are unpredictable. This is the one.
They definitely can be.
This is the one thing that you can say about all cats.
Yeah, they can be, but if you get to know them, it actually gets easier and easier. But you have to observe them for a long time. But a lot of people, it's tough because cats and dogs are very different. They have very different psychologies, and you have to be willing to respect their needs and what they require, and then observe them and figure out those different personality differences. People who spend a lot more time around dogs tend not to know what cats would need, and vice versa. I've known a lot of cat people that are clueless around dogs too. I
got the warning.
The second language. I was more naturally comfortable with cats. I had to learn, what does a dog need? How does this work? So it's fun.
Yeah, I got the warning because they need to cycle the panel. So I just want to say thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you, everyone, and I hope to see you tomorrow, inshallah. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
Tomorrow. See you.
With the order, just so everyone knows, Nichelle, you've been waiting forever, so I did want to pass the mic off to you, and then Soul Speak, I know you came up. Kobe, are you here? I can't tell. DM me, and then Steven, and then back to Spades. So, Nichelle, I don't know if you're here.
Oh, and I think there's people requesting too.
Soul speak as well, yeah.
Hopping tonight.
No, I'm
Yeah,
here.
that's right
I'm
after
just like,
Nichelle.
yeah, no, I whatever Liam, Professor Liam wants to talk about. I don't know what you were discussing. There's quite a few things on the radar to talk about. So you lead, and I'll respond.
What? I don't have a topic for tonight. It's like open office hours. We went through a few different things. Somebody asked me what my news was. I've got nothing else, so whoever gets the mic next gets to choose that topic, and then we run with that. And then Nat will cycle it around, and we'll get to different topics.
Got it. Okay. Well, the news of the day that was interesting to me, besides, well, there's two things. The Russian prisoner that was unalived, I found that extremely
Oh yeah, he was just walking and had a heart attack. Oh yeah.
right. Don't buy that. And then one of the things I was going to talk about I was talking about on a different live was the ICJ and their decision or their response to South Africa. I think you were talking about a little bit about that prior. So I heard what you were saying about that, Professor. I wanted to add my 2 cents, only that I really truly believe that these little baby steps, even though they may not seem significant in the short term, to me is just building a case against the Israeli government that they're just not going to be able to recover from. And I know in the midst of all the atrocities that are happening right now and the horrible things that we're seeing coming out of, Gaza with the children and Hind and the other, little girl and the families and all the stories that we've heard, it seems like, all hope is kind of lost and nothing's happening. But I know that you've talked, and I love to hear your perspective about like looking at things historically, right? I just don't see collectively, and again, I'm only speaking from a bigger, broader, take a step way back and look at how Israel is going to be perceived in the future and how that's going to impact their standing on the global stage. I really don't think that they're going to be able to come back from this in terms of, and specifically what I'm saying is reputation wise, right? This good, moral, pure, place that they declare themselves to be. And so I was just wanting your thoughts maybe on that, because I actually have the ruling pulled up because I was curious just to see why, after such a successful hearing that they had on the 26th, getting those provisions, why they decided before the 30 days. Remember, the ICJ gave Israel 30 days to kind of comply and bring back a report, and that's not going to be until February 26th. Why South Africa decided to, even in the interim of that, request from the court, to do something else specifically with Rafah. And so I know a lot of people were very, discouraged and frustrated by that. From what I'm reading, this is just my layperson, just from what I'm reading, it just basically says the ICJ is saying that the provisions that they had already issued, Israel should have been following, and it's going to be up to whether or not they follow through with that. You know what I mean? So just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Sorry, my dogs are barking.
Yeah, and on the matter of reputation and how this whole process, as it's playing out over the next few years, is going to affect things. Not to mention, again, all the TikToks and Instagram and everything, all the videos, like being able to like see this shit, like you're live tweeting a G site. It's there's definitely some uncharted territory in that, but I think it's worth taking a step back and thinking that, well, pardon me, that earlier on in the state's existence, it was actually more controversial than it became for a long time. There were a lot of countries that were kind of uncomfortable with its creation. It seems weird to think about it now, but for quite a long time, people were more aware of what actually happened in the Nakba than they became. And we're kind of having to make up and return them to that. But the situation really begins to shift in the 60s and 70s in some regards, more favorably, because a lot of like Christian Zionists pick it up and run with it in ways that they weren't doing in the 40s or 50s. It becomes a very significant issue for them politically. It took a while, because again, the state was controversial among Jews. And there's actually a significant history of American Jewish anti and non-Zionism. And it was really a lot more problematic for people in the 50s. It was more of a minority issue. Some people were really into it, but it wasn't like normalized in a way. You could, as late as like the mid as late as the mid 70s.
I was actually shocked to see that. I'm so glad that you brought that up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But that's actually a really big deal. I'm so glad that you brought that up about that it wasn't as popular when it started. Right.
Opinion has shifted over time. Like as late as the mid 1970s, you know, a large majority of the UN General Assembly voted to label Zionism racism. And the fact that they were actively collaborating with the apartheid South Africa government, everyone knew that. I mean, Israel's nuclear program was done collaboratively with apartheid South Africa. They were not quite a pariah because they had a number of like major supporters that were in their camp, but they were not treated with a lot of universal respect. It was much more problematic, and it changed a lot, especially with, and this is one of the reasons that I've always been very critical of the so-called peace process, because that whole turn, what it did was it allowed Israel to sanitize its image at the same time that it was making the occupation worse. Because during the 1990s, while they were doing the so-called peace process, the settler population doubled. Like construction was going gangbusters in there. But they were really, really good at managing the narrative, and there was a lot more people in the diaspora in Europe and the US that were running cover for them because it becomes such a significant issue in Christian identity in a lot of circles, in a lot of evangelical circles. And evangelicals were not actually politically powerful in the 60s. They were actually extremely weak. But by the 1980s, they had gained a significant amount of power. And in the 1990s, they were super powerful politically. So their perspectives became dominant in Congress. And it really shifted the narrative on Israel. And it became a lot more problematic to point to all the awful shit about it. It was harder to say, hey, don't you guys remember this shit? Because no, they're fine. They're changing. It's different. It's all good. Pardon me. What's happening here is, after decades of the so-called peace process grinding to a halt, and instead more and more coverage increasing of some of the worst atrocities. They didn't used to have foreign reporters on the ground. International news did not used to base anybody in the West Bank or the Strip. They just weren't there at all. You go back, 20 some years, and the closest they got was one journalist that was based in Nazareth inside Israel. It's the only one based around any Palestinians, and they're Israeli Arab Palestinians. But that's not the case, and it hasn't been the case for quite some time. There's been tons and tons of reporters on the ground, and they've been documenting elements of the occupation in ways that we weren't seeing in the 90s or 2000s for a while. What didn't occur to people. Social media is also shifting things. What we're seeing is actually a rebalancing. From our circles, there's a tendency I've noticed for a lot of people to overestimate just how much progress the pro-Palestine movement has made, because it's like you're seeing what you see, like you're seeing what's in your feeds and your circles among your friends. It's a lot. There's still a tremendous amount of support for Israel in the broader population in Europe and the U.S., but it has been falling steadily. It's been falling steadily, and it's now about half. So it's about where it was before the major shift. When things were more problematic before. We've righted the ship in a sense, and more spaces are opening up for criticism. The biggest short-term problem we have is that because a lot of the people who are so super into Israel are very powerful, they feel threatened by this shift, and they are coming down hard, which is where you get all the anti-BDS laws and everything else. There's all kinds of shit like that has come up in ways that really couldn't have before, because the pro-Israel lobbies have a lot more sway than they used to. Again, because Christian Zionism is still quite powerful in the U.S. and to some extent in Europe. And we're going to see attempts to repress what people are doing here. You're going to keep seeing that for a while. But keep in mind, and to make it a little bit positive, which I think is where you're going anyway, that is a sign of weakness, not strength. When they're lashing out and trying to ban things, when they're trying to stop people from boycotting, that's a sign that they're scared, because the news is getting out and it's writing that narrative in a sense. It's bringing it back to where Zionism is a bit more like, some people are into it, some people aren't. And its support for it is even falling among American and European Jews. And for a while, that was not the case. Most Jews still think that Israel's existence is a significant part of their identity, and that is a product of decades of Israeli propaganda. But almost half of American Jews now think that there are serious problems with what Israel does and with its behavior, and are getting more comfortable expressing that, where they weren't for a long time. A lot of us people used to have to keep quiet. I used to have conversations with people like, oh yeah, but I could never say that around synagogue, there's no way. That's getting a little easier. There's a ways to go, but it's changing. And in many ways, the understanding of Israel today among American Jews is getting closer to where it was earlier on, where it was more controversial, where it was like, I'm not sure if this is where we should go. You look at the way a lot of people felt about it in the 50s, it was really kind of mixed. There were a lot of people who were really excited about it, and a lot of people that really, they saw this as an attack on Judaism itself and on their culture and their identity and on their safety and everything else. And they were a bit more aware, especially across the colonized and then former colonized world. There were a lot more people aware of the atrocities, and they talked about them, and their governments were willing to talk about them. And that also faded, largely because of the peace process and the way that the Americans and Europeans pushed the peace process and made it seem like everything's going to change, it'll be better, things will be fine for the Palestinians, so you don't have to be bad. Oh, okay. And a lot of countries stopped criticizing it in the way that they used to. That may also shift, but it'll have to be a response to more of what we're doing. So I think there's good cause for hope. That's the long and short of it, which I think is where you were going with this, Nichelle, too. While a lot of these processes will take a long time, where people might want instant gratification because we know there's problems, the fact is things actually are changing. And the long normalization of Israel is over in a way. There's a lot more open space for criticism about it than there was for a while.
Would it be, this is just a follow-up question. When I have in the past talked about, in a way, trying to kind of encourage people, and again, I am simply an ally. I try to be very respectful of that, because as a Black American, allyship to movements, is important. And a lot of times things can be done or said, even in with well-intentioned people, that kind of have to be corrected. From your perspective as an academic, as a historian, when I'm oftentimes talking about the long suffering of this movement, right? I mean, we know that for Palestinians in the region, this has been going on at minimum, 75 plus years. And obviously, a lot of allies are learning about this now since October 7th. I see a lot of parallels with Jim Crow era. I see a lot of parallels in that, in terms of, you know, it took 89 years for it to be dismantled, quote unquote, officially. You know, it took a civil war, it took a constitutional amendment, and then even after that, it's not like, you know, the slaves were set free and we, you know, white people and black people in America just walked away like, oh, okay, you know, my bad, sorry. And we're still growing. And I see that also even like with Indigenous Americans or other marginalized communities. Is it do you see parallels with that in terms of this? It's a systematic thing that we're having to overcome, not just the political of a, hey, if it's an immediate ceasefire, boom, then we're done. No, there's so much more work that has to be done broadly. Is that correct to kind of draw some of those similarities?
It is, and it's tough because sometimes when I point to the longer term and I point out how long some of these things take, people will despair of it, and it gets frustrating, and you want to like, oh, whatever. But the problem a lot of times is that some people will get involved, you know, activist wise behind a particular moment or movement, and they'll deal with a very specific issue, but not the underlying causes, not the deeper problems. And deeper problems, not only are there entrenched political forces, there are tons of like structural forces, economic forces, legal forces that are sort of separate from the political process because laws are in many ways separate from that. They're entrenched over longer periods of time, and economic changes as well. Plus there's cultural and social ones where, again, people's identities have to shift. The way that they think about things has to shift. The way that they approach other people has to shift. Which is why, again, looking at the history of white supremacy is a good one, because, pardon me, what you were kind of pointing to with the fact that, yeah, we dismantled sort of official Jim Crow and then recreated a lot of it in ways that were hidden because the underlying prejudices were not criticized, the specific laws were. We didn't actually deal with a lot of the core problems. And that means that the change is much more slowly and it's generational. So things are improving a bit at a time, right? And each generation of younger people is a little bit better on these issues, but it's a slow process. And we've got something here that is in many ways as bad or worse. It's on a smaller scale than big issues like slavery and white supremacy, or, you know, global empires and things like that. But it touches people on a deeper level because systemic racism was really only created starting in the 17th century. It just wasn't a thing before. People didn't get it. Like, there was always a sense of like difference. Some people were more afraid of difference. Some people were more happy with it. But no one seriously thought that Africans were, you know, subhuman and what this or that. They couldn't do it. It had to be consciously cultivated politically and economically. But once you do that, once you get people to buy into an idea, it's hard to get rid of. It digs in deep cultural roots. And it takes a lot of very systematic self-examination to remove those things. And that's been proceeding very slowly, generationally. This issue is complicated because it touches not only on more recent developments, so, you know, the creation of modern Zionism and Aliyah and everything else that happened there with Palestine, but it touches on questions of Jewish identity and Jewish generational trauma that go back 2 millennia among Christians. So that history plays a real part on both the Jewish and the Christian side in how they look at this and how hard it is for them to look deeply and examine their biases on it. So while the issue itself is smaller, and a lot of the specifics of it are newer than issues like white supremacy, it's similarly complicated, right? It's complicated in ways that I think that imply a similarly long process of change. And if we keep that in mind, it helps not only to manage expectations about short-term setbacks, but it also can keep us busy and active and motivated and focused, because we have to know, again, change is, as somebody reminded us in the comments there, the only constant. It is always going to happen. And the same change that created racism will destroy racism. The same change that created the current form of Zionism will destroy it. It's going to happen. And we're we're making progress along those ways to that kind of change. But it's going to take time because you're unpicking a lot of not only political and legal and economic issues, but social and cultural issues that touch directly on people's sense of identity. And that's hard. It's really, really tough.
Thank you for pointing that. I don't have another question. I was just going to say I wasn't trying to center anything around the Black move at all. I was just pointing out that I see similarities in terms of the way that they do. Palestinians are dehumanized, a lot of the same language, and that this isn't going to be, snap your fingers, say the word ceasefire, and then it's done.
Oh, did someone object?
No. I just always want to say that just in case, because when you were talking about the longevity, that's in the frame and in the context that I bring that up, that this is not going to be a simple,
Right.
okay, they call for a ceasefire, boom, it's done, and guess what? We're all harmonious again.
Right.
It's going to be a longer thing. So
Well, there's a reason. Okay, so if you think about the kinds of things that suck people in, right? And honestly, for people building up in communities like this, for our little groups and our talking, a lot of people are like, oh, Liam seems to know all this shit, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, it's just that a lot of the things that you guys talk about are interconnected, and those are the things that I studied. There's tons of things I know dick about. But racism and nationalism and fascism, are all connected. Imperialism, colonialism, Zionism. These are all tightly interconnected ideas because they have a common core motivating them. So the parallel that you're seeing is why I have a lot of the research interests that I do. And beyond that, like when I start looking into like psychology and evolutionary anthropology and all that kind of shit, or economics, right? Because the economics is deeply implicated in the rise of the nation state and empire, and those drove the creation of racism and everything else. They're all interconnected. So my interests are, in essence, are a way of seeing why your question makes sense, because they are deeply enmeshed. And again, it's why it seems like I probably know more than I do, because I know a lot about a number of specific topics that all interrelate in particular ways that motivated me and interested me, right? But yeah, the parallel you're seeing absolutely is there. And this is going to be a long, long struggle to change.
Honestly, like that was like a really good just couple minutes, and I think like there's so many like parallels, like when people talk about like different points in history. Like I was hearing like on a debate like the other day, there was like a Zionist talking about like look, Germany was able to change their views, and like I exactly. And I think about it, like, and I think like every time like Covey has to be like, click, somebody put me up there to be the voice of like, I don't think you understand how detrimental ideology can be. And
that's a new one, Nat. I've never heard that one before. Whoa.
Dude, no, there are a lot of Jewish people that, and it really is Jewish people that have this belief, and it's Jewish people in the diaspora, obviously not ones living there, that have this belief that like Germany is like,
the fastest growing Jewish population in Europe is in Berlin.
Yeah, exactly. But like, there's so much anti-Semitism there still, and there's so much like people really think that like Germany just like click, and they're supporting Israel, so they must be like on the right path, and it's just not true. So like, yeah, there's just when people think that dismantling an ideology is as simple as defeating a people, like for example, like H group, where they're like, whoa, we defeat the H group and like everything's fine, which is the dumbest like building block, like, which is just not like, like it literally just seems like a toddler knocking down blocks and being like, I won, like you're an idiot, like.
But you know what, Nat, you bring up an excellent point, because when people say, well, this would all be over if they would just surrender. It's like, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that if they just surrendered, it goes back to the same ideology of, okay, Emancipation Proclamation, yay, black and white people were just buddy pals now.
Exactly.
Like, no, like
now though, like even current day, like that ideology is still not gone. Like,
right. So no, actually, that's an excellent point. I'm putting that in the back of my mind about that because it's literally like Professor Liam said. It's all connected. You know that the talking points and the oppression is all connected. But you taught me something new today. I've never heard them say that. I'm like, whoa, that's new. That one's new right there.
Yeah, I'll invite you to Seder. I don't know what to tell you. It's but no, I did just want to say, like, I just wanted to see before we move on. Did you want to get like any water? Like, how's the dog?
The cat's is sitting off my allergies. I'm gonna get a tissue in a sec.
Yeah.
But the Germans have been redeemed to an astonishing degree.
Absolutely.
I mean, in early Israel, no one wanted to import anything. They didn't want to accept anything from the Germans. So like, fuck them. And Germany is the second largest arms supplier to Israel. They're like 28% of all their arms imports. People are quite comfortable dealing with them. And it's not just there, it's broadly. People tend to think that they really have changed. No one looks back at them. No one looks at the Germans today and sees the shadow of Mustache Man. But the core ideologies were never really tackled. They only tackled the surface aspects of it.
Yeah.
And it's really problematic the way that we keep doing that over and over again. The same issue with Japan, the same issue with the US. We didn't. I hear all the time that from the person who said like woke ideology in the comments, and I think one of the mods must have removed the person because the comment went poof right afterwards, but I laughed my ass off when I saw it. That kind of person who's saying woke ideology, those are the kind of people who think that we solved racism in the 60s. Because for them it was just changing a few laws.
No, we changed it when Obama was made president. Remember? There's no racism, according to Nikki Haley. We've never been a racist country. We've never been a racist country.
No,
we had Obama.
Covey said it best one time where she was talking about like the dismantlement like after World War II of like the German just like of the Yazis and everything, and she was like, who do you think rebuilt the government? The leftover Yazis, like the people that's who rebuilt it. Right. So
we put them back in charge, which is why and we did even worse in Japan because at least in Germany we had to divide up responsibility. It's one of the reasons that West Germany was created. West Germany was created because we refused to actually compromise with the Soviets about full denazification and making Germany disarmed and neutral. We want to arm them. We want to put the Nazis back in charge, and we want them in NATO. We wanted them in our camp, in our alliance. So we split it up. But for a while, at least, some progress happened. It's why we got the Nuremberg trials, because there were 4 powers involved. We didn't get the same level of change in Japan because the U.S. got to occupy it alone. And we changed nothing, which means that Japanese textbooks never acknowledged any of their war crimes, never acknowledged the problem of the racism at all. All we did was we imposed a pacifist constitution on them, so-called, and that's it. But the ideology was never touched, which means that there's a lot of really racist shit. Like, we insisted that all the Koreans that they had brought over and all the people that they had working for them and whatnot, we insisted during the occupation that they be made citizens of Japan. And as soon as the American Occupation Authority left, they stripped that citizenship away from them. Because to them, it's like a blood citizenship idea. It's still deeply fucking racist, and it never changed from that. Because we never forced them to examine it at all. Germany made at least a little bit of progress because for a while, there were more people involved and they pushed it along. As soon as that ended, they stopped making any progress in any way on these kind of issues. Yeah, and it's disgusting the degree to which people just don't know that because we don't talk about it. But again, it's always in the interest of our power structures not to talk about it because we did it. We haven't changed either. No one wants to have those conversations.
Agreed. All right, well, I'll let you get your water and stuff. Yeah. Soul Speak, I know you're up next. I don't know if you're here. All right, cool.
I'm here. Hi, everybody.
How's it going?
Good. How's everybody doing? This is a great conversation.
Living the dream.
I know. I got in when everybody was talking about how we're going to package Professor Liam into a small bite size and sprinkle him all over the universe. I love
We're
it.
literally capitalizing him, which is just the most ironic thing ever.
And he's letting us.
I know, we're capitalizing an anarchist.
And he's fully on board.
Yeah. No, everybody needs a little pocket Liam.
I agree.
You know what I think the problem is with our difficulty of talking about a lot of these deeper emotional, psychological issues, the questions of identity, ideology, and it kind of gets also in a way to what somebody said earlier. Even when I get kind of like impassioned about something, I'm never really angry. It's just fun. I kind of like I let out, I blow a little steam off, but I'm never really angry about it. And I think one of the things that makes a lot of this easier for me is that I'm narcissistic as fuck. I never fell into a lot of the ideological traps. I was confused as fuck growing up, and I didn't get sucked down into a lot of these things. I instead had to study them from the outside, and studying them gave me a little bit of distance from a lot of basic questions of identity. Some of the things that honestly made me struggle a lot in life are an advantage in this profession. So think about sport, for example. I have never been able to do team sports. I don't understand the point. Like, I just don't get it. The whole dividing up my team versus your team, and let's like get on the field and like, and like cheering and like we're painting ourselves up and like all that tribal stuff. I just don't get it. Like, I get it academically, scholarly. I can study it. So I get it in a sense, but I don't get it here. Like, I don't feel it. And because I don't feel it, there's a separation, there's a distinction. It's similar also to, and people have asked in many of these past lives about my own kind of like religious views or whatever. One of the problems with a lot of that is that for a lot of religion itself to really work, then it kind of needs a sense of like belief and community and identity that sucks you in. And I don't feel a lot of that. Like, I don't get the religious experience. Like, I don't get caught up in it and feel the passion of the crowd around me. Like, I've gone to services from tons of different faiths and appreciated them, but I appreciate them the same way I appreciate like architecture. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, that's neat. It's cool that they do that. Oh, look, it looks like they get really into this part here. But like, I feel nothing. Like, I just don't get it. So in many ways that. It's a weakness
in front of anyone,
like an outsider.
but Professor Liam,
it's easier to look at some things differently. It gives me a sense of remove, I guess.
can I ask you real quick, and I don't mean to cut in front of anyone, it's just gonna be a real quick question. Do you
No,
feel
you're
that
fine.
very similar emotion towards like the flag? Like, I have a problem with the flag, and I used to have a problem, like, even as a child, when people are like, stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm like, I'm not standing up to pledge anything. And I was like that as a child. Like, no, I know what these words are saying. I'm bothered. I'm gonna sit down. Like,
I didn't do it.
me
I
neither.
didn't stand up.
Okay.
And I was at 3 different schools throughout youth, right? 2 different elementary schools, because I changed partway through, and then at the high school. And each time at the very beginning of it, when the teachers saw that I did that, they always sent me in to complain about it. And it was like, they would ask, why don't you do it? I'm like, well, I don't see the point. Like, I don't get it. Like, why are you doing it? Like, I just, what's the point? Like, so a sense of like supporting your community, which to some degree in the modern world can mean supporting your country. I get that. In certain contexts, I can say, okay, I can be patriotic in the sense that I'm going to help people out among my community and whatever, if there's a disaster, things like that. But the kind of patriotism that gets to become a part of your identity and that gets caught up in symbols and emotional commitments, it literally makes no sense to me. I can't wrap my head around it. So it's a problem in some ways, because it, especially earlier in life, it made it very difficult to relate to a lot of people, but it made me curious to study a lot of these issues and started me down a lot of these particular rabbit holes. And it gives me a little sense of separation from them. It's not the sense, nobody has no biases. I'm not saying, don't take it as some of those weird shit like Liam thinks he's very objective. No one is objective. It's functionally impossible for humans to be objective about any human issue. But I have a degree of separation between myself and a lot of ideological movements that touch on identity and emotion in an emotional way. And it makes it a little easier to study them, right? And not to be kind of caught up in the crowd, I guess. So it's more like that. It's just there's a little bit of space, a gap between me and that, and that's all. But I think that it may be one of the reasons that some of you like my short takes on things, because I can be a lot more blunt about some of these issues and cut the bullshit out, because I don't have to dance around it, because I'm not having to deal with my own ideological commitments, my own religious concerns, what people might think is acceptable. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to get myself in trouble if it need be, with employers or anybody else, if I'm saying something that's true, but they don't like it, because I don't know how to do it differently. Right? It's a flaw that in this specific context is useful. It becomes an asset in other contexts, if that makes sense. And I think that some of you, whether you're thinking it the same way I am or not, are probably hitting on the same basic issue. I think one of the reasons I can cut the shit and just talk about what is actually happening is that I'm not actually part of it in the same way that a lot of other people are. I don't know if that makes sense. But
Actually, could you elaborate on that just a little bit more? Are you saying you feel like you are emotionally detached from it because you don't let the ego that is you get in the way when you're trying to explain something, or when you're trying to understand it for yourself? Is that what you're saying?
No, not as much the sense of ego or in explaining things. It's more a matter of I don't feel the attachments to them at all. So when somebody has a hard time dealing with America's history of racism and war crimes, it often is rooted on some unconscious level to the fact that they love their country. They're patriotic, or they're nationalist or something. There's some level in which they love their community so much that they can't really imagine that it could be doing something that fucked up. And I can live here and I can love my environment. I love the trees I live around. I love the community. I like people. It's great. But I don't feel that I need to defend it from realities. If my community is beautiful. I love people here. I interact with tons of neighbors, but about 3/4 of the people in this community are batshit fucking crazy right wingers, but I have great social relations with them. I still talk to them. They're insane, but I don't feel that I need to justify it or explain it or defend it, because I'm not an insider to their sense of community or their sense of self, or, I'm not part of it. I'm always a little bit apart from that sense of community. I have a hard time with the kind of reflexive tribal aspects of humanity, right? The team aspect. I get it on an intellectual level. It's one of the reasons I'm so committed to a lot of my philosophical positions, like let's work together collaboratively as good little anarchists, like we were talking earlier about doing a project. Those are my principles. But I don't get the whole like rah my team kind of thing. And that's true whether it's a team I'm on or not. That it doesn't hit me in the same way. And that is in some contexts genuinely hard. It complicates my relations with people. It complicates emotional relationship with people. It's tough in some ways. In this specific context, it makes it a little easier for me to analyze some of those things, because I don't have a horse in the race, so to speak. I'm not caught up in it. I don't have to defend my team or my home. Does that help?
Yeah, no, it does. And I think that is part of your superpower, is that you're able to look at things objectively, not because you think you need to for people to hear you, but that's just how you are. And I think that's how you're able to reach everybody.
Yeah. And again, it's not objective in that way. It's more, it's a different kind of approach, because it's still subjective. It's my subjectivity, but my subjectivity comes from from a brain with a broken tribal aspect of it. Like I don't feel the emotional connection to groups and to group identity in a way that I think is very natural and unconscious for people, in the same way that a lot of the religious commitments are. Because the way people describe the religious experience, the spiritual experience, it sounds beautiful. I wish to God I could have experienced it at some point in my life. That sense of like, I'm part of this group and we're all together and we're praying and we feel the presence of this, that, or the other divine. I'm sitting there and I'm analyzing. It's so, okay, this is interesting too. Countless people have told me when they're listening to music, they have an emotional response to it. It brings up certain emotional memories. No music has ever caused an emotional response in me. When I'm listening to music, it doesn't matter if it's jazz, classical, metal, whatever, I'm thinking about it. I listen to the lyrics, I follow the melodies, I listen to the structure of it. I'm listening to like complex music, like a lot of like, classical orchestral type stuff. I'm taking it apart sonically and hearing the different instruments that are involved. It's all hyper analytical. It's not emotional. I'm singularly incapable of having an emotional experience with music. It's analytical in the same way that all the rest of this shit is. And yes, it is sad. I agree, Cody. It's because I hear the way other people talk about it. It's great. I would love to have that kind of spiritual, emotional experiences. I don't have them. But rather than, I guess, feeling depressed about that as just a defect, I've always tried to like look at the bright side. Well, it lets me do some other things that are harder for other people. So it's like a little different that way, But it's, I don't know. It just, my appreciation is on a little bit level. Somebody asked me about rhythm. For me, rhythm, it's mathematical. I like the patterns. I'm fascinated by the patterns. So I think about the patterns and I try to replicate the patterns. So that's kind of neat. But rhythm in the sense of moving you, I can't dance. Like I can wiggle a little bit because it's fun. Like because I'm a dork, and I like being dorky, but I literally do not understand the concept of dance. Like I watch people do it. I watch people doing their dancing and they're moving around and to me, it's like I in my own my own internal narrative, it's like, it's human wiggling. Like they're wiggling. Like, what are they doing? Like, it's just some weird tribal wiggling. I don't get it. Like on an emotional level. Yeah, it's primordial. And it would be nice to appreciate it. I can only appreciate it analytically. So I can study it, I can watch the movements, I can think about it, but there's nothing intuitive about it. People have tried to teach me certain things and I can't even look at it and follow it. I can't, like, it doesn't make sense. Like I can't figure out the how of it or even the why I would fucking do it. Like, it's just weird. But again, one of the reasons that I'm kind of dorky and I give into that is that it's a way of me, I guess, being comfortable with being sort of wrong, like being like broken in this particular way. I can't appreciate something in exactly the same way other people can, but I can appreciate it my way. And that's good enough. And that gives me a reason to be happy. And being happy means I can be my little dorky self. And I'm cool with that. But the way people describe a lot of basic experiences is very difficult for me. Like I'm just like at a blank, like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, to me, it's like some kind of genius level skill if you can understand dancing or cry because of a song or have that spiritually moving experience in church. That's beautiful. It's like amazing. And I have so much respect for people, in part because it doesn't touch me here. So yeah, I don't know, but I think it's useful in some context, and I think that some people have noticed things like that.
So are you saying you can watch Disney's Bambi?
What was that?
Are you saying you could watch Disney's Bambi and your lower lip wouldn't even twitch? Is that what you're saying?
I worked hard at a lot of films. It's difficult. Like some things, like don't Bambi. No, it never did anything. But there's a lot of films where I do like. In order to do it, what I have to do is I still have to approach it differently. I have to concentrate carefully on the structure of the story. So when people are watching things with me, they get lost in characters. They can always ask me. I know the names of all the characters. I'm following, the structure of the story. But if I can put myself into it in a way, I can still bring about emotional responses because I have emotions like everybody else. I mean, it's not that autistic people lack emotions and my type of autistic people lack emotions. No, we are absolutely emotional as anybody else, but they work differently. And I had to find ways to make it touch me. So yes, I can watch some films and I can literally tear up in a movie. But it's accessed. Yeah, it's accessed differently. I had to find ways to relate to it. And I couldn't for a long time. And I struggled with that one. That one I found my ways too. I've never found a way to, like, I don't know, dance, but other than my wiggling, like I have fun, like, I'll do like little goofy things, like, I do goofy shit, but I don't get like, I can't actually get the whole experience of wanting to be on the dance floor and moving with people and moving in the crowd or whatever. I haven't found a way to do that, but I absolutely have emotional reactions to film. But film is different from music because with film, it's, I can immerse myself in it in a way because I can follow something visually as well and think about the structure of a story. Where with music, it's much more abstract in a way because it's not usually telling a very linear story. It's much shorter, so it gives you less time to get invested in something. It doesn't generally have the visuals that go with it. There's enough elements added to film that it gives me more things I can latch onto and find my own way to it, which I did. So, I'm happy with that. There's a lot of like guys that are like, oh my God, I would never cry in a movie. I'm like, no, I will absolutely, I'm perfectly happy to sit there and like, if this episode touched me, like, oh shit, like, there you go. But it's cool because it means that I was actually able to feel something in the story and get into it. And that's cool. But it took learning a way to do that. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. I think we can all appreciate that that side of you, Liam. We don't get to see it often. So just going back, because I hopped onto this live when everybody was talking about how we can get your message out there. Not to go all the way back, but now that we're having this conversation, I was just imagining you I was thinking we should get Liam on a master class. Like you should have your own master class. Now I'm thinking we should get you on Dancing with the Stars. Maybe we should do that first. Loosen you up some.
I would be standing there. Like it would be the most spectacularly embarrassing thing that people be using in like memes for years. It's time to go out and dance. I'm just like, and I would forget all the moves I was supposed to do. It'd be very robotic too, because I would have to just memorize a routine, because I don't get it. But it'd be funny as hell. I did dance once publicly, but this was a day-long project, and I don't like admitting to it. But it's fun as a story, I suppose. My brother's second wedding, the family he was marrying into had more money. They splashed out for a big wedding reception and all this stuff. There's tons of money, so it was like big open bar and everything, the whole to do. And they had me going from the whole day long. And I think I had like, there was a beer at some point and some shots at some point, but like at the reception, I think I had 17 mixed drinks over the hours. And I was still like, it takes a lot to really affect my thinking. I was still perfectly rational, went up to the hotel room afterwards, perfectly fine. But, but it did make it easier for me to at least hang out with other people and try to do what they're doing. And it was just a kind of like mimicry. Like I'm looking at them and I at least felt a little bit less I felt less self-conscious about the fact that I had no fucking idea what was happening. Like I was completely confused. But I was able to set aside the confusion and just be okay with it. But it took an obscene amount of work. I mean, my brother's father-in-law spent a shitload of money to get me to dance for 10 minutes. So, and that was all they got me out of me anyway. But it was cool. It's a neat memory, that I did it. But it was, yeah. That's literally the only time in my life when I've been on a dance floor to to try anything, you know, and they're like, come on, okay, whatever, that's fine. It was a neat experience. I'm glad I did it once.
Yeah, that's great. I can't think of any questions right now. I had them before. I'm sorry, my brain's all over the place. If somebody else wants to go before me, that's fine. And if you guys need me to drop in circle, I'll be here all night. Whatever works. I can't think of
Yeah.
any good questions right now.
Yeah. Sorry,
Well, we're
go
thinking
ahead.
about who might go next. I'm
Steven was the next one waiting in
We're
line.
gonna go back to Layman just because he offered to drop. He was here way before any of us, actually. So yeah, but we will go back to him. But yeah, go ahead, leave.
the second one I hit or something like
Yeah,
that. Right?
literally. So I was like, I feel so bad.
I was thinking I was just going to have the leftovers of this, and that would be enough. But honestly, it's felt nice. It's like good, warm. I'm gonna start a pot, and it'll take a few minutes. Then I can go back and forth a couple times and get it. But if you could, do you guys mind if I start a pot up brewing?
Yeah, go for it, dude.
Okay, cool. So you guys can chat about something, but I'm gonna go run quickly do that. Here, be entertaining somehow.
And yeah, like Layman, before you do ask your question, there was one in chat that I just wanted to because I know they've been asking and it's in regards to Biden and his idea of a two-state and just like the kind of just like overall like how much he even really cares about this subject, which not Liam but Biden. But I know someone kind of wanted to get his perspective on that first. I know your question, Layman, so we can wait until Liam gets back. But yeah, no, I think we I feel like we go into this subject like every once in a while, like at least once per Liam's live, where it's just like, wow, autistic people kind of like have a special power of knowing like this is wrong. And it's yeah, it's just kind of it's interesting to see.
Well, you know, and I'm
The
gonna
difference.
cut in here if you don't mind.
No, you're fine.
recently
Yeah, we're just
found out-
discussing like, so go for it. Yeah, no worries.
I just recently found out that I'm autistic, so like
Yeah.
this is a whole new world for me, and I'm starting like to connect the dots with other autistic people, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I think that way too. And it's interesting because like I feel like I have a very and it like they talk about the moral compass of like autistic people, like when people recognize like what's wrong, it's like
Yeah.
definitely wrong. And you know, and it's interesting hearing this conversation about like not being an air quote team player or air quote patriotic and air quote like all these things, and I'm like, that was my entire life. And it's amazing to connect with people very similar, because I personally never was on board with a lot of ideologies, and I never understood why. And with now this recent diagnosis, like it's like literally it's fresh out the gate, like maybe a month old.
Yeah.
And I'm just like starting to realize like, wow, like there are people similar to me, and it's not necessarily a problem, because like all my life it's been told to me like this is a problem, you know, like I'm the problem. And now I'm just like, no, I'm not. Like this is kind of like a very and someone put it in the chat, I think it was like Danny put it in the chat, like a kind of like a overscope of things, of how you look at things. Like you take a step back, and like before I take a position on anything, like I go into this kind of monotropism where I have to learn about everything before I make a decision on the stance I take. And I don't know if it's similar to other autistic people, but like I literally, and it like keeps me up at night. Like I will
Yeah.
literally stay up 24 hours researching stuff before I take a stance on anything. And it's like I have to know the components as to the background information before I can be like, this is where I stand. Anyways, that's my 2 cents.
No, I know. And honestly, like, I mean, like, I'm autistic too, and like, I think there's a lot of people who are in the spectrum, who join movements like that, and or this, and like, also just are attracted to, certain categories, and fixations has always been a thing. No one's a monolith. No people are a monolith, including people on the spectrum. But I do think there's like a certain just like that no filter sense of just like, no, I call bullshit. Like that you kind of like have that kind of I don't know, it's like a sixth sense. Like I feel like I grew up Jewish, and I never subscribed to like any kind of like Zionism or pro-Israeli stuff because it just didn't make sense to me. Like objectively, I couldn't understand it. Like I just like I remember growing up and people just being like, no, like there's this random place in the Middle East, and like that's where you're from, and like you own that place, and like we're all gonna move there someday. And it was just the weirdest, just like, dude, I'm at temple right now. Like I was having a really good time singing dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. Why are you talking about Israel? Like I just want to celebrate Hanukkah right now. Like I don't get what's going on here.
Yeah, no, and I completely concur with everything you stated. And like my grandmother was Jewish, and like she survived, the Holocaust, and she was displaced from Hungary. And she like I it was one of the lives I was like, she never brought up Zionism. Like why
Yeah.
is that? And it was like, well, for a lot of Jewish people, like they were either against it or just like didn't, talk about it. And it's interesting because as, a person of this position with, a descendant from that, it's like, I truly, and I personally have been called anti-sesame, and I'm like, no, I don't think that's possible because I'm a descendant of the thing you keep bringing up. And like what I've learned is that this particular, Zionism is a political agenda, period. Like it's not religious, it's not anything else, it's political. And, it's built
Modern
out of a
day,
lot
yes.
of
Yeah.
violence, and, like my grandmother has always taught me, like just to recognize the warning signs and, make sure it doesn't happen in the world again. And here we are today. And it's like, I can't idly sit by because
Yeah.
of what my grandmother taught me, which is like an interesting perspective because she survived, like her family, which is my family, was unalived during that. And it's like I have lost family history because of that. And people call me anti-sesame, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Cause like I've literally like there's that
Yeah.
hereditary pain and trauma. And it's like that doesn't make any like, and it's, when that kind of rhetoric is spit out at me, it's mind blowing and mind boggling. Cause it's also like y these people, like, I mean, gosh, like they're so brainwashed that they can't like just have a moment to reflect, to be like, am I right? Am I wrong? And I've had that existential crisis so many times in my life. Like I've literally broke down with like, am I right with my beliefs? Am I wrong with my beliefs? And once I've studied and I've taken a position, and I've researched and have an affirmed decision, like, no, this is what's right. It's like there's really nothing that'll knock it, and it's I don't know, girl, I'm rambling.
You can see. And I think that is a good transition into like Layman. I know like the sentiments you're about to bring up, and like it's the, I feel like as like an anti-Zionist Jew, we kind of like grapple with like a lot, where we're kind of like pushed in so many directions. And like Liam, I've said this to you before, where like I've never felt more alone than I did after October 7th, because I didn't feel part of like either community, like in a sense, because like I feel like it's like really hard to deal with like actual anti-Semitism that absolutely exists, and you have to be able to call it out, where at the same time you have to be able to stand for Palestine, and it's a hard line to kind of draw. And like I know Layman, like that's kind of where you were trying to go to, is like you had some questions. I know there's some lives you've been on where like you've kind of been like Like I know you're anti Zionist, and I believe you're Jewish and pro-Palestinian. So if you want to start asking your questions, go for it, man.
Thank you. So I was going to because I've always argued against like when I don't know why, but people love to come up and they like we'll be having such a good dialogue about what's currently happening, and then they go straight to doing erasure and like bringing up the Khazar theory and shit like that. And it's like, where did the segue even come for some shit like this? Like how? And then so I really did a deep dive in the past couple of weeks on it, and like in the studies I've read, they're saying it's debunked linguistically with Yiddish, is debunked historically just across the board with migrations and evidence, is debunked genetically because the three dudes in Israel who came up with this with the idea anyways, the theory, they didn't even test Ashkenazi people. They only tested Armenian and what was the other one? Armenian and God, I'm blanking. Georgian people.
It's something else near the Caucasus, yeah. But the problem there is that they had no actual Khazars to test because there aren't any. I mean, they were assimilated and ceased to exist many centuries ago. So what would you even do? So when the kind of claims it was making are nonsensical. The better evidence against it genetically is the fact that Ashkenazim actually do carry Levantine genetic markers in the same way that like the Beta Israel and the Bene Israel and all these communities all around the world do. You can still find the Kohen lines, and those Kohen lines go back to the Levant. So it's you just can't do it. It doesn't make any sense. Not only can you not find Khazars to connect them to, they literally have Levantine Stone Age DNA still.
Yeah. And like also it says genome wide, and people's argument is like one part of the genome, and then also you have no Khazars. So then you have this one part of the when genome wide studies debunk what they're saying. But I guess I really wanted like your take, and if you had any sources or anywhere I can really go look for a good source without a paywall or a book, maybe.
Oh, a source about them that specifically?
Like just really debunking the absolute shit out of this.
Yeah, no, the debunking stuff that I've read are all in science journals, as well as like, the beyond that, it's where it comes up in the linguistic, anthropological, and historical stuff. It's the fact that, well, you don't. It's not looking for the Khazars. It's like we literally know where the Ashkenazim came from. We can trace the origins of the community in Western Germany. So it's knowing that history. And if you know that history and that early origin at the end of the Roman period, when we can see those communities rising in that period, then it makes no sense that you could possibly have gotten, like, how the hell do you, the Khazars didn't exist when the Ashkenazim showed up on the scene. Like no one knew what the hell they were. They hadn't even migrated into the region yet. Somebody asked what they are. The Khazars are a Turkic people that migrated in along with tons of other ones, Kipchaks, Cumans, Pechenegs. There's tons and tons of populations that mixed in, assimilated, migrated, that we've completely forgotten and lost their names. Khazars are among them. I mean, who today knows who the fuck the Cumans or Kipchak peoples are? But there's tons of Turkic populations migrating around, and as they begin to settle, they tend to change identities. They blend into other contexts around them. The Khazars settled in an area kind of like, so a little east of Ukraine and like north of the Caspian Sea, kind of like this broad area, kind of like very close to where the Alan population was, if anybody knows that. So like, heading up through the North Caucasus in antiquity. And when they settled in that region, they later assimilated into like Alan culture and a whole bunch of other ones and just ceased to exist. But they were for a while a short-lived Turkic confederacy living in a portion of what is today Eastern Europe. and then cease to exist. Well, what people try to do is they argue that because there is a story within old Jewish accounts of this traveler going there and describes how the ruling class decided to convert to Judaism, which may be true because that does happen in places. For example, it happened in Yemen and caused an invasion in response to it. So we know it does happen that ruling classes can choose Judaism. Be pretty uncommon, but it does happen. But you can't even prove it happened because there's no other source describing it. And B, you don't know if the population as a whole converted or only that ruling class. And C, it's irrelevant because those populations all assimilated into the surrounding cultures. If you want to chase down some possible remnant of Khazars, maybe you can find them amongst like the Bukharan Jews of Central Asia. Because if they decided to stay if they converted to Judaism and decided to stay Jewish when their population decided to become Muslim or something else, then they would have had to find another Jewish community to join. And there was a pre-existing Jewish community from antiquity that had moved up from the Persian world ages ago and lived in Central Asia. So, but the same thing, the Central Asian Jews, they also have Levantine DNA because they migrated and settled there. But it's possible some small element of Khazars would have blended in with that population as a tiny component of it at some point, but that's the best you could do. There's no way in fuck you could say the Khazars got all the way across Europe and became the Ashkenazi Jews. And that's what people are doing. It's just literally a racist conspiracy theory that some people, including some people who hate being Jewish and hate Jews, have decided to latch onto. And it's honestly disturbing that, I mean, the Israeli Shlomo Sand, a historian who's done some genuinely good work, because he hates his own Jewish identity. He's from like a leftist Israeli family that didn't like Zionism, and it took him down a rabbit hole where he ended up hating his Jewish identity as well and looking for some way to distance himself from it and some way to fundamentally delegitimize the Zionist migration from Europe. So he latched onto it and incorporated it into a book of his that ended up becoming a bestseller. And it's unfortunate because we all piled on it and pointed out this part of this book is complete bullshit. There are other parts that are fine. That part of that book is complete bullshit, but it was part of his personal struggles that took him in that direction. But what it does is it does legitimize it for some people. But you guys have to understand, history is just like the sciences and everything else. You can find scientists who will deny climate change, anthropogenic climate change. You can find them. There's not many of them, but they exist. Because there's idiots out there. They're not all bought off. There literally are people who can delude themselves into thinking particular ways. Humans are humans. We mess up. That's why peer review exists. So I hate it when the daytime talk shows come up and a new scientific study says if you drink red wine, you'll live to be 100. Like, okay, cool. A study says means nothing. Reproduce that result with different methodologies several times, and then you've got a story. Because science, that's how science works. It's literally the same with history. We put something out, and people attack it. And the good stuff rises to the top. And the Khazar thesis was already at the bottom when Sand used it. It's just trash. But because somebody who actually has a degree wrote it, that's why you guys keep seeing it. And it's sad. So it's like pointing to climate change deniers.
The people you were talking about that they could have become, you said the Kosim, or the, how do you spell it? The Kosim?
I didn't hear the first part of the question, so I don't know what you're asking.
What was your mention of the Kosim people?
The Khazars?
No, Kosim.
I don't know what Kosim means, so I don't.
Oh, no. I think I think you were talking about a couple different groups that also kind of died out. So it wasn't Kosim. It was
yeah.
Kumans
and Kipchaks and Pechenegs and whatnot. Like how did the Hungarians end up in Europe? The Magyars. The Magyars were much farther east. They were attacked by Pechenegs, so they moved westward and they moved into the Carpathians. And then the Pechenegs moved in after them and ended up settling, in what's today like parts of western Ukraine. They don't exist anymore. The Pechenegs assimilated into the pre-existing Slavic framework. So there are none. You can't go and do a genetic test on Pecheneg peoples today because as a distinct culture, they ceased to exist many hundreds of years ago. Coslars are in the same situation.
I think
there's like the word.
sorry, Layman, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like one of like the biggest reasons you're asking this is kind of out of the frustration of like we like when we go on like debate spaces, it really is a predominant like topic we see. Yeah, go for it. And like I think like what you really want is you want like resources to be able to like pull up and be like you're wrong, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I already have like sources, but
But
and
they're
then
not
also
gonna
like,
listen to you. It's like the like it like kind of like what like Liam was saying, like just like you're arguing with like climate change deniers or like I usually talk about just like arguing with like flat earthers. Like you can pull up like a source and they'll pull up like five more to be like, no, I found this crazy guy on the street and he told me otherwise.
okay,
And like, yeah, I don't know. Dude, like I feel your frustration.
I just
And
think
like
some
I see the
people got
widespreadness.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
I just think some people got like bamboozled with it, and if they knew the context and
Yeah.
like the story behind it and all the lore and like they knew everything, then they would be like, oh, well, shit, I didn't know this, because like I did talk to someone who like literally like I talked to someone who thought it was a thing, and then I broke it down for them, and now they're like, oh, my bad. Like I
Yeah.
didn't.
Well, and I mean that's how easy it can be, right? Like I feel like most people like are like an orange, like you peel back the layers of a story for them and they're like, "Oh, like I didn't even think about it that way." And like they're kind of easy to kind of sway. And I feel like that's like a good 80% of people. And I feel like the problem is there can be a good amount of the like other like 10 to 20% that run the platforms, right? And like sometimes you're really just speaking to the audience. Alan, do not like you are not welcome in this space. Just so you know. Um, but yeah, no, I just I know it's a frustrating theory, and it can kind of get to you, and like there are times where like I want to go up there and like say stuff to them, and it's just I don't know. I feel like you got to pick and choose your battles. Battles.
Yeah. I
Is
get what you're saying.
Steven still available?
I'm still hanging in.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I didn't see who was talking just for a second.
No, you're fine. I was just waiting for Liam to come back, but
I have a couple of questions for y'all actually. Is it a good time, or are you still on something?
Well, I before we ended this, definitely it's your turn next, and I appreciate you waiting. But like Layman, like I know where you're coming from, and I think like Liam, like what would you recommend? Like how would you handle this? Because it unfortunately it really has been widespread. Like there is like a large audience that goes to certain places, they hear the theory, they repeat it, and how would you deal with that?
With the rhetoric around hussars?
Yeah, it's become like the rhetoric behind that, and then like we've seen it like trickle down from the Khazar to back to like Elders of Zion, and it really it's coming back in like full-fledged fashion, and like I think like it really is a conversation that needs to be had of like how
There is
would you approach this?
there is no other real way to approach it than to constantly police the spaces. And I don't mean in the sense of like attacking people, but I mean like educating ourselves so that we know, and then educate people every time it comes up. Every time. Point out exactly why it's wrong. And eventually it's discredited in enough minds. And you know, show the receipts in a sense. That's where it's harder for me to show sources for things like this that aren't behind, you know, scientific journal paywalls or aren't books. that's where the trick there is. So one thing that you can do for sources is point people to people like me. There's plenty of scholars out there who talk about Jewish history and Middle East history and Central Asian history, and any of those disciplines can easily point out that this is complete horse shit, right? And you've at least got people that can do that from their areas of expertise. From a lot of this, I can easily come at it just from European history, from doing that too, because we literally know where the freaking Ashkenazim come from. But there's no really good single easy online source that I know of, because I honestly don't often even look for things like that, so I honestly can't help there. But if you do want journals and you do want some good books that talk about the origins of Ashkenazim, I can do that. But I don't think it really helps you layman. But I think that what we do need to do is constantly talk about it, address it every time it comes up. And this is one of the things that came up when I was talking with Goldie before about planning information sessions. If you were coming up with like an educational space, like the kind of like Panther style community education thing we were talking about doing, one of them we want to have is a day where I'm going to walk people through tons of anti-Semitic tropes historically, ones that developed in European history, were used a long time, talk about those, and then show examples of that rhetoric today that, people can recognize, that they can see it not only among like the neo-Yazis, but also unfortunately in our spaces, so that people can better recognize them if they know what they are. This is one of the reasons I constantly talk about the AIPAC issue, and it's hard. I hate doing it because I fucking hate lobbyists. Lobbying is evil. And AIPAC is an unusually bad lobby. It's a fucking horrible lobby with terrible politics. But when people say that they're not Americans, that it's Israeli money, well, that's bullshit. It's not like foreign Jewish capital. That's literally the whole Jewish money controls the world anti-Semitic trope. It's literally racist. Yes. AIPAC is horrible, but it's because lobbying is fucking horrible. But when we talk about AIPAC so much in these spaces, and we're not talking about the other ethnic lobbies, what about the Arab American lobbies and the Filipino American lobbies and everything else? It's not like there aren't other American ethnic lobbies. AIPAC is very visible. They have a lot of money. They have terrible fucking politics, right? Terrible. So I am not a fan. I hate having to have this conversation because I fucking hate these guys. But I have to defend the fact that they're actually American Jews. That it's just a simple fact. And calling it out is literally using a 19th century European anti-Semitic trope, and it harms the Palestinian movement because Jews hear it differently than you think they do. And it's turning away from us. It's alien.
Yeah. Well, and like that's the thing, and I think like all of us can agree we're all here for one thing, and that's Palestinian liberation. And anything and everything that gets in the way of that is detrimental.
Yes. Exactly.
And as an anti-Zionist Jewish person, and you as well, I know these dog whistles from the back of, like, from my heart. I've known them since I was a kid. Like, I know you. I have walked with you time and time again. I know your dog whistle. Literally, like, sometimes I hear that song in the back of my head when I, like, hear the dog whistles. And I literally, like, the other day, like, heard someone saying, like, it's not, like, bad to say the Jews control the banks in Hollywood. It's a simple fact. And and everyone in the comments started being like, true. And I remember just being like I tasted metal for the first time in my mouth since the first time I heard Trump proudly say he was a nationalist. And it was like the same feeling of like, oh,
Kelly, that's
back.
cute.
We're back
exactly.
Again.
Jews don't control banks or Hollywood. They just fucking don't. They never have. All you're talking about is some well-off people. Some rich people are Jewish. Most rich people aren't. Go figure. The reason that Jews end up being prominent in some industries is partly because they were pushed into certain fields, like banking or entertainment. Go figure, right? Out of long European history. So they have certain expertise, and they end up playing a part in those. But they're always playing a part among many other parts. Most billionaires are not Jews. Most bankers are not Jews. Some bankers are Jews.
Yeah.
It's just,
well, and it's a simple Google search. It's a simple Google search.
So a lot of Jews ended up becoming lawyers. Yeah, go figure. But it doesn't mean we dominate the legal profession. It's nonsensical.
No. No, it's a simple Google search of just, oh, why did Jews have to control money? Oh, like Christians weren't allowed to like dabble with money. Oh, got it. Oh, okay. Oh, the Rothschilds got famous for that because like they were one out of a million that like got money out of it. Oh, got it. The most of them just lived simple banker lives. Got it. Like it's such an easy argument to defeat, but nobody wants to do it.
Right. It's just it's so offensive, especially given that the vast majority of Jews in Europe were dirt fucking poor and benefited nothing at all from that. And every time Jews got well off, the governments stole the money and kicked them out. Every fucking time they were expelled from England, they were expelled from Spain, they were over and over and over again because the states had to depend upon them for loans, and then they got pissed about that, so they seized their assets so they could stop depending on it for a while and kick them out. And eventually Christians just said, well, fuck it, we'll just change the laws in our own religion. But it's not like Jews ever really benefited from this at all. And they always were a minority of bankers. It's just dumb. I mean,
yes. It's literally dumb. It's the dumbest thing. Like I know, like for example, like my family like came here and were jewelers, and they're jewelers for a specific reason because it was the only profession they were allowed to have. Like the only profession. So my family came from jewelers, not because we're like greedy little diamond people, because it was the only thing we could do.
You're responsible for all those blood diamonds, you evil
Literally, like it was the only thing we were allowed to do.
One of the things about the like far right people especially, but anti-Semites in general, is it's like anyone they don't like is Jewish. You know, like even
Yes.
if they're not Jewish, they'll be like, oh well, they're basically Jewish. You know, and that's part of what makes it such a convenient form of bigotry for the alt right.
I just had I just had to block some asshole on Reddit recently that was just going after me on this whole issue of like they were convinced that most of Congress were dual citizens, were like literally Israeli, and didn't even understand the concept of citizenship. I pointed out like, okay, so like they literally thought that having dual citizenship doesn't make you Israeli. No, if you have an American passport and an Israeli passport, you are both. It doesn't mean you're some weird separate category. You literally have two identities. Go figure. But they were arguing that Congress had all been given Israeli citizenship. It's literally false. As far as I know, not a single person in Congress has dual citizenship. If there are any, it's never been proven in public and they've never admitted to it. There are some Jews. There are a small minority of Congress. The vast majority of Congress are not Jewish, but there are some Jews there. But arguing that A, all those Jews are Israelis is wrong, and B, arguing that most of Congress are Israelis is just factually wrong. And all it is new window dressing on the old anti-Semitic conspiracy: the Jews control government. Jews manipulate governments for their own end. That's it. So yeah, it gets back to what we want to do with Goldie. We want to have a day where there's an educational seminar. I'm going to explain all the shit that you and I, Nat, will have heard before. Like I'm going to walk through all these historical tropes and then show them, like okay, here's how this has worked before. Does this sound at all familiar? And people will think of examples. Oh shit, yeah, I've heard something like that before. And then I'll walk them through how the version in our space is the same story, and that it's just us picking things up from these fucking Yahtzees. And it's really, really, really bad for us to do that. It completely discredits this movement. The more this catches on, the more fucked we are. So
I agree.
The whole what can we do about this? You have to call it out every fucking time and do it factually.
So here's the thing about the whole like
and, before empathy, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure, just because we are taking turns on the panel, and Layman, like, I know you, like, waited for such a long time, so I just want to, like, give you a chance to, like, any other, like, stuff you wanted to ask, say, like, I just wanted to make sure you were done with, like, anything.
I was gonna join in with the storytelling. I had this one kid, when I was in middle school, he had, like, this World War II book, and he kept on showing me the Tiger tank. Like, out of all the tanks, dude wanted to show me the Tiger tank so bad every single day. And then he did a Roman salute, and then like one day, and then we fought. Like it's just like straight up through hands.
Trust me, dude, we can sit up here and tell anti-Semitic stories from youth all day. It sucks.
I had, okay, so this is hard because it was so insidious because I heard him do it repeatedly when I was younger. So some friends in elementary school, right? we used to like change the lyrics of songs, and that habit stayed all the way through high school. And they were usually like just obviously bad sex references and drug references and all kinds of stupid shit. We'd change the lyrics of popular songs to have fun with it, right? But he got like obsessed with one of them where he took I can't remember which Christmas carol it is. It's the one that's like, dashing through the snow in a one horse open sleigh. I can't remember the name of the song though, but it's like, and I won't sing the rest of it because it's horrific. But it's like seared into my memory from hearing him getting other people singing it. And it's like dashing through the snow in a black Mercedes Benz, and you can kind of guess where it goes from there.
Got it.
It's like, what the fuck, dude? And yeah, that shit is just it's in the air, so to speak. It's part of our cultural inheritance in a Western country because Europe is anti-Semitic as fuck. So these things are just there. They're available, which means that people can latch onto them. And one of the problems has often been that Israelis are generally Jewish and they are oppressing people. And these other people have talked about how Jews are bad. So, and then you kind of latch onto that and you borrow those tropes and you end up repeating the same nonsense that Christians use to justify their own racism. It's a horrific cycle. It makes sense why it happens, but it's deeply, deeply harmful. And if we can call it out in a factual way over and over again, it'll make it harder for other people to fall for it in the first place. And it can slowly push it out of these spaces. But if you just say it's wrong, if you just say that's anti-Semitic, but don't explain why, then people are going to dismiss that and they're going to keep sharing it over and over and over again. We have to tell people why it's anti-Semitic and why it's factually inaccurate. And I think enough people in the Pali spaces care that it won't touch. We don't have in a lot of these spaces the same theological and emotional reasons to hate Jews that Christians had before. So I think that it's possible to push it out, where that's a lot harder if you're dealing with like European nationalists and traditional Christianity. Like we can overcome it, I think, but we have to be very diligent about it and give people the whys of it for it to really work. Oh God, I got that song in my head. Somebody sing something, please. Like just anything. God damn it. Fucking Bobby, I still want to fucking punch him for this shit.
Like just remember the I Know You song instead. And
damn Orverm.
It's the worst. But yeah, Layman, was there anything, like any other questions that you had before we move on?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask Liam, if you follow me, we can exchange sources and stack up on sources. Because I want to counter it factually when I do, because it is way too fucking common.
Okay, cool. I can give you some good. I can find you some good sources. If I can't find anything online, and I often don't do it, I can always like scan or photograph some passages about the origins of Ashkenazim in Europe that you can use to point out that here they are centuries before Khazars existed, already there. And that might help. And then I can, if you can't get to them, I can download a PDF copy of some of the genetic studies and then just email them to you from behind paywalls. Because that's one nice thing about university accounts is I get around all those. So I can give you some of the good counters that shut down the study that you're talking about.
Okay, cool. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Lehman.
Happy. I have a quick question for y'all too. And I thought about it too. I forgot again. I bought this like little microphone set. It's supposed to like work with this thing. I can plug in and get better sound, and I keep forgetting to frickin' use it. And it's too late now. So oops. But I don't know how good the microphone is on here. Did you guys hear me cursing up a storm every time I was in the kitchen?
No,
but you're crystal clear right here.
No, I mean, like when I was getting the coffee, I was like, I kept hurting myself, and I was like,
oh no, nope,
because
not a word.
The way I turn my kitchen's like it's on both sides, and the way I turned like to the coffee and the refrigerator and all that, I kept turning and twisting. I hurt my knee recently again. Like I inherited the bad knees that my mother and my uncle have from her side of the my mother's side of the family. Yeah, so there's not enough cartilage in there, and we're susceptible to damage. And I decided I want to try and rebuild some strength in the muscles around it to help buttress that. So I'm taking up an old hobby. I'm going to get back into bowling. I stopped a long while back, and my balls were stolen like in a break-in 12 years ago. So I bought new ones. I finally replaced them. I went bowling recently. It was a great deal of fun. But when I bowl in more recent years, because my knees are getting worse as I get older, I start falling. I blow them out. It's bad. It's going to take a long time to get over that. And I hurt one of these. So it's like, it's fine most of the time, but if I turn just the wrong way, it's like because of the lack of cartilage, it slips a little bit. And wow, that hurts. So it's like, I was honestly hoping you guys couldn't hear.
No, but you just told on yourself, so now we know.
Your books act as a...
Because I remembered this. I was wondering how good, I don't know what the sound is like, and if I was wearing the lapel mic when I walked in there, you guys would have had an earful.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I forgot this.
No, you're all good.
Your books act as acoustic padding. You are, so it breaks up
there you
all
go, yeah.
noise for sure.
So cool. It absorbed everything, so it's great. Yeah. So I'm thank the gods I was not wearing the lapel mic because every time I went in there, I did it again.
Before we move on to the next person, and only because I'll keep forgetting, because I also ADHD, there was someone like a while ago in chat that had asked just like a quick question about how you feel about like, I guess like an overall stance on Biden and how he's been handling like his idea of like a two-state and what he pushes as what he's doing with Netanyahu, and how genuine I guess you'd think it is.
I'm not sure I understand. You're asking about like the soft criticisms he's making of?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like what do you think it's all just like do you think in any way I'll just ask this because like the other person didn't really elaborate as much, but I would say maybe, do you think in any way that he has intentions to be a legacy in the Israel-Palestine negotiations, or he's just some exhausted old dude who's like, I have an election coming up?
It's domestic politics because the election, because they're seeing polling, especially from the growing Muslim American community, and realistically, for Democrats to do well, I mean, realistically, if Democrats had not started changing their policies, and not started abandoning the economic populism, they would have still had a lock on Congress and the presidency. The Republicans would have had a lot harder time of this. The shifts in the 1970s really fucked them over. And it's only gotten worse since the 1990s. So they have a much narrower coalition, right? There's fewer people. So all it takes is a small amount of the ethnic coalition or the left progressive coalition to not show up, because a lot of leftists just don't fucking care and won't come out for them anymore. If they still ran as economic populists, they'd have massive support still. But they lost a lot of us early on, and they have to hold what little is left. And they're worried that if enough people stay home, they've lost again. And they're not going to, it's not enough to change the policies. That's one of the single biggest lessons of all the people who are saying, well, if we all vote for Nader, the Democrats will change. No, they honestly just don't give a shit. It's not going to change it that way. What they're trying to do is appease enough of the people that they do still give a shit about, but they're not really going to change their policies. They're not going to change direction on this. And Biden has zero interest in actually helping Palestinians. Yeah. He never has.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like we can all agree on that. Just fuck Joe Biden.
Basically.
But two-state solution is also almost near impossible to accomplish between the mixture of settlements, and it would trigger a civil war in Israel.
Yes. Well, realistically, the only kind of thing you could even get would be the Bantustan style two-state solution. It wouldn't be a sovereign state. It wouldn't be fully sovereign. There's no way to get that through. No Israeli government would accept it. You'd probably have to invade to push that through. There's no way any Knesset is going to pass a fully sovereign state between the Jordan and the Mediterranean. So it's a waste of time. Whenever anybody talks about it, it's just a way of like playing to maintain the status quo, because every Israeli government since 1967 has been united in one basic thing. They are not giving up sovereignty, and they're going to maintain the status quo, in the current situation. They're not giving that land up, but they won't annex it. Because if they annex it, the old conventions like with the UN about like citizenship would all kick in. They would be a pariah if they didn't offer citizenship, and so they're stuck. They can't do that because that would destroy the ethnic nature of the state. But they have no intention of getting rid of it. And the only way to maintain people under permanent military rule, because the West Bank and the Strip are not part of any country in the world legally. They're under Israeli sovereignty as the internationally recognized sovereign power. And I fucking hate it when people are telling me, well, they left the Strip in 2005. No, they didn't. They have never given up sovereignty over any part of this. They are the internationally recognized occupying power. But that's it. It's an indefinite military occupation of territory that's not occupied from any other country. That's the key there, right? It's literally their territory in the sense that they are the recognized sovereign, but they cannot annex it. So when people talk two-state solution, all they're doing is they're providing cover for that status quo. What Israel has wanted since 67 to change nothing about that. Like to just keep it going forever. So Biden is trying to sucker us again with that same old shit. And it's just a waste of fucking time. And the sad thing is, so many well-meaning people, like people who genuinely seem to care, they've completely swallowed it. And it's a real problem.
Because their perception of it is that if there's a two-state solution, then the Palestinians would have their own territory and have sovereignty, and then the Israelis would keep what they already control at this point.
They
But
keep
if
it
you look at
78%, and they wouldn't have to change anything either.
if you
So
look at the
it's
Gaza Strip, when they left, just removing the 6,000 settlers from what is it, Gush Katif, the settlement that was there, it almost triggered a civil war for 6,000 settlers. Imagine trying to remove almost 1 million. It would be near impossible. And the way the West Bank currently, in its current state, it's broken down into small pockets and islands essentially. So in order to reestablish it as a state entirely, you would have to remove all those divides, and none of those settlers and Israeli citizens would accept living in those circumstances within Palestinian territories as Palestinian citizens.
right. Yeah. It's why did it go? The screen went. Hold on. The oh crap. This thing. I did not even notice there was. I plugged the thing in, but I never actually hit the switch to turn it on, so my battery's down to 5%, down to 4%. Like, it's such an idiot. Like,
You can't scare us like that. I felt like there was like a real issue.
Well, it's still falling. It went down so far that it's going to fight to get it back up. Hopefully, it does. If I disappear,
the charge will be enough. It'll be fine.
I'll bring it back on. But it's going to have to fight its way back up from 3% battery.
Oh no. All right, don't touch it. But all right. Well, while we just want to again just go over the order. Stephen has been waiting so patiently. I appreciate you, Stephen. So you are absolutely next. So the order right now, just as it stands, so everyone knows, is Stephen, and then Spades. If you have more questions or commentary, that it's right after him. It's going to be you. And then is it Meeg? I'm sorry, I can't see your full name. I apologize. Meeg the Trash Panda. I'm gonna call you Trash Panda because that's hilarious, and I love that you put that in your name. Trash Panda, you're after that, and then Cactus. I know, because I know like Trash Panda, we had to like cycle you out. So, if you want to go after Spades, but Steven, floor is all you. Thank you so much for waiting. And sorry before I totally skipped empathy. That's my bad. Empathy, you're right before. Wait, what was the?
I think empathy asked for to be skipped over. They were doing something.
Okay. All right, I'll follow up with her then. Okay. But yeah, that's the order then.
Okay, hey, good evening, Doc. Thanks for having me up. And yes, and people say I'm busy at the table in my picture, but that's because I'm actually doing coffee cupping. So when you have coffee questions, you can send them over my way, and I can answer those for you. But anyway, it's serendipitous that the conversation went this way because I have two things for you that are disconnected. So and I'll drop quickly after that. First one was that during the live, there's a young lady. I think a lot of people might know her. I will not mention her name, but she's an Israeli young lady who is, basically lives out of the country and is completely anti-Zionist and sits in on a lot of pro-Pally stuff. And we're chatting, and she, sometimes doesn't know what to do. And it just occurred to me because she mentioned that she has a lot of friends in Israel who are actual activists, pro-Palestinian. They go to the West Bank, and she said, they're not. I said, well, and that they, that maybe 10% within Israel is the number. So really not very much. And she said that. And there was actually another professor there who said, no, 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 10% is a big number, and that's something to work on, and that's great. And I came up with a thought, also for her, that I said, what you could do? I said, who are these people that are these activists, these young Israeli activists? And she goes, well, they're not really on TikTok. And I said, well, maybe you could create a space for them, a safe space. We'll get you some mods, and maybe it's a place to create a conversation. I'm sure I could get some volunteers for people who like to mod to help her out, because I don't think she's really up for that holding that kind of safe space. But anyhow, any old way. But then I did mention this on other lives, and people were saying, "Oh no, 10% of the population is not a big number, and it wouldn't be the thing to build upon to drive. It's too small." So that's my first question. I'm going to come back with a second concern separate, but I'm just wondering, is 10% of a population a substantial amount to get a movement or change going?
It is. What's the gosh, I'm blanking the line, so I'm probably just going to paraphrase it in a bit. But it's the whole, don't doubt that organized, motivated people, small groups of organized, motivated people can change the world, because realistically, they're the only thing that ever has. And that's true. Like it takes very few people to really set something in motion. The number of actual activists there that are really strongly for the Palestinians is probably not 10%, but it may be. There's enough. There's easily a number like that is very angry about the situation and honestly totally over Zionism, but a lot of them are apathetic as hell and depressed and nihilistic too, and a lot of them are emigrating. So it's tough. You have to re-energize them first. So the ones who are active and motivated, they have to find a way to restore the faith of a lot of the people who've given up, especially since the political left has collapsed. Meretz is useless. They've not, they don't have any really viable political vehicles to work with. Even the attempted like the joint Arab Jewish lists are problematic. But there's a lot of NGO groups. B'Tselem does great work, but I think for your spaces too, that's an interesting thought. But I think a lot of them would struggle because some of the solidarity groups would be able to come into places like this, but some of the solidarity groups on the ground actually engage in aggressive direct action against settlers, and they don't want to be recognized. And the same with the Black Bloc protesters don't want to be recognized in the U.S. Same too with anarchists against the wall. So you'll get people from the the Committee Against Home Demolitions and B'Tselem and like some of the tamer parts of the solidarity movement, and they might be able to come into these spaces. But a lot of the people who are out there directly confronting settlers will not be able to be in a space like this where their identity is known, because they're literally out there vandalizing shit and beating up settlers. So it depends on which groups you mean, because that 10% it's a pretty broad spectrum. It includes a lot of different groups and a lot of different people. It may be close to 10% overall, but again, it's scattered, and there's a lot of people who probably would be part of it, but really aren't too. So
yeah, I don't know if she would, if she was speaking of militant or her numbers were just inaccurate, but I guess I'll have to reach out and see if she really has any interest, and then I will try to connect with some other folks who could do a better job helping her than I.
I would like if you do get something going with her, and you get some other people involved, and they're starting to build a space like that. Let me know, and I can probably reach out to some old contacts and see if they're interested, and they know people who want to get involved and can do it. But the most of the people that I know are in the anarchist and communist spaces. That's most of the people fighting for Palestinians in Israel that I know are on the radical side, unfortunately. So, but I can at least see if there's some interest, So let me know if you do get something going.
Okay, I guess I'll reach out and see if I can see what she wants to do. And the other piece, and then I'll drop and get out of the way for other folks tonight because it's way past my bedtime. one of the things that concerned me, I don't know if you mentioned it, but I did reach out to you this week about it, and it was one of the posts that you put up, and you kind of mentioned, you made a statement about institutions and individuals who were trying to shut you up. And I don't know, and I'd really be interested to, if you're comfortable sharing, what types of pressures you're having from what types of people and institutions, and how do you, whether you just ignore it or, have to actually fight against it.
Well, there is a sense of having to push back a bit. Yeah. One of those is through a campus. But it's the department, at least my departments always have solidarity and rally around and will fight back to, they understand where I'm coming from and why. But administrators often don't. And they can be completely political about it without actually having to give a shit about context or facts. And that does cause problems for me sometimes. And I have to walk through and navigate an interesting minefield in there in order to calm things back down. Because there's no way to back down on the factual issues. There's no way to back down on the what we're talking about. But I still have to find ways to placate them, to take the heat off for a while. It comes up every now and then. It's definitely happened before over the years. I've been having these kind of arguments and teaching this kind of material for a long time. So it's not the first time I've run into problems like that. That's the main one more recently. There have been other types of, I have run into other problems before, but that's the one that I had in mind the day you're talking about, at least. Because I just walked through another one of those processes of having to walk through and show them blah blah blah. I'm not some raving anti-Semite. Look, I talk about all this other shit too, and blah blah blah. This is context. And then, honestly, fortunately, there are tons of other academic allies I have that are not only Jewish but even Israeli Americans who understand exactly where I'm coming from and have similar politics and are pro-Palestinian. So those people always have my back, and I'm grateful for that. And it's helped a lot in navigating those kind of minefields over the years.
Wow. So you're being accused of being an anti-Semite. That's remarkable.
Yeah, it's always fun. It's always fun. Yeah.
Well, I will give you one word of advice. HR is not your friend. They're not on your side. So again, continue doing what you need to do. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help, and everybody have a great night.
It's always, again, it's a matter of like administration is different from faculty issues. Faculty, we know what the hell we're doing, and we can talk to each other and have each other's backs, but problems like this show up all the time and at tons of different campuses, and we all go through it with different issues, right? So when it happens, we have to step up and protect each other, because it's inevitable that somebody steps on a mine every now and then. I've had friends that teach teach the history of racism. And that means they have to actually show really problematic images in classes, and they have to use problematic language because they're reading text and they're reading quotes, and some of those quotes have the N-word in them. And people can object to that. And if somebody objects, then all the administrator here is, Professor such and such used the N-word, and then there's an investigate, and we have to kind of like, no, there's context here that matters. They're reading quotes. This is history. This is shit that happened. It's real, right? It's just, it's always problematic.
No, I see that. And the idea of, banning Huckleberry Finn or editing it or anything like that, I think, and I wish, Nichelle or others were here, but, in some level to kind of, I think, and I don't know, I'm going to say it anyway, but by seeing these things, with 120 year or 140 year space, it almost shows it to me. It almost seems how ridiculous it was and is. It helps me see, a movement, at least some level of evolution.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Anyway, thanks again, Doc, and hope to see you next week.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Exactly. The fact that it was so normal at the time that stuff was being written and is more problematic now the fact that it still exists. So like in modern classes, we still have to talk about neo-Yazis and, all this like, white supremacist movements in the US today, which means we're still having to deal with the same kind of sources now. But it's always, whether it's 19th century stuff or contemporary, some issues are difficult to bring up in classrooms. And our issue with the pro-Pali spaces is also one of those. So it's a semantic minefield. And
Yeah,
it does.
I don't know. I don't know if you got a chance to see it, but I did send you a message of an old 1940s, I think it was 30s or 40s, Warner Brothers cartoon, and what we've had this. It'll be in your inbox for me, but
This app?
yeah, on this
Okay,
app.
yeah, I'll look for it.
It's
I
there.
fall behind
You
on
might have
messages.
missed it, but
Yeah.
anyway, but to your point, this stuff has been going on for decades and centuries, and we. But sometimes looking back a little bit kind of helps put it in perspective. Thanks, guys. Good night.
For anybody who knows anything about Disney too, because somebody mentioned Bambi earlier, and I'm in SoCal, so I got Disneyland here. The whole when they changed Bear Country to Critter Country and built the Splash Mountain ride, they based it on the old '60s film Song of the South. And at the time they built that shit in the '90s or something, they really should have known better. Like, holy shit, that was a racist as hell film. We should have already known in the 1990s not to build a fucking ride on that.
Wait,
and
where is that?
Disneyland.
That's
and
oh my god!
They just shut that down, I think, last year to start rebuilding it as something else. But it like had the whole like Tar Baby and everything else, like all that shit in there. And there's some like racist as hell shit in that movie. And the entire ride is built around. It's a beautiful ride. It's very nice. It's one of those cool little boat rides. But it's like, holy shit, like, are you kidding me? And they just decided to respond to that last year. So
that's wild.
Yeah. We're a long way away from really fixing a lot of shit. But it is progress. It's slow, but it is progress,
Yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes like I think like just like on a smaller scale of like like those moms who start initiatives at schools where they're like stop bullying, and you're like I wish it was that easy. I don't know what to tell you. Like you can make movements and you can like make strides, but like you're not going to end it in a day. And it's just
core there, and it's similar. So bullying issue is an interesting one to connect into there, but it's tied to a lot of the other issues we talk about. What people tend to do. So here you got another example of that. People organized and protested and demanded that they change Splash Mountain so it's not based on this horrific old story. But we're still not dealing with the cultural features and the ideological features that made it sensible to make that movie and then make a ride about it 30 years later. We still just the underlying problem hasn't been addressed. It's always dancing on the surface. And that's all those groups that organize around those specific issues. All they're doing is they're responding to specific issues and not the core problems. It's like, there's so many issues in American life like that. Guns are one, right? Like the whole gun issue, like we've had like 40 some like, mass pew-pewing so far this year in the US already. And people are always like, we need to ban guns or this or that. It's like, no, you're not understanding why this happens and what are the specific features in American life that we're ignoring. And everyone gets like worked up and you've got two sides hating each other, attacking each other over an issue that realistically can't fix the problem anyway. And it's just because we don't want to do the actual hard work. It's true over and over again, issue after issue, we never actually deal with the real problems.
Yeah. No, it's so true, and like I really do see correlations when I hear pro-Israelis say things like when people are like, well, what do you think about like this pew-pewing or not pew-pewing boom boom that just happened and stuff? And they're like, well, my heart breaks, and it's the same sentiment that I feel where there's like a school pew-pewing and someone's like, well, thoughts and prayers. Yeah, like, it's the same. It's the same. I hear the same sentiment is my heart breaks is there my thoughts and prayers. And it's just, if you think that's empathy.
Fuck those crocodile tears. Exactly.
Yeah, like, exactly. If you think that's an equivalency to empathy, your empathy meter's broken. And I'm autistic and I have to work on emotions. And I'm winning over you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like it's crazy. But Yeah, I don't know. Spades, I know like you were next. I know you've like talked on a few topics, but I don't know if there were other things that you wanted to add. And then Cactus, you've been waiting for a bit, so you're up after.
Thank you. I like kind of where the conversation shifted to a bit with what Stephen was saying, and I think there's also a bit of a misconception amongst many people and sort of the breakdown of the society in Israel. And it seems now more than ever, the right, their right, has consumed the majority of its society, from right to far right to extreme right, and then obviously the fascist right,
Yeah.
which is now, and as ironic as it is, generally like in Western countries in the States, the younger generations have become far more progressive, far more liberal. In Israel, it is the opposite. The younger generations are in some cases the most indoctrinated and the most extreme because they have the least experience, and their system there has embedded this ideology within their education in order to kind of only teach the singular side. So everything considered as an action against Palestinians is seen as self-defense to them, even if they are the aggressors, no matter what, because of that indoctrination. And then regarding the 10% number that was being sort of thrown around earlier, I think that percentage of people that are actively and legitimately fighting for Palestinian rights is closer to the range of between 3 and 5%. And even the left in Israel isn't so much pro-Palestinian as it is that they just don't want conflict. They want peace, quote unquote, but their concept of peace
Different.
isn't liberation.
That's different.
It's
That's so when you're getting like the labor left, Meretz, things like that. That's different from the actual activist number, because there are literal anti-Zionists and communists and anarchists who sincerely
absolutely.
really do give. But those numbers again, you're down to like the 3% range.
Yeah, that's the range that I was
But
leaning towards, and
there is a significant moderate faction that does care and does want peace, but it's because they want to preserve their own kind of like structure of Israel and not really change anything, and they just want to get rid of the Palestinians and solve the problem.
Peace is exactly. They don't want to do it
normalcy.
violently. They don't want to do it violently in the same regard that some of the extreme right does, but the outcome is sort of the same. They just want to do it in a much more subtle way. So a lot of people think that these Israelis that are, let's say, liberals and against the government, yes, they may be against the current administration, but the reality is they want the same outcome, just in a more in a far less blood feud style way. If they can just like casually ethnically cleanse and acquire the land, or build settlements over time until there is no land left, that fits more into that moderate,
or create. I mean, there in that faction there is a significant part that does want some kind of two-state solution, although they frequently do accept the demilitarization condition for it. But they want to essentially divorce themselves politically and socially from Palestinians without actually changing the underlying structure. So a lot of the moderate, the liberal factions in Israel, they're not our friends ultimately.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was. That's what I was leaning towards, and that actual or the group of people that is actively on here or actively speaking out is within that 3 to 5% range, and maybe that might be even generous. And a lot of them also that would possibly lean in that direction are now threatened with possible imprisonment for dissent, essentially, like for speaking out against the government or speaking out against the war. Where anyone who's opposing that holds an Israeli citizenship, speaking out against the government, can be punished for that because it's a threat to their own national security, as they're deeming it now.
Yep. At the end of the day, the fact that Israel chose not to write a constitution, it never effectively guaranteed free speech. It only had a tradition of free speech, which means they can take it away, and they have. So it's problem. It's one of the reasons I can't go anymore. They have clamped down so hard on interaction with foreign NGOs and academics and everything else. If I spend the money and fly in, they turn me right around the airport and send me home. It's a waste of my fucking money at this point to go. It's gotten really problematic and toxic for a lot of the population there. The number that came up though from Stephen, there's a way in which it's accurate. You're right that it's about 3 to 5%. And realistically, that is also kind of generous in a way, because the people are noticing, it's probably only like 2 or 3, because 1 to 2% of those
are the fucking anarchists, that they're not going to show up publicly in their spaces. They're just the ones out there like taking, attacking things, really trying to push back in direct actions. But they're there. They're doing their graffitis, they're organizing with people, they're getting in fights with settlers. There's all kinds of shit like that does happen, but it's a very tiny percentage. But you could easily push that to 10% if you manage to activate the despairing population that do have leftist politics. At least 10% of Israeli society realistically are real leftists, but they're depressed as hell. They don't vote. They don't demonstrate. They don't trust it anymore.
They're
they just
afraid.
Fuck out. They're afraid in part, but they also just want to emigrate. They're tired of it. They realize that their country has been co-opted by fascists. They're never going to get anywhere. It's similar to a lot of leftists in the U.S. A lot of leftists in the U.S. have given up. We don't organize politically. We don't do anything in mass movements. A lot of us just have tuned out, do direct action stuff on our own or mutual aid stuff on our own or whatever. We don't really interact in the wider world. We don't try to win the arguments. We don't try to go out there in public spaces and convince people. And this is a problem. It's one of the reasons that union membership has been falling and unions have gotten less radical, is that the people who actually understand unions are no longer doing community education, and they're no longer out there trying to activate the workers. They just stay in their own little circle jerks and don't engage. We're scared here the same way Israeli leftists are. If you could give them a sense of hope, that number would shoot up to 10 to 15% very easily, because they still are there. They just don't engage. They're tuned out. And I've hung out in plenty of houses with leftist friends who just like, yeah, I don't do a damn thing. I'm checked out. It's this country's fucked. And I know a lot of leftists in the US that feel exactly the same way.
The problem is that the narrative is so tightly controlled there between the media stations, between the flow of information and content on social media, between the educational system, that no matter what it is, each time you have someone to stand up or a group to stand up, they are made out immediately to seem as the radical few. They're specifically painted in such a way that they are below 0.5% of the population, and they are the extreme left, and nobody's actually feeling what, when reality is there are many more people that feel that way. But if you are constantly being suppressed every time you do voice an opinion or do try to take some kind of action, you end up in a situation where you are criminalized, penalized, arrested, attacked, or regular civilians take their own form of justice, vigilante justice against you, because you are painted as a traitor to the nation in itself, or a self-hating Jew within Israel. And that's what we're seeing now. Like, every time people try to speak up, I mean, look at the military within the IDF. There have been a massive number of conscientious objectors, people who came in as reservists or were activated. In many cases, they flew in to fight, and after seeing what was happening on the ground, they have refused to serve. And it got so bad to the point that rather than simply charging and arresting them, which is what they were doing in the beginning, October and November, in December, they started to simply discharge them and let them fly off to wherever they came from, because it became too much of an expense and too much of a task to try to juggle it. And it was starting to affect the morale of the other soldiers as well.
Exactly. So there's a few high-profile cases now of people of refuseniks that grew up there that are, refusing to participate. But yeah, the diaspora ones were more of a problem, because it was easier just to kick them out than to actually deal with it, because the numbers of refuseniks will be much higher, and that would seem toxic. They don't want people to see that there are so many people that actually do have problems with what's happening. They want it to look like most of us are in agreement, and this is what has to be done, and we all kind of are on the same page. This, realistically, the solidarity around I'm not allowed to say the name. What am I supposed to call the
Spell it out.
Well, no, the letters are the thing I'm not supposed to say. What do I call the military?
The diaper force.
IOF.
Yeah,
ITF,
I have a hard time subletting letters like that. But okay, so yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, right? So the solidarity around that has started breaking down in the 1980s. Before that point, most people were just like, yeah, it's on the right side, it's doing the right thing, we're fine. The first people to really start objecting were after 67, but they were a tiny share. After the 82 Lebanon War, there was a lot more direct criticism from active duty serving soldiers. It's a lot more like it's their Vietnam experience in a sense. And what they've done since then is the same thing that this society has done since the Vietnam era. They've found ways to co-opt that, to control the narrative, to control the media around it. This is why we can't show pictures of coffins anymore, or actually all of the soldiers that go to war zones have to be in embeds. They can't be independent. They've found ways to control the narrative, to stop things from getting out, and to control soldiers to make sure that their voices can't be heard in the same way. So it's created an illusion that most people in the whatever actually agree, and a lot of them just don't. But it's harder to get out than it was in the 80s or 90s, like those statements, those criticisms. For the same basic reason, it's very difficult in the U.S. to do that, because the government's learned the lessons of those protests and found ways to crush that.
Well, obviously, the distinction would be the conscription factor. Like in the U.S., we're not conscripted to military service, whether man or female.
Yeah, exactly. We did then, though. In the
Back then,
Vietnam
yes,
War,
yes, but currently,
right, and that's where it's interesting, because so it's different from like we don't have to work as hard to control the narrative here. We basically used the media we basically like co-opted it through capital, and they choose what they kind of report. We set certain rules on it, and the media doesn't just like little sheepdogs goes along with it. They don't object. They don't complain that they can't do certain things anymore. It's the media that's more effectively co-opted. They haven't had to do enough to directly control people. Israel has to do more of that because it is still a conscript military. And it's harder to control that narrative. Otherwise, there'd be tons. There were so many like soldiers and officers coming back from Lebanon saying, "What the fuck? We are on the wrong side of this fight." And it shocked a lot of Israelis that they could be doing that, because everyone had always imagined that they were if the government said they had to do it, then they were doing the right thing. It made sense. And that questioning was very difficult for the state to manage. So they've gotten a lot more controlling around it. So it is pretty toxic. It'd be similar here if we had maintained conscription too, but at least we didn't. So we can basically co-opt at a higher level than they have to. They have to actually fuck with the soldiers themselves.
Well, now the situation that they put themselves in, being that they wanted to deal with it in that way, because like you were saying, for the reservists that flew in, which was many, the simpler solution, rather than imprisoning or charging them for conscientious objection or dissent against the military, they would simply discharge them and return them home, which many of them were leaving. There were days where there was over 30,000 individuals that left at a time per day, just military personnel. But now they find themselves in February, beginning of February, where their objectives are to start staging against Lebanon in the north, and then now with the announcements from Syria in the northeast concerning them taking or re-seizing the Golan Heights, considering that the IDF is so caught up between everything, they're short-staffed regarding the amount of. I'm sorry.
No. The Golan is not in play at all.
No, they're making announcements for it because they see that the military is so spread widely. Whether they do it or not,
Syria
and it's just
has always
for.
talked a good talk. At no point has Syria ever been serious.
I don't imagine them taking it.
Yeah,
but
well,
I imagine them.
But they'll talk, and that's the thing alone. It brings up the issue again, but largely that talk is for a domestic audience. It's the way that Syria has used Israel as a bugbear to justify its own repression for decades. You have to tolerate what we're doing because otherwise they'll come and take everything. Like there's a lot of like weird internal politics around that. And sometimes we can hear that stuff and sometimes people get really excited about it, but you have to kind of understand its context too. There's no way in hell they'd even consider trying, but they'll talk about it because it's useful to them.
Generally, I would agree with that statement 1,000%. But with them actively staging troops across the Egyptian border, having many forces and brigades scattered throughout the Gaza Strip, having forces scattered throughout the West Bank and throughout Jerusalem, upping the amount of reservists that are there on patrol, and then now lining at least half of the military across the northern border to engage with Big H Group, there has never been a time in the last 30 years where the IDF itself was so scattered militarily that it could possibly be, even if they made an attempt necessarily with different factions on the ground to seize it, because of the fact that they're spread so widely. And on top of that, since there was such a large discharge of, again, so many of those reservists that came in, they're now short on numbers, and Israel has resorted to actively, and they have been obviously from the beginning of this war, but contracting mercenary firms, including 2 from the United States, 1 from Spain, 1 from France, the ones from Ukraine, and then another from Brazil. And we're seeing a lot of those guys in that activity on the ground to supplement the forces to not take as many casualties, obviously, of their own civilians.
But there's I think 2 key things being left out of that when if you're thinking about it in any kind of like serious strategic sense. And they're both things the Syrians are well aware of. First off, the U.S. parked 2 aircraft carriers in the region specifically because of this issue as a threat to all the neighbors. If a foreign military gets involved in this conflict, we will bomb the shit out of them. Second is Israel has gotten a lot more public about their nuclear capability, and you have a government that's insane enough to use it, and internally we know that they have a first strike policy that they'd be willing to. So they're not, because they know about the kind of a broader escalation. There's tons of problems. There's all kinds of factors around that. No one would want to do that. It'd be but there are people enough in the cabinet, if they're terrified, if they feel their back against the wall, if the Syrians were actually to make inroads into their territory and they felt they didn't have enough soldiers, and if the U.S. did not do that work, those assholes would pull the trigger, I think, because they're messed up enough that you have like really serious far rightists in there who have actively talked about this. That's why the U.S. is there. That's why. Because it restrains it. It's the same basic reason that we're constantly in the region because around Iran. And we keep pushing Iran because if we don't, the Israelis would attack them. And they've been saying over and over that they would. So the U.S. keeps intervening and threatening the region to calm things back down. By having an aircraft carrier off the coast in the Mediterranean, we're signaling to the Syrians that we'll step up and do that, and we're also signaling to the Israelis that they don't have to go that far, that they don't have to think the unthinkable, because if the Syrians attack, we'll bomb the shit out of them. And we've had the last 3 administrations have been active on the ground in Syria. 3 administrations in a row, U.S. troops have been in Syria already. We're already used to bombing Syria. There's no way that would be controversial at all.
Yeah, we have bases there already. There's 4 bases there.
There's no way it would be controversial. We would straight up launch airstrikes off the carriers and bomb the shit out of the Syrians, and Damascus knows this. So
Jordan let us use their bases for the bombing the other night.
The U.S. prevents it. It's like that's the tacit threat that keeps the U.S. involved and keeps our carrier there. But the carrier is what makes sure that Samson is never has to be a factor.
Haven't we moved the carrier groups now with things escalating with North Korea and South Korea, and then also between China and Taiwan? I mean, we've deployed multiple carrier groups to those regions.
The U.S. has 12
We're
active.
In South Korea. We're in South Korea too, though, right?
Listen, guys, listen to me. China and the United States.
Repeat that last part, Dr. Liam.
China and the United States have a very quid pro quo relationship. So never worry about that. Never worry about them, I promise. The biggest threat you should need to worry about is ever since Putin gave his little chit chat of what land belongs to what. China was like, well, if you put it that way, sir, you got a whole bunch of land that belongs to us. So that is something we should all be keeping our eye on. That's just a little tidbit about them.
And honestly, the Soviets and the Chinese, fought several border conflicts. There's always been tensions there that could flare back up. So there's all kinds of other problems. But yeah,
China is the biggest loser with the Houthis, and the United States technically the biggest winner with the damage from the Houthis.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can,
in what capacity?
To the
what capacity? Which part?
You're saying the China versus America as far as them being losers or winners.
China's the biggest loser because now their ships have to go around.
No, China's ships are allowed through.
Okay.
Chinese ships have been clearing the Suez this entire time.
Yeah, of course they can. As long as don't forget, ships have multiple names on it. They've definitely taken down ships. They've had. So they're all going around the Cape Horn, right? Is what it's called in Africa. and it's an extra 10 days into the journey. You look into it, they're already having ships. And so the reason the United States is the biggest one to make out is that there are lots of places in the world that would love that it costs more. It's going to cost more now to get shipped from China. And I think that we like 17% and like 80% of their economics are back and forth. Does that sound about right, Dr. Liam? I think we take in 70% of their exports, which make up for like 80% of X part of their
It's a
industry.
lot. I don't know it's still that high anymore, especially that as their markets have been growing a lot, and China's economy has been steadily trending away from dependent upon exports anyway. They've been over the last few decades steadily building up a larger and larger consumer base internally. So
Yes,
it's
but that's been done. That's been done with a socialist welfare system.
not really. They don't have a great deal of a welfare state. They're socialist only in the sense really that land can't be purchased, but it's
And
China is like semi-socialist, semi-not. It's in a weird category at this point. But
let's
they
put it
do
this way:
have
it's
they have
hard to let. It's hard for your company to go
they have a
bankrupt.
bourgeois consumer economy.
They do, but it's hard for your company to go bankrupt. They will make it. They
Right.
will.
The state
That's
will
what I mean.
bail out their own companies. They won't care
Thank
as much
you.
about foreign ones, but they'll bail out their own companies aggressively. The state owns shares in them, but of course that's true for France
Yes.
too. I mean, France, the government owns shares in a significant number of its major corporations. So it's like it's becoming socialist more along the way of like the French mixed economy.
Right.
France has had a mixed economy for a long time,
I
and
just know that
China's
they're
getting
very important.
closer to that.
China and the United States are very, very important to each other.
Well, yeah, for sure. And trade across the
So
Pacific, there's no threat at all. So they can bring tons of shit here, and worst comes to worst, it can just go rail across the country and go out off of our Atlantic ports, whatever. I mean, there's all kinds of ways around it. When you said China's a bigger loser here, I was thinking more in terms of um, their prestige and influence in a lot of their investment projects in the Mid East and the complications there and whatnot, because it puts them in a weird bind.
are you talking about the Silk
They have
Road?
a hard time like taking a hard stand on things like this, like really getting involved, and it does affect things for them. But like in terms of the shipping, I don't think it makes a huge difference to them. I don't think they care enough that some of their goods reach the target slower, because it ultimately won't really hurt their economy. It's
It
more
does
going to
hurt
hurt
their
Well,
economy because things are made globally now. They're
Mhm.
not things are not exclusive there, but their trade deals, their trade routes
Right,
are very
right.
advantageous.
But
So if
look
you're
at
now taking 10 days longer for goods that you can get from other places, they are now
Sure,
it's
but if you're
happening.
again about the Chinese economy specifically, and not the way it affects other people, but look at the way exports collapsed during the pandemic. They stopped manufacturing tons of stuff. They stopped exporting tons of stuff because it wasn't being taken in. There was a huge drop off in demand for quite a while. The Chinese economy kept growing the entire time. It did not slow. So
Okay.
let's
they
also bear in mind.
can redirect the investment into
Was
other
it real
areas.
growth or was it just propped up
No,
growth?
real, because
No, real
what they
growth.
do is they increased heavy investment in rail and solar and tons of there's tons of things that they're doing internally that put people to work
Technology.
that
Yeah, guys, we're
then they
talking
have
about
money
those
because they've
ghost
got
those
jobs,
ghost
and then they're
cities.
able
Well,
to work.
something that's important to remember too is they have a very very large portion of the world's rare earth mineral processing capability, which is really important for the global economy too. So if they can't trade with other countries with a lot of goods, it hurts those other countries like the U.S.'s economy. Well, not the U.S., but it hurts like the
I'm
EU's
just
economy as
saying what
well.
they said. I'm on the con.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyways, that wasn't
No,
why I
no,
came up here.
I get you.
That's
And
why I
and
came up here.
it's not like
Here's
it's
why I came up
perfect.
here.
It's not like
Well,
it's
Thank you.
perfect. It slows little things down, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's like it's a blip. Is all I'm trying to say.
Okay. No
It does,
problem.
but not enough to really make a big difference. I think to their growth. They're still
re-
they're
Not,
still they're still
they
predicting
care. Let's put it
significant
this way.
growth.
They'd like to see that problem end.
Yeah,
Anyways, that's not why I
sure,
came up here. I
for
came
sure.
re-
up here
re-
because the topic came up of being abandoned by your community, right? So I don't know what's going on in Israel, but I tell you, as that secular reformed or atheists they call themselves, Jewish community, which is like people like Nat and I and amazing girl Eve and Sarit and Lily and a whole bunch of us I found.
Falun Gong's really interesting.
Who?
Falun Gong.
I don't think I know that
Did
creator.
you switch over to the religious sect?
Yeah.
Okay.
That seemed like a random tangent.
Okay, I was gonna say, is that a
Well, y'all were
creator?
talking about China, and I was thinking
Right.
about like
By the way,
I was
Nat,
thinking
I'm
about
not
living
an
cities.
atheist either.
Anyways,
Nat, I'm not an atheist. What? Nat, I say I'm secular. What do you say you are?
I was reformed.
Reformed. Yeah, that's it's the same thing. Secular.
Yeah.
Spinozist.
But since I've been,
Literally that. Yes, yeah. There you go.
That's my I'm a Spinozist too. I used to identify more with the Reconstructionist movement, but I find a lot of people have no idea what the hell that means, so I might as well just say Spinozist.
Dude, same. Yeah, no, I used to say that. Now it's just no one. First of all, no one knows what any of it is. Dude, I'm just gonna say, can we do this from now on? Can we just do little Minerva, little dance, intermissions? Yeah, I feel like this is probably
what's
a good
the word
place to
that what's
find.
the word that y'all just mentioned? Y'all just spoke about your
What word?
Something about a spiritual thing. What did y'all say?
Oh, I said
The term for
I
Reconstructionists.
have no clue what you're talking about. Explain it.
no, Dr. Liam, what's the
I know
Jewish
it.
mysticism called?
What's the what?
The Jewish mysticism, you know, with the red
Kabbalah.
bracelets. What?
Kabbalah.
Talking about the Kabbalah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Kabbalah. Okay.
Abbalah usually in English. Kabbalah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just refer to Madonna, and that's enough.
No. There's a rabbi that wrote. There's a rabbi that wrote a really good book on it.
I'm gonna give her that one. She can take that off our back, and we can just say that that's a
ago, I
chalk
read
up
a
to
really good book
Madonna.
by a rabbi.
We don't claim it. Madonna claims it, and yeah, we already have to deal with the Talmud people in the chat, so I'm not gonna take the Cabal shit. Madonna
All
claims
right.
it, not me.
All right, not my point. I want to go back to the point of this Kazar. Now, here's the thing.
Okay.
I don't know a lot about the Bible, the Torah. I know everything to do with all the holidays, like all good Reformed Jews. You know, I don't believe in Hebrew school, so I didn't go. My kids went to Zionist sleepaway camp, and I did private bat mitzvah lessons, but none of that bullshit Hebrew school. Anyways, so now they call me a Khazar. Now, here's the funny thing. I get that it is controversial whether it's a true historical fact or not. That part I don't care, and I don't want to
It's
argue
not.
that. Like, what?
What's controversial?
Not controversial. It's just the Khazar theory is not true. We just went over this, yeah.
Exactly. That's not my point. That's not my point.
There's no.
Exactly. No. Wait. I don't. No. Not my
It's just
point.
not a
I
debate.
promise. I swear to God, not my point.
Okay.
Okay. When it is said, and this is when I start seeing red. When it is said, it is not being said as whether it is a fact of something that happened. It is being said as to say to you, you're not a real Jew.
Yes.
And I lose my mind because they
do that in Christianity too.
Well, this is where I'm going. There seems to be a lot of actual anti-Semitic people that have wormed their way into and I'm going to say this right, you're right, correctly so, innocent, amazing group of pro-Palestinian people. And I say innocent because these are people who study all the time, that pray all the time, that aren't, drinking, whoring. They're not living their week crazy and then showing up in church on Sunday. They live it as a lifestyle. You know what I mean?
Right. I think that.
So now it's seeped in, and now it's been co-opted, and it's now seeped into their rhetoric. And I feel horrible because now I'm fighting with my friends because The second somebody they start losing their cool in an argument, they get it, and they're like, you effing kazar, and then I'm like, come on, guys,
Something you
we don't
said.
insult religion.
Cody, your mic is on mute.
Some of you said like made
That's
me.
not that doesn't sound like a friend. That doesn't sound like a friend. To be very
They're
clear
not
with you,
saying no. They're not
that doesn't
saying
sound
to
like a
me.
friend. You called them
They're
a
not.
friend.
No. They're not. I know I say them because they're not saying it to me. They're saying it when they're fighting with a Zaya. It's like they lose it,
Okay.
and then the next thing you know, this evil Christian thing that's been thrown around is seeped in, and I'm
Yeah.
so mad that this has
Empathy. So
happened.
here's the thing, like, and I totally get it, and like, I understand, like, like, I feel like we talk about this all the time in these spaces, so I understand where you're coming from, and I understand the sentiment, and I think, with, Layman's question earlier, like, we kind of addressed this, so I feel like we do have a point of, we have a way to attack this now, which kind of Liam went over earlier, and I really appreciate it, is just having the sources, having the ways to combat it.
But that's not that.
Like,
But
having
that's
the
my point.
ways
Is now,
to.
now, so my point is that they're not trying to fight the history of it. They're saying it like they're calling a girl a
Yeah, but like
biatch.
those are the people that you're never gonna convince of anything.
But they're
Those
my
are the people
friends,
in the
and they're saying
audience,
it to
not someone on
me.
a screen,
Yeah,
right?
those are the
It's
ones to
no.
ignore anyway.
It's
But yeah, if you want to let Liam like respond and like have a moment to just like kind of like talk about it, maybe he can help and we can all mute.
There's one thing I want to add in here that is something about the way that empathy asked this. Maybe think of something else I can offer that goes back to Layman's part and the whole discussion we had about this earlier as a neat way at it. Because, yes, addressing the history of this is important. Giving fact that the evidence is important, but there's another neat way you can defuse it that might work with Christians and Muslims specifically who are bringing up these kind of points. Because when they fall into that, when they make those questions that are delegitimizing, when they're trying to say you're not a real Jew, here's where this breaks down, right? First off, from the Jewish perspective, if you're looking at this through halakha, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, the Khazars would still literally be fucking Jewish, because if you converted to Jewish, when the conversion process is done, you're a fucking Jew, and your descendants are Jews from that point on, period. And that's always been the case. So it's literally nonsensical. Even if that completely batshit wrong idea was said, it would still make them Jews. What they're arguing is for a kind of genetic basis to culture and religion. And that's fucking stupid. And you can just, even if people don't know enough about Judaism, all you have to do is point to Christianity and Islam and say, are all Muslims from Western Arabia? Oh, you're not from the Hejaz? Oh, you're not really a Muslim. Then that's that. That's the kind of argument that you're making. Oh, you're a Christian? Okay, cool. Are you from ancient Judah? Are you from the Levant? Oh, no, you're from Germany? Then you're not really Christian. You're a fake Christian. Because that's the kind of level you're talking about here. When people have adopted these cultures, these religious cultures, and again, there's specifics here about Judaism make it a little bit different that we can walk through there, but honestly, for that kind of argument, for the situation you're describing with Christians or Muslims saying things like this, just shut it down, because they're trying to argue that religion and culture are genetic, and they've never been. That's nonsensical. It's nonsensical in any of the Abrahamic faiths.
Can I make a counterpoint to you, Dr. Liam? So there's a distinction that you've made, actually, and I've heard this also on various other things, and the distinction between the Muslim faith, the Christian faith, and then Judaism, of course. Judaism falls more, because of its age and its practices, as an ethnicity more than it does a universal religion, versus Islam.
Genetic. And that's the point. So there is
that I agree with.
There are specific differences, but my point is that most Muslims and Christians don't know that, and you don't need to give them a lecture on halakha to explain how that works or walk through all the specifics. You give them an analogy, and you're giving them an analogy that's useful, that points out that your cultural identity, your ethnic identity, Ethnic identity has literally never been genetic. Ethnicity is a flexible social construct. People move into different areas and become something else. So just think of it this way. The Hungarians, and there's somebody else in the chat who's Hungarian, and they responded to this, so I'm going to use it again. So, like, if you're still there, and I can't remember who it was, but like, cool, here's another Hungarian reference. The Hungarians in fucking Europe today, the Magyars, who, Meg, cool. Or is it Meg or me? I think it's Meg. Well, whatever. But, sorry. But for Hungarians, genetically, they're South Slavs. The actual Magyar component of their DNA is fucking tiny. Like, tiny. And most Hungarians don't have any at all. So it'd be kind of equivalent to this whole, like, Khazar bullshit, whatever. You're like, oh, you're not a real Hungarian? Because genetically, the Hungarians from the moved in, intermarried, and passed on its language and elements of its culture into the area. But genetically, they're Slavs. So it's the same kind of issue here. Ethnicity is not your fucking blood. Fucking scientific racism. That takes us back to the 19th century, and that shit has to go, period. Completely. So yes, you're right. Spades here that there are specific differences between Judaism and Christianity and Islam in this area, but they're not necessary for this kind of conflict, because by analogy, you can easily shut this shit down by just telling people your religious identity and your cultural identity are not your fucking blood. They've never been that way, and that's what they're arguing. They're making a scientific racist argument that your identity has to be blood-based. And I don't think most people saying that stuff to empathy or anybody else want to admit that they're a fucking old school eugenicist. You know, I don't think that anybody wants to think of it that way, but that's what they're doing when they say Khazars aren't real Jews. That's it. It's just bullshit racism.
What I would say to that, and this isn't to justify it in any capacity, but I want something to be heard by all of the Jewish allies for the pro-Palestinians from the perspective of the Palestinians, especially those, let's say, referring to people, you know, that are rooted in Gaza, live in Gaza, came from Gaza, expelled from Gaza, whatever it is. The general interaction with everyone Israeli, and this is the fault of the Israeli government, the correlation and how tightly they've tied Zionism to Judaism. They portray the two as one and the same. And for most Palestinians, the entirety of their life, meaning the entirety of this conflict that they've been alive, every interaction that they've had that was negative with an Israeli wasn't just with an Israeli, it was an Israeli as a Jew imposing his beliefs on an ethno state. And for many Palestinians within the region, if your entire life, every interaction you've ever had with a Chinese person, you live within a community that's occupied by them, you were assaulted, your family's killed, you're pillaged, whatever it is, it creates this animosity towards not just the culture and the society of the Israeli people, but also towards Judaism, which became tied due to the fact that the Israeli government is so insistent on the fact that the two are one and the same, which they are not. And this is me coming from somebody in the States. We march, we protest, we boycott, we do all this stuff. The Jews here have been a massive ally and have been for many years, because those who believe do not agree with what is happening. This goes against the scripture and the belief of most Jews who practice, and even many of those who are secular and find themselves in a very moral dilemma. But putting yourself in the perspective of someone in that place, in Palestine, in the Palestinian territories, where every interaction is absolutely negative, and it is constantly shoved down their throat of this concept of an ethno state, Jewish supremacy, and they're unwanted, and they're worthless, and they're subhuman, and they're animals, naturally the reaction is negative. And your perception and your assumption, if you are not seeing what's happening globally, and seeing the support of the Jewish community outside of Israel, because Israel also portrays to the Middle East and the Palestinian people, for those who haven't been there, they paint this picture where all Jews around the world support Israel 1,000%.
We know. We, by
1,000%.
the way,
And it
we
creates this
know.
image. Give me a second, empathy. So it gives this image to the people of Palestine that the entirety of the Jewish community is against them and believes in their genocide or ethnic cleansing. And it's been the same consistent argument for over 100 years where they have been fighting. It just so happens the severity of this and the severe loss of life has caused the world to wake up to the scenario because of this, but they have been experiencing this on a day in and day out case on a much smaller scale for over 100 years. And it hasn't been until the level of violence has reached this that people have woken up. But they have become so desperate in all of their arguments because every argument made has been like invalidated. Every time you say, hey, we've been here, we are descendants here, our families have been here, for every single argument that they make has been rejected, not just by the Israelis,
Yeah.
but by the world as a whole. So
No.
in that despair, you end up in those situations where some people lash out and they reach and grasp for those straws that do come out in that level of racism. Go ahead, Liam.
I hear you. I hear you, Spades, entirely, and it's something I try to address a lot. I understand why these have showed up there. It's similar to like the situation you had in Algeria as well, because the Alliance Israeli Universelle went into like Algeria and was training people. Then a bunch of like Algerian Jews started taking the best jobs, and then that associated them with the colonizer. Next thing you know, Algerians were importing European anti-Semitic tropes. It makes a certain amount of sense because of the circumstances they're put into. It doesn't mean it isn't harmful and problematic, but we can be empathetic, and I don't think we should lash out and call a bunch of Palestinians, like knee-jerk racists or Yazis for it. We need carefully and patiently to help people understand why it's actually harmful to their own cause to do this, as well as why it's factually wrong. But we do need to at least be sympathetic, because why it ended up that way, why it makes sense, yeah, it's pretty clear. There's a strong correlation, especially in Israeli rhetoric, between Jew and Israeli and Jew and Zionist, and therefore, yeah, I mean, I have like Palestinian friends who've been my friends for many, many years who talk about like, have you heard what the Yehud have done, like, and they just default to saying Jew and not Zionist or Israeli.
Absolutely correct.
Conflation. But that is harmful. And it means they're including people like me and Nat in those kind of discussions. So it's understandable, but it's still not right. And that's a distinction I want to at least introduce there.
Oh yes, no, I'm not. What I'm saying, I'm not agreeing with it or saying that it's right. The reason I'm saying this is for those that are allies and that are standing on the side of the Palestinians to please try and understand why that happens. And in those moments, as an ally, you have the opportunity in private, preferably not in public, to sort of show divide amongst the community, but to step out and say, hey, listen, this is what you said. It's offensive to the people that are outside, because again, remember, for those fighting from the other end, the two are conflated together intentionally. And a lot of Palestinians there do not know that there is an army of Jews from within the States, from within Europe, that are standing and marching and protesting and boycotting, fighting on their behalf for their rights and their freedom. And for those of you that are allies, if you find yourself in a situation where something like that happened, or something is said that way maliciously, especially coming from someone who is from the region and has been exposed to that constantly and endlessly, have some dignity in that moment, bite your tongue if you can, and address it after the fact to inform them and let them know that this isn't a fight of you versus Israelis that are conflated with the Jews. There are, in fact, many, and we, within our own community, we take special initiative constantly to remind people inside of the occupied territories that, listen, you have allies out here that are fighting, and their voices are as loud as ours, and they are committed to your cause the same way that Palestinians who are from 48 or from 67 and just, focus on the goal and push forward with it. And here, this is where you said something wrong. Avoid it next time, please.
Exactly. We do have to, and finding the best ways to have those conversations is important. It's one of the reasons I want to have that day where we get a big group together and everyone comes into it, and we go through and we talk about how like the anti-Semitic tropes have worked, what they are, so we can recognize them. And then we can talk about the best ways rhetorically to bring those up in those spaces so that we're not actually pushing back against people, because you don't want to make people feel like you're attacking them, calling them racist, delegitimizing their own pain or concerns. We want to, though, at least help them not fall into these frickin' Yahtzee traps. But it's a really delicate balancing act, and it requires a lot of empathy. I can help at least by helping people to identify the rhetoric, the rhetoric, the different tropes, but we do need to come up with ways, and I want people involved in that in a discussion in that kind of form, and then we can bring that stuff out and spread it around where people can help us come up with the right kind of emotional language, the right kind of timing, spaces, how you can actually help people that doesn't also attack them or make them feel unheard. Because it is tough because for exactly all the reasons that you're saying, this is like some deep emotional pain, and it's understandable why they fell into that shit in the first place. But we do have to find some ways of correcting it. So it's a tough nut, though.
Can I tell you something else that many of you guys won't know unless you're Palestinian?
And actually,
There
Mr.
has
Spades,
there.
can I
Actually,
respond to you
Go ahead, Meek.
we want to
Go ahead.
rather
circle
quickly?
around still too, right?
Um,
And Blessed brought it up earlier too that we need to do that.
so Mr. Spades, I actually want to respond to you because I have been in so many Palestinian lives with journalists, and what you're talking about is not what Palestinian people do. The anger is more directed towards the circumstance and not people, and I find that so humbling. And it has actually taught me inside my spirit, inside myself, to understand humanity on a different level. That's what I learned from Palestinian people. And I know that you're Palestinian because of the way you talk. And I just wanted to respond because of the fact that I appreciate so much the Palestinian people and listening to the journalist, and they're like, the Palestinian people are dealing with atrocities on next level. Like I can talk about my traumas, but they're like little t's, right? Little traumas. Compare, like I made it past childhood. I made, like, yeah, I lost my parents when I was young, but at least I made it past, childhood. Palestinian people can't even say that. And, like, there's a deep humbleness inside my soul at this point, listening to Palestinian people. And what I think you're expressing too, when there's a disconnect of Zionism versus Judaism, that's more of a Western philosophy when they're getting on board with, the movement. And it's like, hold on, wait, pause, push the brakes, listen to Palestinian people and listen to people from Gaza, listen to journalists, and let it affect your soul, because that's what it did. I don't know if I even felt in my life until I started listening to journalists in Gaza. I mean, the transformation in the last 4 months, and it's horrific because they're dealing with atrocities I can never know. But the transformation I felt inside my soul has humbled me on a level that is that's existential. That's all I can express it as. And I severely thank you for speaking. And I really want to reiterate the difference between Zionism and Judaism. Zionism is a political movement. Judaism
Oh, I'm
is a
fully
religion.
aware.
And oh, no, this is not directed to you
Oh,
by
okay.
any means. I just want to, and like kind of comment that, like, the words you're expressing, like when you talk about allies, like, I want you to know the compassion is out there, and especially for the people enduring this. Like, it's horrific. And I like, in so many people in my position are like, we want to do more. And like, I keep getting emails from my representative like, well, October 7th, and I'm like, I shut down, and I'm like, I don't want to hear this. Like, it's the same rhetoric from my representatives. I'm not voting those fools in. But at the same time too, we feel helpless, and at the same time, like, all we can do is like, like, talk about it and share, our experiences and the experiences of the people dealing with these atrocities. And, like, I don't even know how to express, like, how much this has moved me internally to just want to love brothers and sisters, like, without any kind, like, you know I've been watching these journalists, these doctors, citizens talk to us in a language I don't even know. And the kindness and compassion and empathy that they hold inside themselves is next level. And I do apologize for interrupting. I just really felt compelled to respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add something to that,
I
because
can't believe you.
in
I
essence
can't believe
you're both hitting on something. I love the whole nuance gray area shit. So I'm gonna hit you guys with that again, because when you started in there, it's like this isn't Palestinians. It's this whole like they're lovely people who wouldn't have these kind of views. And I want to tell you, I've met tons of Palestinians who absolutely hold no animosity towards Jews and understand that there are plenty of people like me who don't share the views of the people who are oppressing them. That absolutely is a very real thing. I completely respect and appreciate and share the kind of experience you're describing there. But I will tell you bluntly that I've also had conversations in Palestine, in the West Bank, with people who say that Mustache Man was right, and that at best the Jews should go back to Europe. I mean, I've heard some horrific shit from people. Humans are humans. Some people will swallow terrible ideas and they will recycle terrible ideas. Not all Palestinians understand the distinction between Zionists and Jews. Some Palestinians have swallowed deeply anti-Semitic ideals because of their context and because of the way that it plays on those fears. I mean, so I mean, I have heard some horrifying shit from people too.
Wait,
So
wait.
there's always a mix in this. You know, we can't leave out the worst side of our own coalition, because then we're kind of like missing, something.
Can I just say the reason as to why they have a hard time not conflating the two, especially Palestinians who live in Palestine, is because the only exposure they have to Judaism is the Star of David on an IDF soldier or the Star of David on a bulldozer. So I think it's because of how Israel decides to place Jewish symbols on the people who unalive them. That is precisely why Palestinians in Palestine have a hard time doing that when they see, okay, a bunch of people who's claimed to be the representative of Jewish people are unaliving my family. They're bulldozing my home. Therefore, it's the Jewish people who are doing this to me. And I am going to have much more compassion and understanding and grace, I think, for a person who is in that situation, to kind of help them understand that this is a conflation, and especially because of their circumstance, I'll understand that. I will never understand a person who is not in that situation, who is not Palestinian, who conflates the two, because especially there are a lot of anti-Semitic people who have co-opted this movement and have joined it just to be anti-Semitic. And those people are people I will never have grace for or compassion for, because if you're not Palestinian, what's your excuse? If you're not Palestinian, if you're not from that region, what is your excuse? But anyways, I just wanted to say that, to add that part on, because it's very important that the reason as to why Palestinians in Palestine living there conflated is because the Israeli government actively conflates the two, and the Israeli government actively tries to blur the line between Zionism and Judaism to make it the same thing in order to prevent any Palestinian resistance, because if you conflate the two, then every form of Palestinian resistance is anti-Semitic, because every form of Palestinian resistance is against Jewish people and not against the Israeli government or occupation. But the Khazar theory, I just wanted to say,
that's what I was saying. Like, that's actually what Spades was saying before, and why I said that both Meg and Spades are both correct. And the whole sense of like the question of empathy and showing empathy to people who have those, it's completely understandable why they had. I wasn't mad as people told me this shit to my face. I tried to talk to them about it. So we do need to do that. It's absolutely understandable why this shit happens, but I also don't want us to get the sense of like rose tinted glasses that prevent us from seeing that these ideas do circulate, and we do need to talk about them still. That's all.
Absolutely,
I agree
absolutely.
with well. So yeah, I think you're saying the same thing there. But all I'm saying is like they're both correct in that sense.
Yeah,
I
they're both
wanted to
correct. I
point
just wanted
out.
to add the people who use this as like an excuse to spread the Khazar theory though, and all those different things, like y'all are bullshit. Y'all are a cancer. You are a cancer to the movement, especially if you're not a Palestinian person and you are sitting here spreading these anti-Semitic tropes, right? You're sitting here and making it worse for Palestinians, and you don't actually care about Palestinians. Because what happens when you have a bunch of Zionists sitting in your lives, they're listening to you spread anti-Semitic tropes, they're going to use it as an excuse to continue silencing Palestinians, because then they're going to record that shit. They're going to take screenshots of that shit. They're going to say, see, we told y'all Palestinian resistance is anti-Semitic. And they're going to use your fucking disgusting anti-Semitism as an excuse to pass laws and pass policies to continue silencing Palestinians. So if any non-Palestinian sits up on these lives and spreads this misinformation, you are a disgusting and despicable human being who is using and weaponizing the Palestinian cause for your own disgusting agenda. Do something else. Because it's our duty as non-Palestinians to not make anything harder for Palestinians. Because Palestinians are the ones who are Palestinians bear the brunt for what the Arabs did. Palestinians bear the brunt for what the Egyptians did, for what the Jordanians did, for what the Syrians and the Lebanese did. Palestinians bear the brunt for how the Middle East has treated other Jewish people. Palestinians bear the brunt for how the Germans treated the Jewish people. Palestinians are sitting there bearing the brunt and being held responsible for what the whole world did except for Palestinians. And if you are sitting here and contributing to that bullshit and spreading nonsensical theories about how the Khazars are actually the Ashkenazim and they're all converts, or they all rule the world and they're all the Illuminati, and all your bullshit as anti-Semitic tropes, you're a disgusting, despicable neo-Yahtzee is what you are. And I want you to crawl back into your hole, because we do not want to make space for you in this movement, because people are dying. People are actively dying, and the people who I'm talking to know who the fuck they are, because I see them every fucking time. People in Gaza are dying. People in the West Bank are dying. There's a genocide happening. They've been oppressed for 75 years. Palestinians in the diaspora have to sit in the diaspora and watch people who look like them get unalived, whether it's their family members, whether it's not their family members. They have to see them get unalived because they're Palestinian, and they have to actively get dehumanized in Western politics because they're Palestinian. And you're taking your raggedy cunt ass, co-opting this movement to be fucking anti-Semitic, and you're a disgusting human being if you engage in that anti-Semitism under the guise of being supposedly pro-Palestinian.
Somebody asked about a recording.
I hate TikTok.
It is.
There's so many gross people on here. I hate this place.
Right. This is the flip side of the policing I mentioned earlier, because especially when you're dealing again with the way that these things have been unintentionally taken in among activists or Palestinians, we have a responsibility to help people understand why and to correct that. but there also are literal neo-Yazis infiltrating these spaces specifically to spread their own views, and they don't care if Palestinians get hurt for it. They don't care at all. It's an opportunity to beat their drum and spread their horrifying shit. So when we allow them, it's similar to like when we talk about like the Black Hebrew Israelites and things like that. When you allow people like that in your spaces, they make it toxic and they hurt us. We need to find these fucking neo-Yazis when they show up in here and realize they are not your fucking ally. They are actively harming Palestinians, and we need to get them the fuck out of our spaces.
I want to point out two things, actually. So first, to wrap up the point that I was saying, for those of you that can't really contextualize what it is, maybe necessarily on the ground in Palestine, members of the IDF regularly taunt and humiliate and make this a constant repetitive issue where they would be in the faces of the Palestinians that they engage with on a day-to-day basis, whether it be at checkpoints, at random searches, at home seizures, whatever it may be, where they are actively and regularly joking about how the Jews of the world are coming to take their homes, that they are taking the entirety of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip one home at a time, one block at a time, and then all the Jews in the world are going to fill all of what was Palestine, and they will all be cleansed or unalived. This is something repeated constantly. I've heard it myself from IDF soldiers' mouths multiple times. It is a running joke to them. And when you hear that, they're painting this image in the minds of the people who do not have same access to the global insights and media and whatever's going on, that this idea that this group of people is coming to take everything that you know and love and destroy your entire world and turn you into nothing or unalive you. The second thing is, for all of my pro-Palestinians and that are actively in chats, and Palestinians as well, be aware. The Israeli government has a lot of influence and has a lot of resources. They have launched something called Operation Global Insights a while back, where its sole objective is the infiltration of pro-Pali groups. This includes protests, this includes boycotts, this includes action committees, this includes Discord chats, lives, social media groups, Telegram chats. They come in, they will play their part for months if they need to, and then leverage that information and speak out in such a way that it causes damage to the community and discredits the voices that are coming out by isolating themselves and making them seem as though it's the Palestinians versus the Jews, that this is some kind of religious conflict, that the Muslims hate the Jews, when in reality Palestinians are a mix. It is considered the Holy Land for a reason. There are Christians, there are atheists, there are Marxists, there are Muslims, there are Palestinian Jews. It is a mix of all of it, and their goal constantly is penetration. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Also, that there used to be Palestinian Jews. They're sadly
yes. It changed. But for those that don't know,
it's sad. But it's part of our history. But
there are still Palestinian Jews though in Nablus.
Nowhere near as many.
They're not as many, but there are still Palestinian. A famous freedom fighter from Nablus, his name is.
That's what you were gonna say.
Yes, Nader Sadaqa.
He's a Palestinian Jew, correct?
Yes, he's Jewish, and he's currently serving 6 life sentences in Israeli prison.
And for those of you that don't know, the PLO was a secular movement. It included Palestinians, Muslims, Palestinian Christians, Palestinian Armenians, Palestinian atheists, Marxists, and Jews.
I'm just saying, as a community, in the Jewish community, the Jewish Palestinian community is defunct. Its last generations are dying out now, in the same way that so many other of the Middle Eastern, North African Jewish communities are dying out. I mean, it's a loss to humanity, and I cry for it.
Well, it's by design, intentionally.
It is. It absolutely is.
The objective
lost
is to turn all the Jews globally into Israelis, essentially.
I mean, the collapse of the Iraqi Jewish community, everything else. I mean, there's so much that we've lost in the process. It's sad,
I feel like a really good interview that I watched this week was with a doctor who worked at Al Nasir Hospital. His name's Thayer Ahmad. He spoke. They're obviously going into that hospital right now, but that was a really powerful interview that I watched this week that fucking absolutely wrecked my fucking world. Anyways.
I think a powerful interview that I watched was Dr. Gabor Mate and his two sons. Dr. Gabor Mate is a Shoah survivor from Hungary. Him and his two sons are Canadian now. They had a whole podcast, almost an hour long, where they discussed, first of all, how Zionism has been intertwined with Jewish identity, especially in Hebrew school, Sunday school, before you get your do your bar mitzvah, how it is intertwined in camps, how in summer camps, how they are shamed for being unapologetically pro-Palestinian liberation. And they talked about the Israeli state and the nightmare that in an effort to escape their nightmare, Jewish people ended up taking the nightmare to another people, which was Palestinian people, being given generational trauma as a result of Jewish generational trauma. And Dr. Gabor Mate did that podcast, and I would highly recommend that whole video with his sons.
You're welcome. Would you put it in the chat? I would love to write that down. Because I can't spell that.
Yeah, no, I'm so sorry.
Somebody typed the name a minute ago. Bird did.
Oh, I'll look for it. Cool.
The E has an acute on it, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I lost it, by the way, Dr. Liam, before, because I am genuinely disgusted.
I was honestly happy it didn't shut us down because of the C word.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm genuinely frustrated when you have people hosting lives about the Khazars. What do the Khazars have to do with the fact that Palestinians today are being unalived? What does the Khazarian theory have to do with Palestinians being unalived today? How does it help Palestinians when you're sitting there discussing the Khazarian theory? How does it help Palestinians when you're sitting there talking about Judea being the church of Satan? How does it help Palestinians when you're sitting there talking about this deep state and how, the Illuminati
Americans love that
the
stuff,
Illuminati created the American government.
Americans get real into that, man. I've noticed there's a really good correlation between anti-vax and like this pure blood idea. You see what I'm saying here? You know what I'm like? Think about it. If you're anti-vax, like, oh, I'm pure blood. I'm pure blood. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that goes into all this shit that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck is pure anything?
Dude, I mean, all this shit makes us as humans feel pretty damn good. I have the special blood. This is my land. That shit makes people feel pretty fucking good.
Oh, you've got one in the chat here. Someone saying Khazarians are the ones claiming they belong to planet. No, because they don't exist. They haven't existed for nearly 1,000 years.
I saw MAGA creators on this app doing blackface this month.
Someone doing that shit in this chat.
I'm telling you, it is a whole new world, Liam. The last couple months, they have been genuinely able to successfully infiltrate.
To find that shit, and that now they're coming to us.
Like they've been able to successfully infiltrate. I see things like Khazar theory, but I also see things like Euro converts. I see things that like they're finding new ways to say the same thing. So, yeah.
Can I? So can I just say? Do you know what shocked me to my core? When I saw certain people use photos of dead octopuses. Yes. I saw people.
Oh, Liam doesn't know about that.
Liam doesn't know about that one. On a live.
I don't know about that either.
1 second.
Spades, you probably have.
I saw people.
No,
Wait, hold on 1 second, please. Can
I
just finish? I saw people pretending to be fucking pro-Palestinian and being on, and first of all, Coco, I don't call me your honey. I'm not honey. I'm not your honey. So stop calling me a honey. Go crawl back to your little corner. So imagine taking a pro-Palestinian live and having an unalived octopus on your page, like not on your page, but on your screen. Do you know what an octopus? Do you know what an octopus is, y'all? 253 people here, because I'm German, and so I know these little tiny symbols and dog whistles. During World War II, an octopus was a symbol for Jewish people, specifically the idea that Jewish people rule the world, which is why they have their tentacles all over the world. And there was Yahtzee propaganda with Jewish people being depicted as octopus. So why the hell do you have an unalived octopus on your photo in the corner while you're supposedly being pro-Palestine? Why do you have an unalived Jewish person on your photo? The octopus stands for Jewish people. And that's implying that you want all Jewish people unalived. So why do you have that on your photo? Why do you sneak that little symbol into your photo while pretending to be pro-Palestine as a non-Palestinian, making it harder for Palestinians? Because an octopus stands for Jewish people. And before I go to the Islamophobia part, the only good Yahtzee is a dead Yahtzee. The only good Yahtzee is an unalived Yahtzee. And if you think you are a Yahtzee, then go back to your hole.
You're gonna get this taken down, dude. Stop. You're gonna get this taken down. And we're not gonna be able to continue talking here.
Okay. And to the Islamophobes who are
unfortunately, because I've tried to make videos.
I understand, Cody. I understand.
Just saying.
To the Islamophobes as well, you can F off. I'm censoring myself. To the Islamophobes as well, who are taking over the pro-Israeli side and becoming pro-Israel just because you are Islamophobic, or just because you're Arab-phobic, and just because you don't like Arabs or Muslims or anybody who is read as Arab or Muslim. To those people as well, you can F off, because it's disgusting that you're co-opting this whole issue to spread your Islamophobia and your Arabphobia. And I'm looking at all of you Christian Zionists, because I know a lot of you Christian Zionists are Islamophobic and Arabphobic, which is why you're joining this whole movement to spread your hatred for anybody who's Arab or Palestinian or Muslim.
I just have a quick question, if y'all don't mind, if I direct it back to Dr. Liam. So Dr. Liam, I want to talk about, and I'm sorry, Kavi, I just want to bring it back around so we can get the life boost.
Actually, I think Cactus was next. Cactus has been waiting this whole time, and I think if we're gonna bring it back to the topic,
I'm really trying to
Yes,
I was gonna say
Cactus has been waiting and has been wanting to ask their question.
but like Trash Panda, you're right after, but Cactus has been waiting for so long. And
I was waiting as well before that, which is why I ended up falling asleep on the panel. And when I fell asleep on the panel while I was waiting for really, really long, Cactus was with me on that panel as well, which is why I re-requested. But I'm willing to wait.
Okay.
So it's first Cactus. I don't know if Cody already asked his questions.
No,
not yet. No.
I'm gonna flip this shit upside down. It's gonna be great.
You were also on the panel with me waiting, but I left both you and Cactus and fell asleep. So it's going to be
took a shower. That's why I'm in my robe.
It's going to be Cactus and then Cody and then Trash Panda and then me.
Well, I did have some questions about a different topic, but I asked you in the comments, and I
You
wanted to
always
know.
do, which is great. I love all your random history questions.
That
You
was
always
nice
take
of
us
you,
into
but
so many fascinating areas that have nothing to do with anybody else's questions.
well, thank you. But I kind of collect them throughout the week. Yeah,
It's great.
but
I have fun
I
with
have
them.
a friend. I have a friend who's Eritrean, and she was interested in talking to you. If her name's Arira, if you wanted to bring her up and talk about that, talk about Eritrea and also the Amhara conflict, and just kind of that situation, and just like the situation internally in Ethiopia. But I did have a question like before that because she expressed that she wanted to ask that question like with me and to talk about it because she's Eritrean. But I was going to ask, yeah, this is a characteristically really random thing, but why did the Hungarians decide to stay within the Austrian Empire when they got autonomy within it, and what made them want autonomy in the first place?
Well, okay, so yeah, two very different questions there. The why stay in? It was the easier solution. They weren't given a hell of a lot of choice. It's either massive civil war or compromise. So they created a dual monarchy. And what it did was it actually gave them a completely separate government, and they just shared a monarch, which gave them effective independence in many ways, but also left them part of a larger country. So they were in many ways stronger than they would have been alone. And it allowed them essentially to dominate a whole bunch of other minorities in the eastern part of the empire. And they, so they went around lording it over people that way in the same way that the German speakers were for a long time. So it gave them a lot of what they wanted without the complications of having to build a completely separate country and fighting people themselves and having less resources. But it was more a matter of like, this is your choice, bro. You can compromise with us and get this system here, or we can just keep fighting over this crap. The why wanting, it's the spread of nationalism. And the fact is, all nationalist movements in the 19th century, as they're spreading around, they all romanticize the past. They all look for a useful past and make up a bullshit modern identity on that. So they went back to like your whole St. Stephen borders and everything else, and like the when we were great or whatever. Like they wanted to like make Hungary great again, and that means inevitably aiming for autonomy or independence. And it just seemed to be like the easiest way to do it. Look at what they actually got when it was broken up. They didn't get a lot of the other territory. Within Austria-Hungary, they actually had far larger borders and a huge amount of territory that their government directly controlled and lorded over tons of other ethnicities. But when it finally came to breaking up, it shrunk down to areas that were almost entirely Hungarian. And they lost a lot of that prestige. And there are a lot of Hungarian irredentist movements still today that want to seize parts of Slovakia and seize parts of Romania and all that shit. So in essence, it was more useful to them politically and as well as economically to stay in that system.
Mm-hmm.
They were more powerful in a way.
Yeah.
It seems paradoxical to be more powerful when you're not independent, but they realistically were.
And then I don't remember the name of the conflict actually, but it was like a little bit a couple decades before the 7 Years' War when the French took over and then gave back Dutch Austria. Why did they do that?
Well, I got lost for a second. When the French
took over Dutch Austria and then gave it back to Austria after the peace agreements, what was their motivation for doing that? I'm
not even sure what.
Oh, excuse me.
Like the whole like Burgundian duchy type parts of the Netherlands.
Yeah, when they had like the lower part of the Netherlands, and then France took it over, and then they gave it back for some reason, but I never understood why.
A lot of that is just horse trading among the surviving Catholic powers, holding on to pieces that realistically, if somebody wasn't connecting it to a larger territory, they were afraid that it would have been sucked into like, some broader Low Country type thing, and they wanted the Catholic domination. There still is an element of the old religious conflicts in some of that. Because, culturally, separating the Low Countries doesn't make a great deal of sense. It's just a religious issue. The nationalism that separates, Belgians from the Dutch or whatever is similar to the kind of bullshit you have between like Croats, Serbs, and Bosniaks. It's ultimately nonsensical because it's the same fucking culture with a different religion. and it's a matter of like trying to trade that around among the Catholic powers. So they're just compromises. At the end of the day, it's not really culturally French or Spanish or Austrian, and all three powers controlled it, at different times, but only because they're all powerful Catholic monarchies and therefore could preserve the Catholic privileges and identity of the southern part of the Low Countries.
If you guys will just give me a second, sorry, Cactus, to cut you off. I just wanted to say good night, and Dr. Liam, if you don't mind, go ahead and give me a follow. And if you guys decide you want to make a move on this podcast, I'm more than happy to help with the business side of things and contribute in whatever capacity you guys need.
Sweet, yeah. Send me a direct
appreciate the panel.
I'll include you in the whole Discord invites we're gonna do.
Much appreciated. Thank you, and thank you, panelists. It's been a great conversation. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, and another question too, and I forget the name actually of the current de facto leader of Burkina Faso, but you know what I'm talking about, like those three leaders in Sahelian Africa that recently came to power with a coup a couple years ago, and they're kind of
I'm blanking on it too. Honestly, so much mental space has been given over to other things. Like if you would, okay, so to your question about your Eritrean friend, if you had hit me a year ago, I'd have been rattling off tons of stuff from various because some of the ethnic groups have been taking turns in G sides and all kinds of weird shit going on there. But I will struggle to recall some of the details of those right now for the same reason as I historically follow a lot of West African politics. I'm just not thinking about a lot of it lately, so it's like buried and bouncing around back here. It doesn't come up as much. Some topics are easier because they're still related to tons of things that I teach actively. And unfortunately, while I follow a lot of African politics out of a personal interest, it's not part of my professional expertise. So I don't get to use it regularly. So it gets relegated, to free up space, I guess. So I would. I'm going to struggle to place a lot of those coups. When they happened, I jump on them. I remember the context, and then it sort of slips off to the side because I don't get to deal with it weekly.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, the whole there were times when Amharic people were being attacked, and then and Tigray's being attacked, and it's just going back and forth. It's just been horrifying to watch, and that's another one of those places where I was fucking furious in both of those stages of the conflict that the world just didn't give a shit. So I remember mostly my anger over it, and talking with some of the people about it that I knew that were directly involved, because I have a couple of friends from Tigray, and I just, but yeah, the details of either of those question areas I'm going to struggle with right now.
And I do. Have you been keeping up with the civil war in Sudan as well?
I was for a while, a little bit more so than those, but still, it's taken a bit of a backseat. That one a bit more often because it does come up and during the spring I always do my Arab World class anyway, so it does come up a bit there. A little bit.
Yeah, I did have a question. I'm sure. I imagine you're more versed on the Darfur 2003 era of the history, and my understanding is that there was a little bit of a cultural similarity with Darfur and other parts of Sahelian Africa and places like Chad. And so once Gaddafi sent militias into Chad, a number of them went into Darfur. And then when the military was sent to Darfur to handle the militias, they, basically started committing atrocities. Is there more to it than that?
There's a bit more, because it also fits into the broader context of Sudanese nationalism and its connection to the wider Arab world, because that's ultimately what caused the problems with the south of the country as well. Sudan was fucking humongous, and it was massively multi-ethnic, but like so many territories, you end up with a dominant ethnic group. I don't know, look at a simpler case of how you are hurting my knee. Oh, holy shit. Oh, bad knees. Look at Mauritania, right? A place that's relatively quiescent, but still you have a dominant ethnic group and a lot of minorities. And there's tensions there because of that, because it wants to assert a kind of, Arab Maghrebi identity that most of the country doesn't share. Sudan is similar. It wants to connect itself to a wider Arab world and Middle East, and large parts of the country just don't think of itself that way. They don't relate to it culturally. So that diversity is a problem and when you're dealing with nationalism in general, because nationalism, again, always has to construct a particular type of... I was talking about this in class this morning. So you think about the way this works, right? So nations as an identity, if you talk about people's local cultural identities, people always have a sense of self. They know who the hell they are, like their local community, their local language, culture, whatever. But those historically are not political. So it's tying politics to your personal identity that makes it fucking toxic, because as soon as the political identity is tied to my identity here, and then I tie that to state power, then the state has to represent my particular group, and anybody who doesn't share my exact identity suddenly becomes problematic. So in many ways with the Darfur crisis, you're dealing with the long-term fallout. In some ways, yeah, because the Gaddafi conflict is much, much earlier from that, but it's in some ways long-term fallout from that, but there are more excuses in many ways to turn on populations in order to assert the power out of Khartoum and the dominant, ethno-linguistic cultural identity of the state. So it's a little bit more complicated than pointing back to those, the competing militias and the changes of identity, because it ultimately gets back to the way that Khartoum wants to understand itself and its relation to the wider Arab world and parts of the country that it doesn't feel really fit that and might actually cause problems for them.
I mean, do you think there's also a dimension of it which is more, I guess, grudge oriented? I mean, I feel like if you
Sure.
Once there have been, back and forth, tit for tat sort of conflicts for, within the same country, like obviously that resentment builds up. And I feel like you hear the sentiment that like, well, we can talk about how society should be better and all this stuff. But when we look at the reality, people just do things for their group. And the only responsible thing you can do is better the conditions and land of your group. And do you think that that's kind of also just like a more like grassroots tendency that results in that too?
The resentment part that you're talking about is one of the things that constantly feeds nationalism. Nationalism latches onto these kind of things as excuses. So there's a sense of that, but it kind of allows them to play out something that otherwise might not have made as much sense. You can point to something. Look at the way, for example, like out of left field sort of parallel, right? So the Iranians and the Saudis don't like each other, right? They have tons of different geopolitical and strategic, economic conflicts, that lie between the two countries. But how often does it get dressed up in the Sunni versus Shia bullshit? Mm-hmm. That's not the root cause of it. It has nothing to do with the cause of the conflict between those two countries, but they use it. The kind of resentments that build up over internal crises and the relationship to other conflicts in the region, they come up because they're useful. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely, but what you're talking about, it definitely plays a part, but it's the way that it's used, and oftentimes it just becomes window dressing for what is ultimately a sort of like supremacist move.
So without that political connection and identity, then it just that sort of resentment wouldn't manifest into like belligerent nationalism as much,
even diversity has been the norm always. So, I mean, one fun example I like doing is walking people through France, because France has been a soft genocidal country for 200 years, destroying a lot of its internal diversity. The difference between, like, speakers of Gascon and speakers of Provençal, who the fuck cared? It didn't matter. You're living hundreds of miles away. You live in a totally different area of the country. We all understand that we live in the French state, which means we all pay taxes to the French state, and the state can walk in and draft us if it wants to. But other than that, people had little connection to government. It wasn't, the governing institutions weren't connected to your identity at all. They were just the fucking government. That's it. But when government suddenly represents a particular aspect of identity, a particular language and culture, then tensions are going to spring up among the different groups here, and ultimately you're going to have to like stamp that down and assimilate people and wipe out that diversity. And that can be, wiping it out this way or through education, which is what France has done. You know, like we're just gonna, we're only gonna use French in schools. So eventually parents stop teaching their kids fucking Gascon, you know? It's, but the difference in identity was completely fucking irrelevant to people. If you go back into the 8th century, 9th century, who cared? It was not a reason to fight anybody at all.
So in that sense, Marx didn't have a complete understanding of the state in that sense because he viewed it as a locus of class authority, and it can also be a political thing, which is why the withering away thing is doesn't play out.
Right. I mean, because he missed a lot of like the structural aspects of power, right? It's not, most state structures have a basis in class because ultimately the reason states came into existence in the Neolithic was protecting the privileges of the wealthy few. It has an economic component to it, but it takes on a ton of other aspects. And particularly in the 19th century, where Marx is wildly wrong, is in the way that he misunderstood the rising threat of nationalism, because it was relatively recent and becoming more and more powerful only then. So once you tie your personal identity to political power, there's no fucking way the state's going away. That's why the nation state is one of the worst fucking disasters for humanity in the last 2.5 centuries, is that it creates so many more intractable problems. You know, conflicts that are far more violent than they ever were before, because now they touch my sense of self. Now you're questioning who I am, bro. Right? Where before it was just one country's fighting another country and who the fuck cares? Most ordinary people really didn't care about the wars in Europe. They were drafted to fight them, but it didn't matter to them at the end of the day which freaking king was in charge. Because at the end of the day, every country in Europe was deeply diverse. And that was normal and fine and nobody cared. But yeah, not only do they take on deeper political connections, they add on a whole new cultural and identitarian element to them. And that was building in the time that Marx was writing. And I don't think he fully appreciated the significance of that turn. And it's one of the reasons that a lot of people building on his thought in the 20th century, yeah, there was no fucking way in hell as soon as you created a powerful Soviet state that it was going anywhere. And instead what you saw was, over time, that Soviet state drew more and more and more on great Russian nationalism, because nationalism was too well tied to the concept of political power in the 20th century to be completely decoupled from it. The 19th century was a major turning point that fucked us all.
So then when it comes to countries outside Europe, like Ethiopia or India and Pakistan, that emerges just from the fact that the state was imposed because of the divide and conquer strategies by a certain ethnic group, and it was made political through colonization, because it seems like those countries went down a different trajectory a little bit.
Well, sort of, you built up identities for the different ones, because nationalism can be based on any number of things. You know, nationalism, again, it's a pretty flexible concept. You choose what makes up a nationalism. And they divided along religious lines, unfortunately. So there was a distinct difference between them, and it created a reason to fight, I guess, and to defend that country. But they had to swallow the bullshit in the first place. A lot of people were deeply opposed to the division along religious lines. Some people were like, it doesn't matter if it fragments into a whole bunch of separate states reflecting the different identities. But more people were like, you forced us all together in the first place. You forcibly created a unified state. Why don't we stay unified? Right? But it ended up, the engineered separation along those lines provided a foundation for competing national movements. And it's one of the reasons that over time you've seen they get much, much worse. So in Pakistan, we've seen the development of very strong Islamist movements that are often quite violent and reactionary. Look at the Deobandi schools and whatnot, and that they draw the worst impulses out of the Saudi approach. And then in India, Hindu nationalism. And their constant attacks on because there are more fucking Muslims in India than there are in Pakistan. So there's a lot of internal tensions, but it's because the identity of the state was founded on that cultural difference. That's the core of their identity. It was imposed in large part because of the history of the British Raj, but it still provided a foundation for two distinct competing nationalisms. And once those take root, Like, Hindu nationalism makes no fucking historical sense. It's complete fucking nonsense. But in the context of nationalism in the modern political sense, it works like any other form of nationalism, exactly the same way. And it's just as real to people because now it's a sense of their identity. Their sense of Indians is tied to, in many cases, their connection to a broader Hindu cultural framework.
So, I mean, I just wanted to ask one more question, then I'll just mute for a bit. But when it comes to a country like Ethiopia or, you know, other countries where there's so many different competing nationalisms and people are focused on, you know, controlling and securing like the region that they identify with, like how do you go forward with that? You know, like what sort of, I mean, should it just be dissolved or, you know?
No, it's the same basic reason as everything. And this is where there's a problem with the, I understand the logic sometimes in terms of separation between different groups. But at the end of the day, it's a surrender to the logic of nationalism. At the end of the day, Ethiopia is incredibly diverse, historically, culturally, linguistically, religiously. It's yes, to Sushi, there's many religions in India, but Hinduism was the one that was built into the political identity of the state, and that's where Britain fucked us in the long run. But the situation with Ethiopia, it's like, okay, you've created a single larger state. When it was an empire, old school, like older states, it didn't matter because the political identity had nothing to do with your personal identity. It really didn't matter if you were Christian or Muslim, you know, use Tigrinya or Amharic or whatever. It really, who cares? Because it had no political consequences. It wasn't tied to power. It was just, in my region, we speak this language. In my village, we have this religion. But who the fuck cares what somebody 5 miles down the road might have a different religion? It's not relevant. As soon as you make them political, you introduce problems. And with a state like Ethiopia, there's been, you know, fights for dominance among different groups, like there have been in many of the post-colonial African states, because again, they're all deeply diverse culturally and linguistically, you know, often extremely so. And your choice is either break them up into a whole bunch of really small countries along nationalist lines. That doesn't ultimately solve anything. People are still going to compete, fight, whatever. There's still going to be minorities inside the countries. There's still going to be like an internal enemy that you're still going to hate. Or get over fucking nationalism. That, to me, is the long-term solution, and one of the things we have to fight hard against. When people say it can't be done, they're forgetting that nationalism didn't exist until the end of the 18th century. It only really goes back to the French Revolution in actual practice, like in the world. Like, it builds up for, like, they're talking about it, they're thinking about it, they're trying to come up with ways to do it. In the French Revolution, boom, nationalism shows up in political form for the first real time. That's not that long ago. We can get rid of this shit. But it takes actually getting to the root of the problem instead of dancing around it. And when we talk about division, all we end up doing is dancing around it. Because it assumes it. This is one of the reasons that I strongly oppose the two-state solution, because it is a surrender to ethno-nationalism and the idea that you divide territory up and different ethnic groups can be supreme in their own territories. That's never in practice true. Both of those territories would still have minorities, which means if they're nationalist states, they're still going to oppress minorities. What the fuck? You know, there's no way effectively to divide up a country like Ethiopia, because even though certain areas, certain languages are predominant, they've all been intermingling for so fucking long that it's not perfect. There are people that have settled in different areas. There's people that move around. It's always been the case. So you end up with either massive ethnic cleansing, tons of minorities that you're going to oppress, possibility of more war. Now you've got different states. You know, we can go back to like ancient Ethiopian history when you've got all these separate states and, like, you know, Gondar is fighting Aksum, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's like, why do we want to go back to shit like that either? Smaller states, because smaller states will compete, and if they're smaller states and they're organized now in modern ways along nationalist lines, they have even more reason to attack each other and to attack the internal minorities. It doesn't help. It's like, this is one of the reasons I hate that Europe has divided up so much over the last century, and it's more and more balkanizing to smaller and smaller pieces, and every single one of them has minorities. Like, Slovakia has, like, Rusyn populations and, you know, Hungarian populations and whatever. Like, none of them are homogenous. So they all have tons of internal tensions because they've tied their personal and linguistic identities to state power. That is the core of the problem. So no, I don't think the solution to the conflict in Ethiopia is to carve it up. I think that's a surrender to exactly the problem that's causing the violence in the first place. I think instead, we need to get over that core problem. I often sound like a broken record because I come back a lot to nationalism as a problem, but go figure, it actually is at the root of a lot of shit. Right, Minerva? Yeah? Yeah. Humans are stupid, huh? Why can't we?
I gotta say, this is like information that is so much easier to take when you have a cat on your lap.
We should all be cats.
Yeah, no, it really is. Every single time.
The worst thing here. Like, oh, the white striped cats are bad. Ooh. No fucking way. Like, ooh, we all must hate tabby cats.
Yeah, wait, my cat just... Oh, actually, yeah, Liam, you've never seen my cat. Hold on. Alright, Chewy. He chews on vents, by the way. He has problems.
Is Cactus, you're done, Cactus? So we can go on to Cody?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll just, if it's okay, I'll last in like 2 hours or something. But yeah,
Wait, if it's okay, what?
if it's okay, I'll just like stay up here as long as I'm not taking up too much space and ask it, another question in
Yeah,
like 2.
yeah. There are no people who have requested, so it's okay.
Look at that. We finally like ran out of requests, which is interesting. The number of people is going up, but there's fewer requests. When we got started, it was like backed way the hell up.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would serve. Hey, Cactus, if you have a cat, I think it would serve you well.
Hey, Cody.
Hi, hold on one second. I was
Later.
getting
It's
something.
your turn now.
You have to hold on one second. Oh my god. I bought this thing. I bought this thing to soundproof my door, and
supremacy.
it mostly works as a shitty door stopper because it's been moved so much. Hold on. I'm gonna turn on my camera so I can look at everybody. All right. Hi. How are you, Liam?
Hey.
I didn't mean to be rude and interrupt earlier. Liam said that it's totally cool to interject sometimes. Liam said it was cool. So, anyways, I wanted to ask you.
Ultimately, the mods are in charge, but
well, I mean, within reason. I'm trying not to.
In these things.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to be rude, but so I've been thinking this week a lot about capitalism, right? And I just keep thinking in this system that is like so oppressive, right? That is so intertwined with the American government and such, right? If we like direct action, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is like the idea of like anarcho-nihilism, right? And it would be the idea of
nihilism?
Anarcho-nihilism, right? What? Did you just cringe? You just cringe? Well, I understand a lot of that stuff is really stupid, right? But I'm just trying to think in the context of capitalism, right? And the way that the working class has been utterly gutted in this country, right? And if a Republican administration wins, which I really think there's a good chance, because this populist rhetoric, in a two-party system, right? Like the populist stuff, like this idea, like we're gonna make them suffer at the border, we're gonna hurt, like people love that shit. People love that shit, right? And with Biden being so, I mean, it's the Democrats aren't going to run anybody else, right? Nobody's coming to save us. So I'm just trying to not, I don't know, man. It just feels so like, it just feels like the only act that you could do would be
to strike at corporations, right, in this system because because that's who controls this country mostly, right? Do you see what I'm saying? I just I don't I worry about the working class in this country. The idea of class consciousness has been like just fucking erased from Americans' minds, and I see people fucking like I've seen people like argue against unions and stuff, and it's concerning, man. It's concerning. So I don't know what else. It just trying not to just like it's overwhelming, dude. It's overwhelming, and it scares me that where this what's going to happen if a Republican administration takes hold. So, you know, I probably would fare pretty well as a white guy, right? I mean, for the most part, but honestly, like I'm sure Trump would probably use some kind of like fucking AI and be like, I'm gonna find the people who aren't loyal or something. You know what I'm saying? And just start like searching social media. I mean, it'll get fucking insane, and people love this shit.
One of the places where the Trumpist movement is most clearly fascistic.
Yeah. They don't like communists. They don't like communists. They don't like socialists. They may not even know what the fuck that is, but they don't like it.
I mean, the first people in Mustache Man's camps were I mean, I would have been in there for being a socialist before I was in there for being Jewish. So yeah, it's already a problem. But I'm not sure what you mean by strike at corporations. So I think that's the first thing.
I mean, like just like the only way that you can really enact change here would be through workers, right? And so like the only way to get the Democratic Party to actually do shit and move shit would to be through the workers, right? But Democrats are scared to say fucking working class, right? And so then we have so locally you can get involved, right? With locally, that's like the last chance, right? But if Trump, I mean, like essentially what they'll do though, if Trump wins or whatever, right? They'll just start installing people locally, right? I mean, that's eventually what it'll come down to, right? I don't know, man. Or this country's going to get broken up into like red and blue states or some shit, or maybe that's the best idea. Well, I don't know, man.
It still screws so many people. I mean, there's a shit ton of leftists in Mississippi and a shit ton of fascists in California.
Yeah. And well, it's really easy to do in this country too. This idea like and it was really, I mean, this idea of like red and blue cities and shit, right? It really divides people. Like you hear that rhetoric all the time, like, oh, that's one of them blue cities. Yeah, probably because it's New York. Oh, there's migrants there. Shit like that, man. I feel like America has a really bad disservice too that we don't have a good way to be connected with other Americans either, right? Because I don't know, man. I'm just yeah, I don't know. I didn't mean to like I mentioned anarcho-nihilism because I read what is it, an essay called The Abolition of Work by Bob Black. It was really good. I like that. And that's anyways, I was just putting words on something. I don't, just to be clear, I hate that I made you cringe. That's so fucking embarrassing.
Oh, it's just nihilism. It's just, and there's a reason for it. It's actually one of the things that got me into Nietzsche back in the day, was that his whole project is based on attacking nihilism and diagnosing the problem of nihilism in European civilization. And it's one of the things that like it bugs me no end that so many like, you know, teenage edgelords like find Nietzsche and think he's a fucking nihilist. You know, I mean, it's just, what the fuck are you talking about? Like that was a whole fucking point of his project, was to say, this is going to kill us all. Fix it. The sense of arguing for kind of like a surrender to lack of meaning and hope and whatnot there, it's deeply toxic. And it's one of the things that most empowers corporations and these fasci parties, because it's a surrender of our responsibility to really step up and help each other and educate each other and work together, you know? I think that the best things we really can do, and what could most help eventually to, I don't know, maybe possibly affect the Dems in some possible way, is to build up a significant labor movement again that has the militancy it used to have, that actually has leftist politics. And you can build that from the ground up. You don't have to deal with the union bosses. You don't have to deal with the political parties. You don't have to deal with elections or anything else. You just organize workers and get them building up. And if the worker numbers go up and their organization is powerful, then they can start actually dictating to society again, and reachieving some kind of balance. It's impossible for me to imagine us going in any really better or productive direction right now when we have so completely surrendered and the left doesn't exist. The left in the US is hard right-wingers like Biden. And it infuriates me that some people are like, well, Biden's a freaking communist. And I get this shit all the time on my social media accounts, like, oh, that's what you get for supporting a communist. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Biden is a Reagan heir, and he is literally as far right as Reagan. What the fuck are you talking about? But that's where we are today. And until we change enough people's attitudes, and those attitudes lead to independent organizing, to actual mutual aid networks and strong unions again, and those unions are not just organizing to improve the wages of their existing workers, but are actually doing worker education, which is what unions always did before. You have to get out there and talk to people. Unions built class consciousness. And now today, unions are in bed with the bosses and work only to preserve their existing membership. And a lot of the membership of tons of major unions in this country, even strongly, even like militant ones, like, okay, so I was, before I managed to get into college, a fourth generation longshoreman. And ILWU was a very strong union. I mean, Harry Bridges was a fucking communist. Like, our roots in that union are fucking communism. And it's not anymore. The union can't strike the way it might have been able to in the 60s and 70s, even as late as that point, because more than half of its membership are Republicans. And they're only in it.
1 in 10 Americans are in unions now. 1 in 10 Americans.
And a lot of those are public sector unions. If you look only at private sector, and even if you add them together, it's still lower than at any time since before the Great Depression. But a lot of the remaining ones are public sector unions, like teaching unions. If you look at actually organized workers in the private sphere, it's pathetic. It's like 5-6%. It's nothing.
Think about how the system killed that too. State-centric unemployment systems, right? Has anyone here ever filed for unemployment in this country? It's crazy, man. They go by I think it's 3 different quarters in a year, and they go by how much you make, and depending upon how much you make, it's a percentage of that, but only up to 300. At least the last time this is a long time ago when I got unemployment, but it was like close, like I think the most was like $360. Then we had COVID, which really helped a lot of people and stuff. I don't know, man. I just think that it's just it concerns me. I've never, and also it's there's so many people in this country that are like 4 tires away from being broke. You know what I mean? So how are you supposed to organize as a worker on an independent level when you have to work? And if you don't work, it's not good. It's not good, and then also this whole culture in America of like, I gotta have fucking 6 jobs, and that's a good thing. I sleep 1 hour a night.
How does work interfere with organizing per se?
I guess I'm just saying, it would go back to the just being hopeless about it. Does that make sense? If you're working all the fucking time,
and part of the thing might be we've fallen into a habit of thinking about people that take on positions in the union and they're working for the union, and it's a full time, it takes up tons and tons of hours. Unions used to be radically decentralized for a region. You're sharing the labor. The organization. Okay, so sure. Can you afford an extra 20 to 30 minutes a week? Make some phone calls, show up to one meeting. I mean, there's all kinds of things we can do that don't take over everything if you're actually spreading that out. And that, I think, if we can recover that more decentralized understanding of how truly worker-led unions work. It's one of the reasons I'm a wobbly, I don't want fucking union bosses.
I hear that. I hear that.
Working together.
I would want it I would want my organization, or I would want leadership to be like this. You know what I mean? As far as union or whatever, right? I hear you.
You're electing people to serve a particular position of
Or
responsibility, and
or
then
even do it, even do it syndicalist, like voting in, voting out. Sorry.
yeah, and a lot of jobs that you might normally want to give to a particular person, you can actually break up to multiple people, so it doesn't end up being very hierarchical. Exactly. So yeah, you need a lot of direct democracy and horizontalism to really make them work effectively. And if you if you build unions like that, you end up with a strong sense of class consciousness. If you build more hierarchical, powerful unions, it's very easy to co-opt them and make them bougie in a sense that, well, it's only about improving my wages and getting better benefits and fuck the rest of it. You lose any sense of the common struggle. And so I think it's a historical mistake to have allowed the development of those kind of unions instead of the more militant ones that we had all across the 19th century.
The American, I read about the the American hospitality, just from like the 30s and I think 30s and 40s and stuff. That stuff was incredible. I had a name somewhere, I couldn't find it. Anyways, yeah, it's just it's a real but at the same time, man, when I think about being an American, man, it's I've got a lot to be fucking grateful for. So it's yeah. So I don't know. I was just thinking about labor and stuff this week, and that's what I don't know. I don't know. That's just what I've been thinking about, and just the American life.
Always
Rob Reiner did.
Vetch. This is always the same basic vetch.
Rob Reiner did a new film called God and Country.
Oh.
It's about white nationalism, white Christian nationalism.
Neat.
Documentary. He funded it. Excuse me. He funded it. I said he did it. No, it's not Princess Bride. I apologize.
God, how old is he now?
That's when I heard that he funded the movie, or it was like Rob Reiner present or whatever. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about Princess Bride, and then what's the other? I was thinking about another old film of his. But yeah, you gave me a bunch of good stuff to read on the encroaching Christian nationalism. I love talking about that stuff. Have you seen Dusty Devers out in? I'll look up really quick where he's from. I just can't remember the state. The guy out here trying to ban sexting and pornography. Yeah. He believes. Sorry, he's a state senator in Oklahoma. Yeah, he just had he just had on a hate preacher do a prayer in the House. Good stuff. Good stuff. Real makes me feel nice and comfortable at night, knowing that those type of people are in our government and praying over everyone.
I mean, we're literally electing dominionists to high office. I mean, this country is fucked. But the only way you get to change this shit is building alternative institutions. So this is where, again, radical decentralized unions, community education, building mutual aid networks. There's so much that we can do, and we tend to think that we have to do it all, or like you've got this like individualist sense where we have to take it all on, and like all we're doing is we're sort of internalizing the grind economy bullshit. When no, what we do is we divide things up, we work together, we share resources, so it's not an overburden. And if we do enough of that, eventually we're building a system that can actually reduce our workloads. That can fundamentally change things. But it becomes daunting and scary to people to even try to get back to this kind of organization. And people who were far more economically insecure. I don't think people can really appreciate just how poor most Americans were in the later 19th century. I mean, even the official poverty statistics are fucking insane. And they still did it.
It makes me think of the Robbers Cave experiment, right? Where they put they took these kids or whatever, and they put them on two sides of an island. Both groups of kids. It's like a summer camp. Both group of kids didn't know about the other kids, and they just like doing summer camp stuff, and then they learned of each other's presence, and all of a sudden the counselors, like people would come up to them and be like, "Those guys over there, they're doing bad stuff. They're doing bad stuff. Those people over there, they're doing bad stuff. And then so by the end of it, they wanted to have some kind of fight to prove who was the best, right? And so then they changed the conditions of the experiment to where they helped them. They made them do projects in which they had to work together, and it worked out. So, anyways, that's just what you made me think of.
Divide and
Yeah.
rule. You can easily manipulate people into fearing, hating, and distrusting others.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
but at the end of the day, if you ignore the one thing I'll often I'm suggesting to people, right, is as a neat way of getting past a lot of propaganda. When you hear arguments, so when you hear an argument, whether it's like I don't know, take it back to a lot of the the Pale-Zionist sort of discussions there. When people hear arguments, like something a government says, a newspaper says, politician, whatever, ask yourself who that would benefit. If I were to believe that, if I were to take seriously what he said, who benefits from that? And really try to figure that out, Don't fall for conspiracies. No, it's not the fucking Rothschilds, but there are people who benefit all the time. If a government gets you to be afraid of people trying to cross the border for a better life, then who benefits? Because it's not you. If capital can cross borders at will, if goods can cross borders at will, but labor is chained to its country of origin, that by definition harms the working class and lowers our ability to improve our own living standards. What they're doing actually hurts us, but people don't think about it that way. You're not thinking about who it actually benefits. It benefits capital. It benefits the political class, not you. But instead you hear the rhetoric, and it's easy to fall into those tribalistic fears. I don't know enough about them. They seem different. They speak some funny little language from somewhere else. So it's easy to believe whatever horseshit someone's giving you. But when you hear that stuff, ask who it helps. And I think it really can help us get past a lot of this kind of crap and realize our commonality of interests.
What concerns me is I've seen people that would argue what you just said about people coming across the border and such. And they would say something like, well, actually, it's the Democrats, right? So they're trying to bring them over here so they can have votes and stuff. I hate to tell you this. Look, I hate it too. Or just this white replacement theory. And but it's also this old Christian fear, this old, well, if they're coming and what's going to happen is they're going to start killing us. And they're going to kill us God-fearing Americans, and that's why we have to stop them.
Muslims have invaded Europe. They've invaded. It's a reverse crusades. They're going to conquer Europe.
It's true. It's true. We can't let them in America in the and then we'll have the.
Someone benefits from that rhetoric, in both cases. There's a clear beneficiary to that kind of divide and rule tactic. Because what's happening in a lot of our countries today, the richer countries today, is literally the same kind of rhetoric that imperial powers used to conquer the world. Divide and rule. Get people to fight each other. Get people to argue with each other, and then it's easier to rule them.
It works so well too, because you can do that. You can do that with any out. You can do it with any out group too.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Literally anybody who's from you can be turned into that out group, and it's all divide and rule. It's about justifying power structures and hierarchies. It's about protecting the ruling class. It's not about Jews or Muslims or Mexicans or communists or anything else. It's literally just divide and rule to maintain an entrenched oligarchic ruling class. We've been having the same basic fight for thousands of years now. The funny thing about this is, and one of the reasons I love straddling the line between teaching the ancient world and the modern world together, is that you can actually see how far back some of these basic ideas go. When people tried to create states in the first place, they were created to preserve property. because somebody ended up with nicer farmland than you. When you start settling in farming, somebody is far enough away from the river that it doesn't flood, but not so far away that it's too dry. It's the sweet spot. He's going to get the bumper crops every year. When he has better crops, he has more wealth. When he has more wealth, he tends to be able to hire goons and gain more power. Over and over again, across the early Neolithic, there were revolts that toppled the system and went back to the old way of life. They're like, what the fuck is this? I mean, this is what farming does. Farming does this. Farming creates a power structure that's going to oppress me. Fuck that. And they overthrew it. What finally made states stick is not that people loved farming so much because it actually reduced your lifespan. It was a much less healthy diet. More infant mortality went way the hell up. You just had to have more kids. You had to crank out kids because your kids died because they were eating the same fucking thing all the time. It was a disaster for us. What made it stick was force. Was turning that wealth into political power, and political power that was backed by force. And once it stuck, once it was there for a while, we got used to it and we forgot how to do it. Because moving around as hunter-gatherers, you have to know so many things that we don't know anymore. All that knowledge disappears, all that lore disappears, and we only know how to farm. So now we're stuck with this system, and we're stuck with farming. But the problem is, once you've settled and done that, you've created hierarchies, you've created power structures. And ever since then, they have to come up with every excuse possible, every way possible to convince you to support their right to rule. And it gets harder and harder. People don't want to believe that, great God Enki gave you power or something. We have to come up with, tons of other ways to do this. And one of the best ways to do that in the modern world is just to get people to be afraid of each other. And the more...
Yeah, it's a lot of fear, man. And it's really easy. Fears are really...
It's a potent drug.
Yeah.
Fear is the name of the game. Literally on everything.
They say, the two base what I've heard it called the two base emotions. I don't know if that's necessarily true from like a psychological standpoint, but anger and fear.
It is a very core emotion, yeah. And if you can manipulate, you're playing with people on a very primal level. And it's one of the reasons it gets so difficult to push back against it. So, we have to find ways to burst that bubble, to again, recognize our commonalities, recognize that somebody coming over here is not a threat. This country didn't control its borders until the 1920s. We had completely open borders. So when all these people are like, let's make America great again and close the borders, like when America was becoming a rich country, it had completely open fucking borders.
It's ridiculous.
It slowed down when we shut that down. It's just nonsense,
But this is all.
They did it.
But what's happening, and this is
power. That's all.
It's going to continue to get worse. I mean, this is just going to happen all across the world, though, man. Just from people being here and the way that we've treated like the earth, right? Like people are going to need to move and be able to go to other places and stuff, man. It's definitely using fear to be like,
Someone asked,
which side of the wall are you really on, right?
Yeah. Which side are you? Okay. Now I'm gonna put some Pete Seeger on. The country wasn't rich in 1800. The country was a poor agrarian state. One thing that you can do, if you look at the difference between like the 1830 economy and the 1930 economy, is that the vast majority of Americans were completely self-employed. Bosses were not really a thing for most people. We didn't have jobs. We didn't go to work for somebody else to make money. So we had more control over our own lives. What happens though is over the course of, that as the population is going up, so more resources are put into practice. You're developing more industries. There's more entrepreneurship because again, it was much more independent. The country was getting richer. It was growing and it kept growing. And we got to be a pretty rich country by 1920. We weren't a major military power, but we were pretty filthy rich in 1920. But it was 23, something like 22, 23, something like that. We started passing major immigration reforms and cutting that off. We kept growing massively all the way up until that point, So the people pouring in, 1 million people a year pouring in, and granted, our population was much lower at the time, so 1 million people is a fucking lot in 1910. But people coming in at huge rates only made the country stronger and richer, and it developed more and more areas. It's not that it made things worse. That's the point. The whole argument about closing off borders and closing things off, it helps capital. It doesn't help us. That's the trick. If goods and capital can flow freely and workers cannot, you can keep wages lower more effectively. If the wages are too low in a given place, but people can pick up and move because there's no policed borders, then you can't pay people that little. You have to keep raising it. Otherwise, they're just going to fuck off and move. That's the key, right? So if you want people to stay and work and grow your economy, you have to pay them better. That's the lesson we've forgotten. Closing off the borders slows down our fucking wage growth, which means it hurts the real economy, us, the movement of goods around with us, the circulation of money into our hands. There's tons of GDP growth since then, but most of that wealth concentration has been at the top. It's because, again, closing that shit off benefits capital, not us. And most people seem completely oblivious to this.
Not the cat poops right after.
Okay.
Nice.
Were you done, Cody?
I think so. I wish I had a
Okay.
cat on my lap. I'm gonna go to bed, y'all.
Yes.
Everyone needs a cat on the lap.
Borrow one.
I appreciate it, y'all. Bye. Cheers.
Have a good one, Cody.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
So oh yeah,
Yeah, go for it, man.
Hydrate so you don't dehydrate.
That's your new slogan. I love it.
Mm.
It's like the second time I've heard it now. I like it.
So I think I'm gonna be asking my questions next, and then I don't know if it was Put Democracy or Mish who were here first. Nat, can you help me?
I
was there
believe
first.
democracy.
What did
Go
you say,
ahead.
Mish?
I believe it's democracy.
Oh, Susanna, can you please mute? Thank you. I think Put Democracy was here first, if I'm
Yeah, I
not mistaken.
believe so.
I
Yeah.
think that's what Mish also said. Okay. Then it's gonna be me, Put Democracy, Mish, and then Susanna
Yeah.
after.
Kovi, are you good for a bit? I'm gonna drop for a little bit.
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Alright, I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Mhm.
Alright, cool. Alright, bye.
No, wait, Cactus, you ate that person up in the comments.
Dude, I've been trolling too much this week. I'm getting too good at it.
No, it was actually funny.
I know, but I've been doing that sort of stuff all week, like when I go on lives.
I think like some people just need that. That's the only response that they need and deserve. Also, I wanted to say until Dr. Liam comes back, anger is not a base emotion. It's a secondary emotion in psychology. So anger is always a secondary emotion that was caused by a base emotion. So people think that anger is an emotion, but it's always caused by people either feeling fear or feeling embarrassed or feeling sad or any other emotion that causes them. Not all of us sitting here in silence. Two guys sitting in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay. So while we're here, I think please like the live, share the live. Dr. Liam, education is quite expensive, but Dr. Liam tends to do a lot of educational and emotional labor in that he spends his Fridays actually sitting here and answering our questions and giving us the education that a lot of people don't have access to, unfortunately. So please like the live, share the live with your loved ones or people you would like to get this education. Right next to his username, there is a little teeny tiny heart. Click on that heart, and if you give 1 coin, you can be a member of Dr. Liam's team. If you want to subscribe, you can also click on the star and click subscribe if you want to support Dr. Liam. If you don't want a bulk of your money going to TikTok, you can also support him on Patreon. So try to support him as much as possible, because he's really doing an amazing thing with his lives. Cody, yeah, I was talking about it from like the field of psychology. In the field of psychology, anger is considered to be a secondary emotion that was caused by a primary emotion. Just wanted to clarify that because you mentioned that, but I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking. If Persians are Germans' brothers, yeah, I'll ask that question.
Ooh, a silent room.
Yeah, no, we were just waiting for the teacher, for the educator.
I had
Yeah.
to. The dog had to go out, and she usually can't handle the stairs anymore. So I got to take her down and back up. Sometimes she can go down more easily, but she usually can't get up.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, I was going to I was on the panel before. I waited a little too long though for it to be my turn, and I ended up falling asleep while waiting. So I'm sorry for that. Came back up though because I had very important questions that I wanted to address with you. So a couple of days ago, I had a conversation with a person whose name was History Revealed or whatever. I personally think it's History Concealed. And this person was legitimately a dumbass. Like they were really dumb. They were trying to pretend as if they were an intellectual, but they started the whole conversation with colonization wasn't that bad because some good was done, and the British abolished slavery. And those takes are already major red flags, I think. They proceeded to bring up very, very white tea supremacist talking points, disguised as, oh, I just care about historical facts, which they didn't. I ended up debunking everything they said. A lot of the scholars that they supposedly were referencing were actually scholars of right-wing or conservative think tanks. One of them, I kid you not, he referenced a scholar who supposedly was talking about how the Moors, I forgot what his name was, in his speech mentioned that he wanted sex slaves, which when the speech was read in Arabic, like slave or sex slave wasn't even mentioned in that speech. But anyways, he brought up this scholar and I looked it up. He was very Islamophobic. I looked it up. That scholar worked for an institute called Gavestone Institute, which is a right-wing institute that was started by a woman who's called like the sugar mama of Islamophobia or anti-Islam sentiments. So this person was delusional. He ended up telling me that I was
I wasn't colonized enough, colonized and whitewashed enough, which is why I was uncivilized, is what he told me after that conversation, because he got embarrassed and put in his place, basically. But yeah. But one thing that he kept bringing up was Arabization is the same as European colonization, or Western European colonialism specifically. And could you explain, because Arabization is not my field. I know that Western European colonialism is my field. I explained one or two. I was able to explain the surface level differences, but of course wasn't able to go into detail because I'm not very familiar with Arabization and the, well, I am familiar with Arabization, but not the details, basically. I'm not an expert in that field. So, could you explain the main differences between Arabization and Western European colonialism, which I know that Arabization is different from that, but yeah, that's my first question.
Honestly, it's fascinating to put them in the same sentence because it makes no fucking sense to me to compare them. I struggle to find any way in which they're similar. And that's the God's honest truth right there. I'm kind of at a loss for how they did that. You can make comparisons between the Arab conquest and the Roman conquest or something, Persian conquest, big older empires. But if you're talking about the spread of European empire, then no. I mean, shit. No, you can't even connect it to the earliest stages of that. The Spanish and Portuguese approach is fundamentally different, but certainly not by the time you get to the capitalist high imperialist period. Like, holy shit, like...
To clarify, to give more context, this was a white tea British man who was pro-Israel and trying to say that, I don't know, he brought it up with the Palestine-Israel conflict and tried to justify what Israel is doing in Palestine by saying, oh, but the Arabs were colonizers too. That's why he brought up the Arabization. That's the context.
Okay. So let's take a step back and we'll walk through this in just a few minutes, right? So the Arabs, and by Arabs we mean like starting from like the Hejaz, like a particular type of Arabs, because I mean like the South Arabian populations, but like the Arabs, they politically unified only in the wake of the rise of Islam. Prior to that, the central part of Arabia has no history of state structures at all. And they unify, and then having done that, they take advantage of the political weakness of two great empires. You've got a nice reference to this in Quran itself, in the Surah Ar-Rum, because it's talking about a fight between the Sassanid Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire. They're duking it out, and this is noticed and recognized. So you can kind of see that they're thinking about it, and there's a great deal of weakness in both of these states after 25 years of grueling conflict. So they go on a conquering spree in the Rashidun Caliphate, and they ride up into the Eastern Roman Empire and then into the Persian Empire, and they conquer territory. Attacking and conquering territory isn't colonization. It just isn't. They're entirely different processes. Conquering territory is what empires do, and when they conquer territory, all they do is they tax the people that they've conquered. That's all empires historically did. They taxed you. Maybe in some types of empires, they could incorporate you a little bit militarily and draft you into wars, but a lot of empires didn't even do that. They just used their own traditional military elite. So imperial conquest has literally fuck all to do with the later forms of colonial imperialism. They have no bearing on one another. What happens over long periods of time in empires that become relatively stable and have certain things that can spread among people, like a kind of certain unifying ideas. So in the case of the Arab conquest, it'll be the religion of Islam and the way that it interacts with the religious conflicts among Christians. So I'll get back to that in a second. If you have some things like that, certain cultural elements can spread among a population in a way that in many empires that doesn't happen. In many cases in ancient empires, the culture of the conqueror just does not spread at all. It doesn't take root. It doesn't change things. I mean, for ages and ages and ages after like being the south of China being forcibly incorporated into a larger state, they kept all of their local languages. You know, it didn't change them. They just adopted a common political identity, but it didn't change who they were culturally in any way. Many empires, it just isn't a factor. What happens with the specific Arab conquests? So, Minime, stay away from my fucking beer. Move. What happens there is that the initial Arab conquerors, they chose not to mix with the populations they conquered. They maintained separate garrison towns. So, I don't know, think, for example, of like Fustat, which eventually evolves into Cairo, created as a separate area. So they didn't go to the actual historic urban centers. They didn't like, hey, we're gonna like totally set up here in Alexandria or whatever. They created an entirely new separate garrison town and stayed there. They were a military ruling elite that conquered a territory and taxed it. That's it. Over time in some areas, people began to adopt elements from that population, because in many empires there's a kind of like pull aspect of it, because if I speak the language of the ruling elite, it'll advantage me in some way. Like there's certain reasons to do it. But the one of the, as far as Arabization itself, what gives people Arabic is largely the religious change, and that happens very slowly. Places like Egypt were majority Christian for centuries after the Arab conquests. The shift is quite slow because the Arab conquerors didn't impose their religion by force on almost anybody. It was extraordinarily rare. It does happen. It's extremely rare. And they generally didn't do it, particularly to the existing monotheistic faiths. They had no reason to do it. What happens in some areas is where existing religious conflict is deepest, where there are significant fights. So further over in North Africa, you head over to the Maghreb, the conversion to Islam is actually quite rapid. And in part, that's because there were existing fights in that area between competing forms of Christianity. They were still dealing with Arianism in the area because, a number of the Germanic tribes had adopted Arianism. Some of those Germanic tribes had spread into North Africa. They brought a very distinct form of Christianity that didn't recognize the divinity of Christ. People have been fighting for centuries at this point over what is the true nature of the Christian religion, what should be the case. And the Arabs showed like, yeah, bro, the problem here is that they wrote all that shit down wrong, and Isa's actually a prophet, and this is much simpler, and it's just like there's one God, bro, and he's like, abstract out there, you can't see him or fight over him, he doesn't come down here and like sleep with girls or something. Like it's a very simple idea, like, and it solves a lot of the problems for people. Like, oh shit, that has so much in common with what I believe already, but it solves this thing we're fighting over and can't agree on, whether Jesus is divine or not divine. And the fact that Arianism was popular in some of those areas that converted fast really helps, because Arians rejected the idea of the divinity of Christ. So do Muslims. So like, okay, cool, yeah, that makes sense. It kind of like solves certain problems. So some areas converted quicker than others. And if you convert, well, go figure, you need Quran because it's in fucking Arabic. They didn't have it initially. It's like oral, but it's still being passed on through the language. You're memorizing the passages orally, and then you produce. It takes a little longer than people tend to think. So no offense to, believing Muslims, it probably wasn't exactly right initially. There are places where some lines probably did shift a little bit, but not much. It was written down a lot faster than in either Judaism or Christianity. The process was quicker. Much of it was pretty much in place within 20 years. I think the last major changes in interpretation and vowel shifts and everything else were probably within the first century or so. and then it's pretty stable from that point on. And once you really have that, and there's a written document as well as the spoken one, and everyone's going to learn it the same way, then, well, that kind of like convinces you, well, I should learn this language. I mean, if I'm going to adopt this religion, I got to learn to do this language. I got to like learn how to like do salat and all this stuff. So cool. I've got to do this. And then, you've adopted a form of the language. Now, the languages that spring up, and one of the reasons that a lot of these people, like the idiots you're talking about, completely misunderstand the process is that it's ordinary people adopting a new language for their own reasons, which is why they're so different. It's in part based on, and if you guys can forgive me a little bit chronologically here, it's in part based on a 20th century problem, a desire of peoples in the Arab world to push back against European colonialism by asserting a kind of common identity, things that can link them together. We have more in common than not. And they really had to resurrect and dust off the concept of Arab, because a lot of people didn't think of themselves as Arabs. They thought of the Arabs as Bedouin. They were like these uncivilized people out there. The word wasn't in common use for a lot of people. But you come up with a way that we all have in common. We all speak Arabic because Quran, everything. Okay, cool. So that makes us Arabs, and there's a commonality. And now somebody in Morocco and someone in Egypt and someone in Iraq all have some reason to work together against common colonizers and everything else and find solidarity in each other. So there's a common political process there. But when they did that, they opened up a door to some historical misunderstandings, because what really happened over time, and this again, it's altered a little bit because of the modern dynamics around the creation of Fusha and the common shared public sphere and things like that in education, but the Arabic spoken in Morocco is not intelligible in Iraq. It's as different as Portuguese and Italian are. They're not the same language. So they're Arabs in the sense that they adopted classical Arabic 1400 years ago for Quran, but no one speaks that. It's not the spoken language anymore. It's diverged. In essence, what you have among the different forms of Arabic for the different Arabs, the different modern Arabs, is something much more akin to the construction of vulgar Latin. Vulgar meaning like the common people's Latin, not like, Latin dirty words, which if you guys want to know some, but it's the forms of Latin that developed among peoples who originally spoke different languages in different areas, who adopted a language because it helped them to work within an imperial framework that was around for a long period of time. It just made sense to start learning Latin. But the Latin that develops in Gaul, in France, has a Celtic substrate to it. It's different. It has elements to it that are a bit different, which means in the long run, there's drift among them such that Spanish and Catalan and French and Occitan and Venetian and Sicilian, they're all completely different Romance languages with a common basis in Latin and in the vulgar Latin spoken at the time in the Roman period. So all these different Arabic forms have a basis in the way Arabic was learnt by people who originally spoke a completely different language. So, for example, there are Amazi, Berber substrates in the Maghreb's, forms of Arabic. There's a Coptic substrate in the Egyptian form of Arabic. There's a significant Aramaic substrate in the Levantine Arabic that Palestinians and Syrians and Lebanese use because of the language that was already spoken in that area. So the Arabs, as in the peoples riding out of the Hejaz and conquering, did not impose their language, did not impose their religion, did not Arabize people, and did not settle and colonize. They literally did not settle. They have their genetic contribution to the various parts of the Arab world is almost nil. It's smaller than the Roman version. It's there, but it's tiny. What ends up happening is that because Islam was appealing and spread slowly as a religion, people had to adopt Arabic for that. And since it also was a benefit because you're part of a larger empire that also uses this, we might as well start using this in general and not just for religious reasons. And people slowly start adopting that language. And it's a long process everywhere. The last villages speaking Coptic, the last version of the ancient Egyptian language, actually, they didn't die out until the end of the 18th century. So at the time that fucking Napoleon was heading to Egypt to conquer it, there were still people speaking Coptic. in rural parts of Egypt. There still today are, and they're almost completely gone. They're Arabizing in the current generations, but there are still like 3 villages in Syria that still speak a late form of Aramaic, because the Aramaic language had very deep roots. The transition from Aramaic speaking to Arabic speaking took many centuries in the Levant, just like it took many centuries in Egypt and everywhere else. But it was adopted because it was useful. It was useful religiously, it was useful politically, and they just slowly developed their own distinct forms of Arabic. But we mix it up, and it opens up a door for idiots like that because of the way that Arabs in the 20th century developed a common political identity and a modern standard to unify the areas. And that leads people to think all Arabs are Arabs, and it's all the same, and they'd imposed one area. And you completely miss something that they would know in the European context, because those same YT supremacists are not going to say that, Portugal and Italy are the same thing. Like, why the fuck? It's the same culture, the same language, whatever. They wouldn't recognize that. But their languages literally descend from a colonizer language in the same way, right? A conqueror language. But the Romans did colonize to some extent. They did settle people, not huge numbers. Mostly it was a similar process to what happens with Arabization. But some settlement did happen. The Arab conquerors did almost none of that. It was quite uncommon. So what they're really kind of doing is pointing to something that is actually a nicer form of imperial conquest than even the Romans did. And it has literally nothing to do with the colonization of the last 5 centuries. I struggle to think of how you can compare them other than to say there was an empire and it did involve conquest, and some people did change language over time. That's all they have in common. Everything else about the rationale, the processes for it, they're night and day different.
I think it's because people
That's the
don't
best I can probably do in terms of keeping it short.
No, you did amazing, Dr. Liam. Thank you. I think it's because people don't understand the difference between colonialism and conquest. You need conquest. You need conquest as a first step in order to start colonizing people. Of course, or conquest is a part of the colonization or colonialism process. But people don't realize that simply conquering a land does not mean that it doesn't translate to colonialism. I think
even a simple way of looking at that, actually, because when I'm doing, so we're dealing with the modern world now. So when I'm teaching like the history of imperialism and colonialism, I will give people a simple distinction between imperialism and colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
How do you put it? So colonization is colonization is the acquisition of territory in which the social, political, whatever structures are all changed to suit a colonizing power. It's a little distinct from settler colonialism, which involves leaving large numbers of people behind. But colonization involves conquering the land and changing it to suit yourself. Imperialism is just an unequal power relationship. And that helps a lot because we can still see tons and tons of imperialism around the world that don't actually directly involve colonizing and taking territory, right? Conquest on some level is still colonial in the sense that you're changing things, but it doesn't necessarily involve the sort of cultural or social changes that you might mean. It might just mean changing economic structures, political structures, things to suit yourself. The Arab conquerors absolutely did that. On some level, it can be fair to call them colonial. What they're mixing it up with, I think, is more like settler colonialism, or the specific forms of high imperialism, that involve really dramatic shifts in things because of the massively unequal power relationships and structures there. But you're kind of like, you're taking the territory and you're incorporating it into a single political body and you're taxing it. You're making money off of it. You are changing it on some level. But the Arab conquerors did not colonize in a sense of settling in large numbers, and they didn't colonize in a sense of imposing their cultural or religious framework on people. And that the cultural shifts do happen in high imperialism, which is a form of colonialism, but is also, again, imperial. And the high imperialist structures involved consciously changing the way people think. How do you think they controlled South Asia with its, at the time, like 300 or 400 million people with like 20,000 bureaucrats? Well, they got into people's heads. They got them to think differently. Did you guys know that like tea wasn't an Indian thing at all? Can you imagine India without chai? But like it literally didn't exist. Tea was imported. And they started growing it there for export, and then the Indians got into it. Like, it changes them, right? You plant English there. Next thing you know, the Indians are playing cricket and everything else. Like, you get into people's heads and start getting them to think your way because it's easier to control you. The Arabs didn't do that intentionally. Islam later did some of that, but it wasn't an intentional process because they didn't go around saying, you must become Muslim. They adopted it slowly because it solved certain social problems for them, or it made more sense, or it advantaged them for getting a particular job, like you could rise better. And if you're not particularly connected to your religion, but you want a good job, maybe you'll do it. And if you do it, then of course your kids are Muslim from that point on. It's so it slowly shifts the balance. But where I think they're doing it is they're mixing up elements of settler colonialism and high imperialism, which are definitely modern functions that you don't see any of in the Arab conquests, those two features.
Yeah, I think where they're mixing it or getting a problem is because they're Islamophobic and Arabophobic.
Well, yeah, but they still have to
It's a lot of these
it's
people
nonsense.
who a lot of these people who bring up these conversations are basically saying, but everybody else did it, so can we do a little wee G side, please, little wee one. It's ridiculous at this point, and I think like culture was also something that was very important to Western European colonial empires. I mean, the British wanted to go around creating little Britons everywhere. The Italians, for example, the capital city of Eritrea, Asmara, is known as Piccolo Roma, which means small Rome, because the Italians also actively tried to create a small Rome when they colonized and annexed Eritrea. So Western European colonizers actively tried to force their culture onto their colonized subjects and wanted to create mini Western European empires in all of these different countries, which is why they actively tried to westernize them through force and violence as well. So I think people underestimate that part when it comes to colonialism. They think colonialism was just conquering
empires.
Yes,
they
exactly.
massively. Even the
Exactly.
Roman process was much slower than people tend to think. Much slower.
Yeah,
But they were more
100%.
aggressive about it than the Arabs by far. But it was still
Yeah.
very slow.
So, second question that I had was, this is a bit of a heavy question. I've been seeing this, unfortunately, circulate in some spaces, and I've been disturbed. I've been disturbed by it, and I just wanted to get your opinions and your thoughts. There are certain people on this app who are questioning Shoah numbers. They're questioning Shoah numbers by spreading around New York Times articles that were prior to the Shoah that had the number 6 million on them. So they keep saying
Prior to what?
Prior to the Shoah.
So what's 6 million then?
That's the question. So they're trying to say, Fratko, I know it's 11 million for everybody. I'm specifically talking about the Jewish victims though. There were 6 million. I know that with everybody else included, it was 11 million, the victims. So what they're trying to argue is that prior to the Shoah, that 6 million number was already being circulated, and they have like photoshopped, what's it called? Like New York Times articles where it just randomly mentions 6 million as a number, like 5 or 6 articles. And then they try to say, oh, the Zionists used those numbers that had already existed, inflated the numbers in order to
create a Palestine, which to me doesn't make sense. And I've been trying to figure out where that 6 million number came from prior to the Shoah. And have you heard of this conspiracy theory? I know that people question Shoah numbers, and a lot of neo-Yazis do that too.
I can't even yet make sense of the chronology. So before as in before any things happened to anybody,
Yes.
or before the numbers were released at the end of the war.
Before anything happened to anybody. So before.
What is the 6? Is it saying that that's the total population or something? What would they be saying is 6 million?
They keep. Let me look up the articles because I had saved the photoshopped image of it. They keep bringing up.
Being unalive yet? Then what are they? Are they saying it's just
They keep.
photo players? I mean, what is the 6 million?
I think I heard somewhere that it was either 6 million people in the Soviet Union who were Jewish, or something about 6 million people in Europe. And they try to say, oh, that 6 million people did not come from the Shoah, but it came, they were planning on doing this prior to
Just
the Shoah.
Just the coincidence of a number?
Just a coincidence of a number, exactly.
It's not even the right number. It's 5.5 million. 6 million is the roundup. It's a useful roundup.
Yeah, but they
So
keep bringing up.
even there,
I'll send you the newspaper articles, Dr. Dame, because it is genuinely disturbing. When I saw the articles circulating, it was like a photoshopped image of these articles, and they're like, aha, you see, the New York Times was using this number in 1901, therefore the Zionists planned on this number for decades prior to the Shoah happening. And so it's just, I know the Shoah denial is not new or practical.
6. It's you get the whole like 6 gorillion or whatever, like all the minimizing. They love talking about the 6 that way. The thing that's honestly remarkable is that after, we've got more than 70 years of hardcore research on this, and the numbers we have today are basically the same as they were in 1945. Because what people forget is that 6,000 tons of Nazi documentation survived the war. Oh, I said the wrong word. I'm supposed to say the game. But 6,000 tons of their documentation survived. It's clearly not all of it. They burned plenty of things, but we had a lot of material to go from. And the numbers have been consistent the whole fucking time. Where there's a lot of people who bring things into doubt because they leave certain parts out. There's people who they start talking, well, that the camps couldn't eliminate that many people so fast, but you're leaving out the fact that huge numbers were unalived outside the camps, including 2 million Soviet Jews that never got to them at all. No, there's just so many things that are left out of this, but the actual number, the total number unalived, is the same since 1945. We haven't managed to really document a change in that. So it's like sad that they do this. So like begs America save 6 million. So this is a reference then to pogroms or something.
Yeah, and like they bring up like old New York Times articles.
Yeah.
Like for example, this one that says he declared that a free and happy Russia with its 6 million Jewish people. It's mostly like references to.
Those could be real. I mean, it's around what the population would have been at the time in the Russian Empire. So they're not necessarily photoshopped, but it's completely irrelevant because
no, this is not Photoshop. What I mean is they just added all of these articles together.
Yeah.
To then say, see, they've been mentioning like 6 million since 1900, since the 1900s, and therefore it's a fake. And like to me, it's very, very disturbing. Looking at this, and this is what I mean by a lot of neo-Yazis, and this is why I kind of like was really annoyed before. You can make me smaller again, Dr. Liam. This is why I was really, really annoyed before, because I feel like neo-Yazis have infiltrated a lot of these conversations, and they're trying to use these conversations to spread their neo-Yahtzee ideology. And it's genuinely disturbing to me. And I was just wondering, like, was it just, like when conspiracy theorists say, oh yeah, the number 6 was on this particular person's computer and therefore it cannot be a coincidence because 6 and then 6 and then the vaccines has the number 6 on it. 666 stands for the devil and this is satanic and Luciferian. So I'm just wondering if that's where it comes from, because it's only the number that's similar. And I just wanted to hear your story, like your side, if you've already heard this before, or
that may be part of it. The whole the significance of the number 6 that way. It's biblical resonance for people. But yeah, I mean, realistically, anytime somebody has said it can't be a coincidence because you can it's a pretty safe bet that the next thing you're going to hear is complete horse shit. Because that's just, things don't work that way. Like most of the time, things really can be coincidental and people are like knitting things together. Because at the end of the day, this is a pattern engine. We find order in things that aren't ordered. We create order in nature. We organize it in a way that makes it intelligible, but that order is ours. We're imposing it on the world. And if you don't know anything, if you're from a position where you yourself do not have a real evidentiary basis, you're still just going to make it up. In the same way that people used to be like, oh gosh, it's raining. What's causing the raining and this thunder? Maybe the gods are crying or something. You just make some shit up and you just, and that sticks. Because we need an answer and we don't have information. So they're using their lack of information to see a coincidence that isn't there. But at the end of the day, we should take this about as seriously as any of those, like, did anybody here see the film A Beautiful Mind?
I've heard of that film.
About Nash, the economist. Like, it really stuck with me because my childhood best friend and high school sweetheart and first wife ended up developing schizoaffective disorder and getting more and more unstable. And I spent most of my 20s and early 30s like caring for her. And it's really interesting way to spend your youth, I'll tell you. But I've got a lot of harrowing stories around that, because when you see him like finding patterns and things and seeing all the relationships and, like pulling things out of newspapers, like circling letters in newspapers and drawing these things, and it all makes sense. It's perfect. She did that shit. I had stacks and stacks of these things where she's like finding patterns that aren't really a pattern. It's, but your brain is naturally wired to create them. We can see it more clearly in places where people lose that ability to really distinguish the reality, but it's something that all human beings do on some level. We have to impose order on our world. And you're dealing with somebody that doesn't really know a damn thing, but they see a coincidence in a number and it makes sense that it's, oh yeah, because it also fits their existing biases. And for a lot of people, there's a desire, and this is a problem that we have in the Pali circles, because there's a desire on some level to push back against the way that a lot of Jews, especially in the diaspora, but to some extent in Israel only more recently, for a long time they were really kind of like hands off on the Shoah stuff. Like it wasn't something they wanted to deal with because they didn't really have a lot of sympathy for those kind of Jews. But it's changed in more recent decades. But in the diaspora, it became extremely important to a lot of people. So it became a source of legitimation for that project. So there's a reason, so people want to delegitimize it to cut the sympathy. If we can say that we shouldn't be sympathetic to Jews because this didn't actually happen and it was all a conspiracy, then you undermine Zionism. But at the end of the day, Zionism itself has fuck all to do with the Shoah. Like literally nothing.
Yes, 100%.
And that itself is also another place of fundamental misunderstanding, because for a lot of Americans, and as well as a number of people in Europe, they really don't know why Israel was created. They don't understand the whole process that led to it because again, the process started almost a century before the Shoah. They don't know any of that, but they know that Israel was created only a few years after World War II. So it's another interesting coincidence. You say, all these Western countries created it for the Jews because of what they did. So it seems like it's the reason, but it literally has nothing to do with the creation of the state.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think Norman Finkelstein talks about this when he says the Showa industry, when people weaponize and tokenize trauma. Especially the Israeli government does it actively. But I think what is more sinister to me, I'm going to end this with here because I did have the two questions, and I would like to go to Mish next, put democracy next, and then Mish. What disturbs me the most is that they know what they're doing, because the people that I've heard saying these things about the newspaper articles.
Oh, them.
Yeah. The people who said these things about the newspaper articles.
I'm sorry if I drop you. Dr. Limp, I really appreciate it. I learn a lot from you. I love you so much.
Thank you. That's very nice. I mean, but we want to let her finish her sentence. But thank you very much.
I know, but I
nice.
have to go back to sleep. And
Okay.
I'm sorry. Next
sleep
time,
well.
thank
Sleep well.
you. Next
Have a
time,
nice-
next time maybe you talking about French, about Arabic, the language. Next time, maybe if we have a time. Really, I enjoy the debate with you all the time. You're a great man. I love your history. You are the book. You are really. You know everything. I love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night, everybody. Enjoy the debate and learn more for Dr. Lamp. He's the best. Thank you. Keep going. Thank you. I
a good night.
appreciate it. Bye bye.
Okay. Where were you, Athena?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna end it with here. I think what I think is more sinister is the same people who are spreading this rhetoric about that number in the newspaper articles, kind of put that in the whole Yemeni Jewish people were oppressed and the Yemeni children affair. And the original Zionists only cared about European Jewish people, which are all facts, but then they kind of mix in these number conflation and conspiracy theories in between the facts, which what makes it more sinister because they're half truths. And so I think that's what's that's what's most disturbing. Cactus, if it's okay with you, I think you had asked your questions. You could re-request, and I would like to let up a new guest who hasn't asked their questions. Thank you very much. You can re-request, and I'll try to get you back up, Cactus. But now, put democracy and Mish.
And just to end there, again, I feel you for seeing things like that. Those kind of conspiracies are really problematic. I honestly don't know the degree to which a lot of people do know what they're doing. That's the only thing I would introduce at least a little caution on, because I think that plenty of people do, but I think that there's a lot of sincere ignorance and a lot of sincere delusion, because we have an astonishing capacity for rationalization, for believing nonsense, for believing things that are contradictory. And if you have a set of positions already, you have something that you want to believe, and then you start finding the different patterns, or somebody explains them to you, you see a website that here's the answer to everything. It's pretty easy to fall into it and to take it seriously. I think that some people have sincerely deluded themselves and don't really know that they're doing something particularly wrong, but not all of them. There are definitely bad actors as well, but I think it's a mix of the two. And I always I'm worried when people pick one or the other and ignore the fact that there definitely are both phenomena.
Yes. But put democracy, you're next, and then Mish, and then Ari.
Look at
Hi.
this buddy. Who's this cute buddy?
So yeah, I've been recently just heard about Marwan Bakuti, and I was just looking. I was figuring you might be the one to know. Do you about his charges? Or if they were bullshit or not? If you might
That's tough.
be able to speak to that.
I'm not sure I remember enough of the details of them. Just in general, a lot of those places where there are plenty of things that do get exaggerated, but there's also plenty of things that could fit it. It really just depends. I don't know. I don't remember enough of the specifics that I would, because you're talking about like a specific legal issue, and I would be afraid of like misstating something. I never want to like say something wrong and give you guys bad information. So if I don't remember enough, I have to be a little cautious about that.
Fair enough. And you did mention earlier. My second question was you mentioned earlier that you're vehemently against a two-state solution. Well, I assume this is you are an anarchist. I assume your end goal would be a no-state solution. But
Well, that's a whole different issue because I'm a very
yeah,
pragmatic anarchist, and I suspect that it will take centuries of,
right.
of like cultural and social development to get there, to really get people to break the old paradigms. You know, I'm not a revolutionary anarchist. It makes no sense to me. It
Right.
wouldn't.
So assume an immediate future, what you'd say you would advocate for a just a one-state solution, or is there a third option that I'm
No, it's
missing?
there are okay. So there are other possibilities. I favor a unitary state that is constitutional in nature and creates full legal equality amongst all peoples there. Palestinian, Israeli, Circassian, whatever. Like it becomes a country like any other country, but to placate the fears still locks in some things constitutionally so that it says, okay, yeah, we have like certain Jewish symbols. This is, this is a Jewish homeland on some level, but it's still just a country like any other fucking country, and people can move in, move out, whatever, complete equal rights for everybody. That would be my kind of ideal, at least, in that I think that it's the easiest to, it's like the one that I think people could have the least long-term objections to. Like that would be the least problematic, because there's so many things in the solutions that always like they hurt significant parts of the population. There are other possibilities, a kind of confederationalism where there are separate governments with separate sovereign territory where they're linked together supranationally, kind of like a mini EU. So there's a single supranational government for both of them, but they're separate governments and they have separate sovereign territory. Another is the parallel states model. I participated a bit with the Swedish Parallel States Project out of Lund University that argued for two distinct governments, but both sharing control over exactly the same land. So it's a little bit more like the old Ottoman millet system, where the legal system followed you wherever you lived in it. And you got to choose which elections you voted in, which legal system applied to you, and you'd still would need some kind of like supranational thing that linked them together and resolved conflicts between the two. Any of those three could work. I prefer the unitary state because I'm an anti-nationalist, and I want more of a kind of like generic cosmopolitan, like the state is not tied to a specific ethnic group. It just recognizes the rights of different ethnic groups. So it has some like binational components to it, but it's more like this is just a country and that's really it. And there's people can live here, but they're all completely equal under the law and blah, blah, blah. But I think any of those three are far preferable to the two-state delusion.
Okay. Yeah, I guess just hearing, I guess the sounds, I don't know what, to me that sounded like it would be most doable, in my opinion, in the short term. But I
Yeah,
would say,
they're harder, yeah.
but
They're all hard to get to. I mean, they all have
yeah,
specific challenges in terms of winning people over for them. In some ways, the two-state solution is maybe the easiest to get to if you can ever force the Israelis to accept it, because there's no way they'll accept it right now. They are, and it's not just people are going to blame Netanyahu for that. Levi Eshkol said that in 1967, like that they are going to maintain permanent sovereignty, and no, not one single Israeli government has ever disagreed with that position. So a separate sovereign state is really problematic that way. But if they could be forced into it, a separate Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza is probably like the single easiest, but I don't think it's long-term tenable. I think in the long run, they would still have to recombine, whether into some kind of confederational system or a eventual unitary. It's like a band-aid, as Clone is saying. Like it might be a short-term thing. And I think that's a little similar to the position that Chomsky's often taken on it. Like, that a two-state solution is stupid as hell, but it may be what the world forces on us. But even if it does, even if we get a solution to the conflict that's two-state, we should still agitate to end that and to unify it, because it realistically makes no fucking sense and it's wildly unjust to Palestinians. And realistically, sadly enough, it's also unjust to the religious settlers who want to live in the biblical heartland. You know, if they want to live there, that's fine. They just can't control other people. And the thing you can do in the long term to change their culture is remind them that the ancient fucking states weren't homogenous either. They had tons of polytheists and Samaritans and everything else. It was never an ethno state. So if they want to live in their biblical heartland, cool. Make it more like the old world that they used to be diverse then too. But yeah, if we get a two-state, it's not the end goal. That I guess is my point.
Yeah. Well, I think before we get to any sort of one state solution or two-state solution, there needs to be some. I would say Israel should give the Palestinians some sort of like reparations or whatever to even get them to the table, to trust them for that. And
Yeah.
and ultimately, as from Americans, I think we probably don't. I mean, we probably don't. It's probably not our place to just like dictate whatever type of solution it is. I mean, we can obviously just diplomatically, we can fill some more framework for them to just figure out them themselves. But
And there, I'm not sure I can agree. I don't think the U.S. is a trustworthy actor on this, but the Madrid process was far superior to the Oslo process, specifically because it wasn't Israelis and Palestinians talking together. The power imbalance is so great that there is no possibility of justice if they work it out themselves. It has to be forced in some way. It needs outside control, but it shouldn't just be the U.S. It should be a coalition of other players that find a way to agree on it. They finally get their shit together, which is why in the diaspora out here, this is where we have to defeat the idea of the two-state solution, and then we have to get our governments on board and push the situation, because the Israelis have no reason to compromise on their own, and they never will. And as long as it's negotiations between the two sides, there is no possibility of justice because of the power imbalance. The reparations too. Oh, on that one last thing. The reparations, so that also, it shouldn't just come from the Israelis, because in many ways, at the end of the day, when you're trying to resolve conflicts like this, and this is one of the problems that you have with the way the situation unfolded in South Africa, I think the entire world bears responsibility for this. We kind of left South Africa in lurch to solve its own problem, and the result is a 40% unemployment rate. The whole world supported the existence of that apartheid regime for decades. The whole fucking world is responsible for it, and it needed to pony up money, and it needed to redevelop areas. And I think exactly the same situation is true here. So to get justice to Palestinians, I think the EU and Japan and the US and everyone else, we should all pony things up so every Palestinian, here's $1 million, build a new house. But I don't think if we force the Israel alone to deal with all of it, then all that ends up happening is a great deal of poverty for the state overall that makes it harder for both societies to move forward. It'll create resentment on the one side, greater poverty, and it won't really give enough resources to really help the Palestinians, because at the end of the day, Israel's relatively wealthy, but it can't deal with because there's as many Palestinians as there are Israelis. Technically, if all the diaspora cares and wants to get involved, there are more Palestinians than Israelis. There's no way they can afford to really give proper reparations. It'd be a pittance. And I want $1 million. I want serious reparations to make up for all that shit. I think the whole world should be on the hook for this stuff.
Oh, yes. Because, I would say just in the past 4 months, we should, we should pay probably the brunt of it, or the majority of it.
The U.S. definitely deserves to pay the most of it, for sure. But I think that everyone is collaborating. The U.S. and the Germans, honestly, too. The Germans have done a lot to make the situation worse. And they get away with a lot of it too. They get away with like pretending that they're not, like skating below the radar, and we focus a lot on what's happening in the US. But yeah, like the whole rest of the rich world has all been complicit, and their complicity means they should be on the hook for this.
But see, were you done with your questions?
Yeah, I think that covers it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions. We would like to go to Mish. Thank you for your patience. It's your turn now.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So, can you lower that real quick? I've been reading, right? I've been doing a bunch of research. I kind of got a doozy, right? So I can't help but notice, um, the parallels, like they're with colonialism, slavery. It's always like this two-part process where they sell their population yeah, they're fighting for is the superiority, the elitism. Like, hey, you're better than them. You deserve it more. They're beneath you, and all this stuff. And then, they give you the sales pitch. They demonize the other group, right? And that's kind of what we're witnessing today. And I can't help but notice that they're like carrying out these like mass radicalization attempts at, like, let's say the Arab population through like completely ignoring us in the media, like gaslighting us endlessly, and just completely discounting anything that we're going through. Like we've heard it consistently saying we did not exist in the area and stuff like that, right? And I can't help but like draw this comparison with what they're attempting to do just by like endlessly gaslighting us, right? Where they're trying to force responses. Like, for instance, like the Harvard experiments, right? I read about it years ago, the shit that they did with Ted Kaczynski, right? To essentially radicalize him in the end, right? Like, if I hope that kind of makes sense. And I can't help but see that they're carrying out sort of that same formula in the media, right? That they kind of put Ted Kaczynski through in those Harvard experiments to kind of like create the monster that he ended up becoming. Like, I know they try to say that, all right, they were a catastrophic failure, their experiments, but I personally believe that they accomplished exactly what they were attempting to, so kind of like they are creating the monster that they want to force their population to fight, or they're attempting to do so, where it's either, the monster gets, like, it does not ever like come to life, people don't get essentially radicalized or resort to extreme, because I mean, we resort to, I guess, radicalism or extremism as a extreme, like, act of desperation to preserve our values or our beliefs. Like, I think I don't want to call it a natural response, it's an extreme response, right? But like out of desperation. So it's like, where have you seen, like, what do you think about that? And like, where have you seen some of these like other things that just run parallel with what I was just saying?
Yeah, there's something I can build off of this right away, before we even think about parallels per se, because there's something that I tend to push as a position in this conflict that I know ruffles some feathers. In many places and in many contexts, nonviolent resistance actually helps the powers. It helps the colonizer, the empire, whatever. But there are other places where it works, and it depends very much on the specific structure, the nature of the conflict. What the Israelis have been doing for generations now is pushing the Palestinians over the edge so that they react. Because when they react, it triggers Jewish generational trauma, which allows the fear to keep up there, and it keeps people supporting the government, supporting Zionism, supporting everything else. And when Palestinians have organized nonviolently, they have tended to be attacked horrifically, because that is a much bigger threat, and they understand it's a bigger threat to them. And you can see that actually in the history of both of the main intifadas, because in the earliest stages of both, it was essentially nonviolent. And the response to it was overwhelming force, which of course led the Palestinians to respond violently, which is exactly what they fucking wanted. Because then they can say, look what they're like. They just want to unalive us. And then what they're doing seems justified to the world outside. Whereas if Palestinians didn't give them that satisfaction by not responding the way they want them to, then it would be a lot harder for them to sell that shit. If Palestinians all just sat down in the fucking streets, then it would be a lot harder for the Israelis to say, look, they all want to unalive us. Then the true nature of the regime would be revealed. The mask could be pulled off. Every time Palestinians respond, and the response is natural, it's completely understandable, it's predictable, it makes sense. We know why it happens. But every time they respond that way, it feeds into a deliberate strategy that plays on the fear issues we talked about earlier, and it allows them to manipulate the long history of Jewish generational trauma, which is much more important outside the Middle East. Again, this is playing to an audience in North America and in Europe. And this is where we know the history of anti-Semitism because Christians were terrible to Jews. And then it's easy to believe, oh, well, then Muslims must be just as bad as Christians were to Jews. And it becomes suddenly easy for people to swallow the far-right bullshit that Israel has been feeding and forcing down the throats of Jews in the diaspora for decades. If Palestinians can ever find a way to break that cycle, then it subverts things. I'm showing the arguments here, like nonviolence in many contexts is problematic, or at least can only be part of it. So, for example, in like the Algerian War of Independence, violence and nonviolence both played significant parts. There's a lot of places where they work together, and you can't actually leave it out. Same thing with the Irish case. It played a part, but it wasn't enough on its own. There's a lot of places where it is important. And as my argument in the case of this here is that the violence has already done what it needed to do. It built a sense of Palestinian national consciousness. It worked there. It unified people. It gave them a sense of identity. It built up a movement. But what we have to do at this point is recognize what are the structural features of this conflict in particular. And this one, because of the nature of Jewish trauma and the nature of the Israeli state, those two things fuck the Palestinians. And every single time they fight back, they are literally handing ammunition to the occupier. It puts them in a really difficult situation, and one in which there are relatively few historical parallels. That's where making direct comparisons here is harder. You can do it to some features of it, but it gets a lot harder to get something that's exactly like this because of the long history of Jews in Europe and what they were exposed to among Christians and how that affects the whole world's view of this. And it's honestly the only way that like the Shoah really plays a part in this, because it had nothing to do with the development of Zionism or the creation of the state. But what it affected was how Americans looked at it, how Germans looked at it, how Brits looked at it. They all had felt some responsibility for what they did for their own awfulness, and they think that if they support Israel, it gives them a free pass and they never have to do the self-examination and really change their own fucking racist history. Never address the deep anti-Judaism that's part of Christianity. And like we can't have those conversations. Most forms of Christianity, most variants of Christianity have never had the really serious theological self-examination that would allow them to understand why the fuck they treated Jews so badly. They've never done that work. And Israel is a crutch. It's an emotional crutch that allows them to avoid doing that work at all. So our problem here is trying to recognize the things that are different about this conflict that make it unlike a lot of other ones, and that require some changes in tactics, I guess.
No, I completely get that. They are doing the whole, using the human shields and, standing, like, you have the West aggressively virtue signaling, like, look, we gave the Jews a safe space. They needed to say, did you not ignore them for damn near a quarter century? during the time where they needed someone the most. But now you want to virtue signal and say, hey, look, we gave them somebody else's cake. We didn't give them a slice of ours, but we gave them somebody else's cake, right? We're the nice guys. They're trying to like fluff up and kind of like, like start cleaning up the image of their colonialism, right? Where, yeah, we're the good guys. We're not doing it in the name of evil. We're not doing it in the name of excess and elitism and whatnot, right? Like this is not, we're the good guys, right? They want to sell that picture.
Right.
But then every time, like you look at the state of the Middle East, you look at the state of Arabia, and it's just like, you've denied these people their suffering for a long time. Like these people went, like there was a lot of the Arabic countries, like I'm Palestinian, by the way. There's a lot of the Arabic countries, especially Maghreb, right? Where through colonialism, if you look at Italian, French, British colonialism, we were pretty much like our saving grace was quite literally Islam. That was the only thing that, I don't want to say, like, it's not even about religion. It's about the fact that that was what influenced us to continue reading, right? So when you had like certain portions, when you had certain areas in, the Arabian countries that were heavily influenced by religion, they were far more likely to be literate, far more likely to have industry, development, culture, society, whatnot, right? And like collective efforts, right? But then when you had like certain areas that were a little more like easier to colonize, specifically because I guess they were a little more distant from, like you were talking about it earlier, like it was easier for Islam to take hold in like Maghreb, like the Berbers and a lot of these other groups of people, like they spoke dozens of different languages in those areas. So if you traveled 100, 200, 300 miles, you might as well have been just on a completely different continent, different groups of people, different ways of life, different ways of sustenance and stuff like that. But like we were able to hold on to the religion. We were able to hold on to, language due to people like holding on to religion because, hey, this is all we have left, right? So we're just going to hold on to this. And they kind of like tried to turn it against the people in recent years where like just consistently keep everybody demonized. Like where you're almost like living in the West, it's almost scary to be a proud Muslim. You get what I'm saying? And if you are a proud Muslim, you have to be careful of some of the things that you say. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes, honestly, you just might not even get a job if you have like a Muhammad kind of name. You get what I'm saying? Muhammad or Ahmed or whatever it's going to be. So you have like these stereotypes where and I almost don't blame, like it's hard to blame people for it, right? So it's like, what do we do, right? What do we do when we want, I don't even want to say reparations. I personally don't want reparations. I just want tampering to stop. You get what I'm saying? Like we had like North Africa, like during the fall of colonialism over there, every single country in North Africa, Libya, when Gaddafi came to power, had like a 97% or 92% illiteracy rate. Any village you go to, maybe one person can read. And he would be like a devout Muslim who lived his life on the Quran. You get what I'm saying? And these are the numbers. Like these numbers are so disgustingly common in all of the colony states, right? And I'm talking 1950s, 60s, 70s. This is all like this shit happened yesterday. You get what I'm saying? Like my parents were children and people could not read. They quite literally could not read. They were not allowed education. They were not allowed, right? And then as soon as we're allowed education, what do we get? Mass information, back to back. You know what I mean? So it's, how do we go about, I guess, combating this, this either just like, this misinformation campaign or demonization campaign that we have, like, that they're carrying out against us essentially.
Yeah, it's tough, and actually to connect that along with something I think that Athena was just saying, because I think if no one should give them a pass for Islamophobia is in relation to something you said about the way that people pick up these tropes about how Islam is scary. The key here is that most people in most of the world are pretty ignorant about things outside of their own direct experience. They just don't know. And most people in the Western world don't know dick about Islam, and what they have is a media that's constantly fucking lying to them, and churches that are lying to them, and politicians that are lying to them. And it's pretty easy to understand why they have the terrible beliefs that they do. It's just like it should be easy for us to understand why some Palestinians have swallowed a bunch of neo-Yahtzee rhetoric, because they don't know any better, and it makes a certain amount of sense. Realistically, things like white supremacy actually harm white people too, because it's just they've been manipulated. They're being used and as a way of preserving existing power structures. The whole thing is fucked up. It doesn't mean you give them a free pass by saying, "Oh, it's totally okay to be racist, bro." No, we absolutely have to challenge that. But you have to challenge that in a way that responds to what actually happened to them, which is the systematic propaganda to hold up those power structures. And we have a lot of that to get through on all sides here, to really break down those fears, get people to understand each other and talk. And you're sort of stuck with, where does racism, oh, good one. So somebody's asking, like, where does racism come from? It literally is a response to power structures. It was invented. We've always had a certain level of fear of other people that we don't really know because of the inherent tribalism that served us well on the East African savannas a million years ago or whatever. And we're kind of stuck with some of that legacy, but that's not racism. And that kind of tribalism doesn't have to be prejudiced either. It just means I'm used to my community, I'm part of my community, and somebody else has theirs, but we absolutely can interact with each other. Racism is a completely different phenomenon invented in the modern period to justify things like the slave trade. Because when people were showing up saying, "Hey bro, you want to buy a slave?" They're like, "What?" Like like you had to find a way to systematically dehumanize people if you're going to bring them over in huge numbers. I think somebody mentioned, like, "Oh, the British should get responsibility, so credit for like abolishing the slave trade." Well, they made it much fucking worse first. Much worse. And they did that by radically and systematically dehumanizing people for more than 2 centuries before they got around to responding to their own public pressure to abolish it. The government didn't choose to do it. Capital didn't choose to do it. Abolitionists forced their hand on it by changing enough perspectives from people. They made the situation much worse by dehumanizing people, by literally inventing racism, by making some people physically inferior to others. Once an idea is out there like that, once it exists, its ties to the power structures become obscured. It's hard to remember why it existed, and people can fool themselves as, racism has always existed, it's always there, blah, blah, blah. We don't know where it came from. We don't recognize, why it was created and how it manipulates us, which means that everyone around the world is sucking up tons and tons of bullshit that benefit the power structures in which they are enmeshed. Whether that's a colonial situation or a white supremacist environment or anything else, you're being fed a load of shit to control you. And that thing that they're feeding you tends to lead you to do awful shit to other people. The how of unpacking all of this and getting us heading in a different direction, that's the really hard part about any of this. But I don't think we have that at all until we really recognize the sources of it. What's really happening? How are we being manipulated? What are the problematic ideas? And with that, being sufficiently armed that way, we at least have the ability to start forming our own community education systems, our own kind of mutual aid networks, ways to push around the way that they try to divide us, the way that they try to feed hate. And honestly, the simple fact that Jews were treated like shit for a long time is being used. You mentioned virtue signaling. Great way of looking at it here. There's tons of ways in which the Western world wants to say, "Oh, we defend Jews. We've gotten over our problems here, and now it's all those pallies who are attacking the Jews, and they're bad people." And they want to make you think that they've gotten over it, but all they've done is they've found a way out of doing the real work to change, to actually address our own racism and the anti-Judaism and Christianity. We don't want to deal with that shit. So instead, this is a crutch, a way out of it. And we project that onto the Palestine conflict. And we try to say, we are great because we give them pew-pews to do whatever they want. And Instead, they are the bad guys, and now Muslims are bad, and Arabs are bad, and they're the ones who want to do things. And or let's throw the Iranians in too. Ooh, look what the Iranians are doing. Like, you want to keep systematically pushing it on to other people, and all of that, at the end of the day, is a way of controlling the people here. It also affects the things over there, but it's about maintaining control over people here, feeding fears, avoiding having to get us to really question the racism that exists in this society. If we really did do that self-examination work that could truly remove the anti-Judaism and anti-Semitism and white supremacy and all the rest of the shit that exists in this society, then there's no fucking way we could look at the Israel-Palestine conflict and say, oh yeah, we should totally give more weapons to Israel. It would never make sense. We would understand what's happening, but the traumas involved and our complicity culturally and socially in those traumas cause us to keep pushing the same shit in the wrong direction. And it manipulates everybody, and Palestinians are the ones who get fucked in the long run. And they get fucked by everybody too, because a lot of the Arab states, not only are they victimized by a lot of the imperialist rhetoric, they have taken it on themselves. A lot of the most pernicious users of the concept of, I'm supposed to say teism or something, some of the most pernicious users of that are actually in the Arab world, because they use it to control their own populations. They use it to spread fear within their own populations, fear of Islam, fear of radicals, or whatever, to justify their own dictatorial power in those societies. Look at what pushed Algeria into its civil war. An Islamist party won an election. Cool, that's great. Christian parties won elections in Europe, and that forced them to moderate their demands and become normal political parties that just had Christian values behind them. The same thing would happen with Muslim parties, but instead you say, Islamists won an election, that means they're going to force Shakira law on everybody, and then next thing you know, terrified people are pew-pewing each other. It's really horrific, but it's adopting the same discourses from Europe.
It's because I think about that all the time, right? Like, as a Muslim born in the West, do I wish I grew up in a more Muslim environment, right? How do I feel about sacrificing casual dating, for example, right? Or maybe the occasional drink or whatever it's going to be, right? So I'm like, how do I feel about, let's say, eliminating all of this stuff out of my life, and then everything is far more buttoned up and, on a religious end, right? I truly believe, right, Islam, if allowed to, look, the majority of Muslim countries were battling colonialism until the 50s, 60s, and 70s. We got thrown into illiteracy, poverty, where half your day is spent on trying to acquire water, right? The same story goes for the rest of Africa as well, right? I consider Arabia, I don't even consider it Middle East, Arabia is Arabia, right? So half their day is spent on gathering water. They can't even read. They can't even think about pursuing education if the majority of your life is spent on active survival, right? I think if we were allowed to develop and grow in a certain direction, it's not going to be on the extreme end where we're going to have to sacrifice certain things. And you get what I'm saying? It would be very you're allowed to live and operate how you want to. You're allowed to, you get what I'm saying? It'd be as casual. You got to remember
it worked for a long time. We tend to forget today that okay, so in Islam, male homosexuality is haram. We get that, it's in the Quran, right? But it was pretty common and everyone knew about it. Everyone knew Rumi was gay. Everyone knew he was sleeping with with younger men. Everyone knew this. No one gave a shit. It didn't matter. There were ways to deal with it. There were ways to find spaces of tolerance and diversity. Alcohol was always there. There were always people who sat around and had a glass of wine every now and then. It was never not an issue. But you end up with this, the extremes end up being a response to the pressures, that the conquest, and all the
it's a
bullshit.
response to self-preservation. You resort to extremism and radicalize. You become radicalized when Like, yo, I gotta combat all this pressure. You can't do that. You can't do that. Islam is bad. Islam is wrong. Islam is, and then you start thinking like, I'm never gonna have a drink in my life, and I'm gonna live in this manner, and I'm gonna live like that. And there's good forms of extremism and bad in all things, right? But you resort to extremism as an act of self-preservation. Simply, it's an act of self-preservation. They know this.
Just as a quick comment to Abdullah in the comment there, it wasn't in the closet at all. It was really, I mean, I can show you Arab and Ottoman Turkish erotic poetry that was widely known and widely copied and celebrated that is really deeply obvious. Like they were not hiding it. So it was pretty open. But there were different spaces and ways to address it. There are a lot of aspects of all these different traditions where the extremes tend not to predominate. Individuals, you might have had a problem with it, but the society as a whole didn't feel a need to aggressively persecute and unalive people for it. And that's kind of common everywhere else. You saw the same thing in Europe. With questions like abortion or homosexuality in European and American society today, that like fucking Catholic nuns used to literally provide abortifacient recipes to people to help people to terminate pregnancies. It was not the issue it is for Catholics now 500 years ago. It just wasn't. There was always spaces for tolerance. The same kind of tolerance of queer folks existed in Europe as well. It wasn't like it is for the modern world because we have a much more modern secular world. We understand identity in different ways. The concept of being gay as a sense of identity wasn't a thing for them before. So there are differences, sure, in the way it's expressed, but it's not like these other societies wouldn't have evolved in this direction anyway, and probably much, much sooner without a lot of other things getting in the way. When you have to respond, when you have to fight back against things, people look for tools to do that. Look at the Israel-Palestine conflict and think who led most of the early resistance efforts. It was fucking socialist. It was like secular leftists. It wasn't Islamists. Islamists are the ones fighting today because everything else fell by the wayside. Nothing else managed to liberate people, and the situation just kept getting worse. People are always desperate for a new solution, a new ideology. And the extremes of violence, of repression, they are consequences of problematic circumstances, of conquest and control. We lash out in different ways in response to those situations. If you take that pressure away, then our cultures and societies would evolve much more naturally in ways that actually reflected the sort of tolerance that was common in the ancient world. You guys know that religious conflict in the ancient world was extraordinarily rare? People didn't feel a need to attack other people because they worshiped different gods. They were tolerant by definition, and they shared ideas. Oh, your god of storms is similar to my god of storms. I'm going to borrow that cool story and attach it to my god. Or you have the Romans didn't have a god like Apollo, so they just stole the Greek one and attached it to their pantheon. These things always mixed and merged, and they shared things, and no one felt the need to attack and pew other people for their differences because they weren't being used the way they were used later. A lot of these extremes are responses to circumstances, and things did not have to evolve in this direction. This is not how it had to turn out. And the one thing, again, you get over and over out of history, and it gets back to the whole change is the only constant thing. You can always change directions. It can go in another way. We can move naturally toward more tolerance, but removing systemic oppression, removing the power of the ruling class is a really good step in that direction. And I think one good way of contrasting, again, the more ancient perspectives with the modern, we talk about great ancient empires or whatever. You guys do not understand just how fucking weak Rome really was. It had an extremely weak economy. The government itself had almost nothing to do with most people. Most people went about their lives with almost no interaction with the state on any level. They organized themselves locally within their own communities and did their own thing. That's been the norm for most of human history. Really powerful states only start evolving, 5 or 6 centuries ago, and then got stronger and stronger and stronger. And as more and more power is concentrated, the situations get worse and worse for people. So it's yeah, all the stuff gets interconnected in really interesting ways. I think.
Thank you very much. I don't want to butt in, but thanks very much for the explanation there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, hopefully, I'm bouncing all over the place. Hopefully my little rambles make sense.
I don't want to cut off any of the timeline. I just wanted to say thanks, and I don't follow Rumi at all, and I've never really studied him, so he's not my guy.
He makes really good
Some
poetry.
people are into poetry, some people aren't. I'm just saying. There's tons of great examples like that. Of things like that were just but yeah, not for everybody.
I don't really like poetry, but he makes some really beautiful romantic poetry.
Yeah, and still, even in good translation, still quite popular in a lot of languages today. There was actually a huge fad in the Arab world to learn Persian just because of shit like this. I mean, poetry motivates a lot of people, but the same thing with all kinds of other arts that existed, and the same sort of thing existed in Europe too. There was all kinds of weird poetry.
I got one of his books, and I wasn't really into his poetry, and I'm like, there's too much wine and getting drunk in this, and it was past my time. I stopped drinking already.
Sufi I sometimes use a quatrain from Omar Khayyam in talking about that, showing it's like sipping wine on the edge of a cornfield with an Uri-like beauty, like a gorgeous woman or whatever, and to the vulgar this would be like a blasphemy, but if I talked of any other paradise, I'd be worse than a dog, because ultimately for them it's about finding the beauty in nature as well. If God is great and God created the world that we live in, all these pleasures, all this beauty in the world is part of God's creation. Why the hell would we want to have all this natural beauty and never really experience it? There's something that's interesting about a lot of the Sufis for trying to point us in those directions too. And that in itself is something that's useful to push back against a lot of the extremes when people talk about, Islam wants this, that, or the other to kind of control. No, you literally have Muslims saying, let's all get drunk and fuck in cornfields, and that is still a religious experience. It's still a part of the Muslim experience. It's still a way of experiencing the divine. There's always been different ways of doing this. And I think pointing to that diversity is a really good antidote to the sort of weird extremes that people point to today that say it has to be one thing. Islam is violent and blah, blah, blah. No, sometimes it's just like we want to hang out and just drink together,
I think my favorite Palestinian poet when it comes there is Mahmoud Darwish. I think that person is... we were talking about poets, and I just wanted to bring that up. Look up Mahmoud Darwish's comments. But Mish, were you done with your questioning?
Oh yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty much over. I was just listening again. It was a beautiful explanation by the doctor. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Before we go to Ari, because Ari is next, I wanted to ask a question that was in the comments. Very, very brief question. Somebody asked if the Germans and the Persians are brothers.
With that, what I'm hearing is the old Aryan conspiracy. And in that, you also have to connect the Afghans to it because they did the same thing. But that's the old Aryanism shit. No. The Indo-European language family is a language family that spread from originally an area that stretched from where today, central Ukraine across into western part of Central Asia, this broad grassland area. And then in successive waves, people moved off and settled in different areas. And as they went, they brought their languages with them. Some of that movement was in the Bronze Age with people like the Hittites and the Hurrians. Much of it is much later in the early Iron Age with what became a lot of the northern Indian population, the Iranian population, a lot of the Europeans. But the language family moved in. It's not racial in any possible way. There's no race to it. And most of the people that make up the populations in all those different areas, they're successive waves of migration over and over and over again from different people. There were tons of pre-existing Neolithic populations in Europe that simply adopted those languages. People brought in the Celtic and Germanic languages. The language family moved in along with waves of migrants and people with horses and whatnot. It's they're brothers in the sense that their languages are distantly related. That's all there is to it.
Thank Thank you very much. I think we're not going to be accepting any more guests because Liam, how long have you been live?
Oh, it doesn't seem as that all that long. I mean, compared to a lot of these things, it hasn't been that long. Let's see. It's like 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, it's what? Eight, hold on. It's 8 hours, I guess?
8 hours.
Yeah, like a little under. I was actually a bit late. But yeah, it's a little less than 8 hours.
Okay, so you're up for more, or
I don't want to go too much later, but I'm fine for a while still. I want to do a little bit in the morning before the thingy I have to do it at my 11. But the first thing I have time wise to do is literally in 12 hours from now.
yeah, I know, but it's
But
just
yeah,
you need
I don't know,
a
maybe
break.
another hour or so. Like if we fold up by midnight, I'll be a happy
Mhm.
camper.
And also refreshments, drink water, because if you don't hydrate, you're gonna dehydrate. So everybody else who's been here as well, please drink water, refreshments, continue being hydrated. Ari, you're next. You've been waiting very patiently as well. But
you.
yeah, it's interesting to have so many Aries here, being Habesha myself. So yeah.
Uh, I'm proud to be Eritrean. I support my government fully, obviously. I just have some questions. When I have, obviously you guys are not talking about it currently, but I just want to bring it up. Like, do you feel like nationalism is good eventually for even your theories, like, you know, Marxism or anarchy or whatever?
I am not convinced that there is a single useful place for nationalism in the world. Even anti-colonial nationalism ends up being problematic, so I understand why it happens and why it's appealing, but it has always led to problems. So no, I don't see that at all. Patriotism and nationalism, again, are completely different things. Loving your country is being patriotic. Loving a nation state or a specific national grouping, because nations are groups of people, however defined, that's a whole different issue. So yeah, nationalism is yeah, as Absolute says, it's a poison. I don't see it being beneficial to any possible movement anywhere.
Well, can I argue that as a nationalist myself, like, and like most Eritrean nationalists, like what it has helped us do is like we love our country. Yes, we love our map, but that has kind of helped us love everything else around it, you know?
Well,
And it
just
depends on like how you practice nationalism,
just for a
but
second,
like,
I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing, and so it might help there, because nationalists don't love their country. And that's a pretty key distinction a lot of people miss. Nationalisms are often pitched against the countries, against the states. It's a very different thing. They have nationalism and patriotism have completely different objects. Nation, state, and country are totally different things. A nation is a group of people with certain characteristics in common. So some kind of cultural group, you can use language, religion, ethnicity, something like there's features you pick out, and it's a group of people. A state is governing institutions, borders, laws, policing, that kind of crap. And countries are states that have sovereign control of territory. So Eritrea is a country because it's a state that has sovereign control of things, right? If you just love your country, that's not nationalism. If you love your country because it's a nation state and represents your specific ethnic group as opposed to all others, and that would be nationalism. Nationalism is movements for those groups, and oftentimes even nation states, they don't fully represent all the people in there because there's diversity in any given country. Like there's differences there. So nationalists often oppose. There's literally settlers in the West Bank who pew pew at the I other letter I shouldn't say F, because they're not actually patriotic Israelis, they're Jewish nationalists. Or think about tons of nationalist movements that exist in other countries. So like Catalan nationalism or Scottish nationalism, they literally oppose their government. They're not patriotic toward the actual government. So it depends on what you mean.
I think, to be fair,
I'm not sure what you.
to be fair, I kind of understand what she's saying, because nationalism has continued encouraging Eritreans to uphold and preserve our culture and fight against our oppressors, whether it was Eritreans fighting against the Italians, whether it was Eritreans fighting against the Ottomans prior to that, or whether it was fighting against the Ethiopians as well during the Civil War. It was that sense, that united national identity and desire to preserve that national identity that continued unifying a lot of Eritreans, and also encouraged Eritreans to go on. Is that what you're saying, Ari?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, like there is no like ethnic supremacy in Eritrea or like some sort of like subjugation of like a certain thing. Maybe you are right. I think I might have confused the meaning of nationalism in Eritrea. It's more about like just loving everything about your country and like
Yeah,
just
that's patriotism. Yeah, being
okay,
a
yeah,
patriotic Eritrean, okay, that makes sense.
yeah,
And
okay.
and if you love everything about the country and the way it's governed and whatnot, there, then yeah, you're a patriot. If it,
Yeah.
but if what you love is Eritreanness as an identity, as a group of people, like
Yeah.
this particular group of people, right? If there's somebody who speaks a different language in Eritrea, are they less Eritrean to you? Or somebody who has a
No.
different religion, are they less Eritrean to you? That would be the question there. That's how you can easily distinguish between them. So what is the nature of the identity? If it's based on the government in the state, like the country of Eritrea.
Also, I think somebody just told me to point out that it's like Marxist Leninist, and I mean, does that have an effect on like patriotism? Do you feel like?
Well, sort of. I mean, at the end of the day, those movements are technically anti-nationalist, although in practice they often try to still manipulate and use nationalist elements in them. Also, theoretically, they're about weakening the state, but in practice they tend to strengthen it. It's all very complex when you bring that kind of thing into it. But the more you take on a socialist element, the more it tends to downplay a lot of the ethnic aspects of nationalism and creates much more of what we could recognize as patriotic. It's not universal. There's all kinds of problems. Plenty of Marxist-Leninist movements have dabbled deeply in nationalism, but Marxist-Leninism is much more patriotic in nature. It's much more about the country and its development there, and it's downplaying the identity differences because at the end of the day, it's based in class and class consciousness and what brings people together. So if you started off as different, speaking different religions, languages, all this kind of stuff, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're all still kind of together, you know? So it might, that might be a basis for what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think that like such theories could potentially work for Ethiopians, like in order to solve like their own ethnic conflicts, to just kind of like love the country would be better and like um
Theoretically, yes. Because again, patriotism has been around forever. There were patriotic Romans because nationalism didn't exist, but people loved their country. So you did have that before. And like loving Ethiopia as a single country, you know, with all of its diversity, you know, that could work. So if somebody is like, I love all Ethiopians and it doesn't matter which of the languages you speak, you know, which religions you have, we're all Ethiopian and I love everyone and we should be loyal to our country, then that could kind of work. It's still, there are a lot of the problems in early post-colonial Ethiopia have a lot more to do with the colonial context than not, because its approach to Marxism ended up also being sort of problematic and paving the way to a lot of the nationalist tensions that built up there. But colonialism fucks everything up. There's so much of the divide and rule mentality that builds up there, and the nation-state model has been exported by Europeans. It is the norm everywhere in the world. To one degree or another, they're all really nation states. but they have varying degrees of adherence to the basic concept of nationalism, but it's a small part of all of them. Finding a way out of that entirely, and it simply being a unified state structure that everyone can be patriotic towards without pushing a particular identity over others, is a way out of those kind of tensions for sure. So the short answer, I guess, would be yes, but it's hard to get there because not only do you now have the history under colonialism and all those consequences, but also the earlier, dictatorial and Marxist periods, and then all the more recent tensions. And people tend to remember those resentments that build up in conflicts. And it gets very hard to unpick that stuff, to calm it back down, But technically, yes, it could help for sure.
Ari, did that answer your question? Or do you have more?
Yes, can I just ask one more question and
Of
I will
course.
drop. Thank you so much for giving me the time. Do you, so like what I feel like I'm understanding is, do you feel like for now at least the solution for Ethiopia will continue to be like an ethnic federation? Because in order to potentially get to like where they need to get at as a country, they would need to practice such a system, even though it's proven not to work. I don't believe in ethnic
Yeah,
federalism at all,
I
but
don't, I don't think it.
I just
I
want to
think what they're doing is they're trying to build a single state with, at the end of the day, competing nationalisms, and then trying to federate everything together, and that tends to produce an unstable and toxic brew, which is why every now and then it explodes into conflicts. So I don't think that it's a useful model. That one I'd say no. I think that it makes sense to people because of the fact that they've absorbed a lot of the nationalist discourses from before, from the European context, the colonial context, everything else. You're kind of like, it's there, it makes sense. And once you start seeing people fighting each other over different identities, then it makes sense to think, oh, well, then you should have your identity in your area and we'll have ours in our corner, and then we'll find a way to like collaborate in some kind of neat confederation. We'll work together as a broader like ethnic democracies or whatever. But that's essentially a surrender to the logic of nationalism. And as soon as that's done, it leaves in place competing nationalist movements, i.e. identities that are political. And when our personal identity, our local cultural identity has a political format, then suddenly the people who aren't quite like me, I can't quite trust them. I'm not sure if I can trust those people in Tigray. They might not have my best, interest in mind. Like, you start wondering about things. It gets difficult to create real unity and to hold things together. So what they've been doing, I think, is actually only going to make the situation worse over time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, you too. You too. Buruh
I'll
Mujahid.
come back. Okay. I have
Mhm.
way more questions. Bye.
But yeah, Buruh Mujahid.
Friday.
There was a question before Abdullah goes next, because Abdullah has been waiting patiently as well. There was a question in the comments that said, why are so many Kurdish people pro-Israel even though most of them are Muslims? And does Israel support Kurdish independence because it's beneficial for IL geopolitically?
I mean, Israel's, support for the Kurds is political. It's about weakening the Arab states, and it's weakening the rest of the Middle East. It's not really ultimately about the Kurds themselves. But there is with some of the discourses I've seen in those circles, some of it does have to do with recognizing a history of being a minority surrounded by other peoples who aren't like you and who look down on you. Kurds were dismissed for a long time as like backward people, just these illiterate mountain dwellers and raiders, I don't know, Vikings on horses kind of thing. Like, they don't really, there's a sense of distrust that was built up in the area all around them, and that kind of a sense of discrimination. And I think that Kurds can recognize some similarity to the long history that Jews have had, so it makes them a little bit more sympathetic to their nationalist aspirations. And because there is, on some surface level at least, a kind of similarity. But yeah, but some of it too is just, the way that the groups, people will collaborate each other and, toss support to each other in certain circumstances. And a lot of that it's very political for the Israelis. It's just what's helpful to them. Because of course they don't want a strong Syria or anything else. So, oh, this purr is so loud. Look at this motor. Purrs and purrs. I don't know if that makes sense there, but yeah. So money and politics play a part in it, but at the end of the day, there is a kind of thin cultural parallel that you can make that supports those. If you can tell people that story, that make that connection, it does make it easier to make the rest of it work. Oh, I gotta move you.
Should I just start speaking, or is it my turn? Or
Can I just say hi to Kobe and everyone real quick? If that's all right, Abdullah, I won't take long. I just wanted to say hi. It's really good to see you. I left for a little bit. I think I told you that I was going to do that, but Kobe, it's always so good to see you.
Not Erica blessing us with her beautiful face. Thank you very much.
I'm a mess. I had to like jump out for a little while to watch the live from a coach of mine that's currently indicted with the FBI. So I keep a close eye and record things. And since I know all the people, and it's just, yeah, it's pretty nuts. Real life is nuts, but I appreciate y'all. And yeah, Liam, I came back a while ago. Do you have water and all the things you
Yes, I
need?
did. I've been asking him to
Okay.
bring
Okay.
refreshments and water. Yeah.
Great. Great. Yeah, and I'll just make like
I'll drink some water, mommy.
no, no, not mommy. Except for
Thank you.
single.
Thank you
I
for watching
know.
out for me.
Well, Liam knows I'm as a single working mom, like that's it's just mom all the time. It's
No,
not. It's just because
I
I care
totally
for
get
you.
people mothering me, because honestly, I would forget my own head if it wasn't attached. I'm very absent-minded, so it's nice.
We're alike in that way. Like people that love me ask if I've eaten. They're like, Eric, have you eaten today? That's a good thing. But yeah, I just wanted to say one thing with a lot of the propaganda and a lot of the discussions that were going on, and coming back from who I was just watching is master manipulators. And I have met, I would say I met two people in my very crazy life that are masterful at this. The person that's currently indicted and head of a Bolt, she's not the most masterful one. But what they do is they always weave truth in with lies. They always play in the gray, because when it comes to like especially what's happening with the ICJ, and when it comes to especially within law, things are very clear, right? And so yeah, just kind of wanted to weave that in with all of the propaganda, because
Sure.
it's always done. There's always like Trump, a clock is right. What is it? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
Trump will say things that you're like, oh my gosh, I agree with him. But on
He
that one
opposed
thing, on the
the
one thing,
TPP. Like he canceled a neoliberal trade deal. Great. I was like, okay, cool. He was right there. He's wrong on almost
yeah,
everything, but that was good. So yeah,
totally.
it's tricky sometimes that way, and really with propaganda too. Like any kind of like narrative that you're giving, if you can weave in enough facts, you're basically lying with facts or statistics. Look at the way people use crime statistics to delegitimize black people in a lot of the world. Oh, black people are more crime, blah blah blah. Like it's super common in the U.S. to do that. And yes, they are literally quoting FBI statistics. What they're leaving out are the causes of it. The 9-to-1 black white wealth gap. The oppression from police and society as a whole. The lack of real opportunities in areas. I mean, if I have a choice between working at McDonald's or dealing drugs, fuck, I'm going to deal drugs. I mean, it makes sense, why there would be higher rates of crime.
But
they're
the
using
What you say?
elements of to twist
Well,
it.
in context, I
the
think I just
tables
want to
that
say
they
this one thing.
Yeah, I just want to
Oh,
say that the tables they bring are arrests, though, and not convicted crimes. That's the issue. A lot of the time, the tables don't even show the crime rate, because if one person is arrested 5 times and released 5 times because they were found innocent, it would still be categorized as 5 arrests in the tables that they specifically bring. So they conflate arrests with conviction rates. But yes, Erica, you want to say something, and then we can go to Abdullah.
Conviction rates get to be
yeah,
higher
so
too, and that's another one that gets funky. Courts are a lot more likely to convict black Americans than white Americans, sadly enough, and tend to give much stiffer penalties too. So you end up with longer prison terms and everything else. There's a lot of things that are deeply unjust about the situation, but then they ignore the injustice that caused it. Look at the way people often twist around things and say things like, oh, look at all these broken families and single mothers, and like, look at all the black fathers that leave their families. Well, you're leaving out A, poverty, B, mass incarceration. Like there's all kinds of shit going on here. Like, yes, of course there are a lot more places where black fathers are missing because they're disproportionately incarcerated by a broken justice system. But you leave things out. If you point to a statistic that is accurate on its own and leave out all the rest of the context, it's more convincing to people because they'll fall for the table and they don't know enough to know that it's literally lying. It's literally bullshit.
Yeah, and you got
yeah,
to
I'll
take it
say,
into account.
oh, Gus, I'm sorry, just
Sorry.
one moment. I have
Yeah.
one comment. I said I wasn't going to be long, and then Abdullah. Yeah, go ahead, Athena. I'm sorry, I never cut
No,
you
I
off.
was gonna
You have
say,
free
Gus,
reign.
this might be the first time on your panel. The person who was waiting here the longest goes next. We have an order of people. Erica can, of
Yeah, I'm
course,
gonna drop.
say what
I'm
she
gonna
wanted
drop
to
down.
say because it's Erica and we appreciate her in this household. But it's actually Abdullah is next, and then you can go next after Abdullah, Gus. Continue, Erica.
Yeah, I just have one more comment. Because Dr. Liam, you know that it's 12:15 and I stay up for you. I love you. I appreciate you so much. But I'll say this one thing, and I thank you so much, Abdullah. But when I was in graduate school, for those of you who don't know that, I have a master's in religious studies. My undergrad's in biochem. I'm a really crazy person. I've lived a crazy life. Um, but when I was in grad school, I believe it was in contemporary American religion. And growing up the way that I did, I had to go back to especially evangelical and look at it from go in. Obviously, there's a scholar part, but then because mine is the Master of Divinity, to really go in and to experience a lot of that and really seeing, like for instance, the evangelical preachers where like just on an emotional level, and propaganda does this too, especially when it aligns slightly with our values, is it's very hard, it's harder for us to point out the lies and the propaganda when they are more similar to what we believe in. So like that, like an evangelical preacher, he'll say something that's 100% wrong, and then he'll say something every once in a while that's 100% right. And so you walk out and it's just very confusing. So I just wanted to share that since exploring that in grad school. And then, yeah, for whoever's letting people up, I thought we were closing out the panel, but I'll let Kobe go ahead and Superman. I'm going to go to bed. I love you
Yeah,
all.
no, Dr. Liam said that.
Take off too, and because I'm not sure if you were here when they did the announcement about the thingy tomorrow, because I forgot to make my own little announcement, but I did repost something at one point. But there's this like I don't know broader educational panel series that I'm helping doing, and tomorrow is a discussion of like ancient Palestine, so Stone Age to the Romans. So if anybody's kind of interested in that and came in here later and missed that kind of announcement, so I will be blathering on about ancient history and its relation to the Palestinians and why they have always been there tomorrow. So
That's fantastic. So when are you live tomorrow so that
um,
everybody in this room can find
there's I reposted the thingy on there. So it should you should be able to find like the flyer as a repost
you? Yeah.
somewhere. I think it's like, if I remember right, it's my 11 to 3.
All right. Yeah.
So an hour later,
Great.
but yeah.
Yeah.
Afternoon for the Americans. So I love you guys. Have a wonderful night.
Love you too. I'm gonna let up one
Bye.
more guest, Fatima. And that will be the last guest. So Abdullah, Gus, and then Fatima, and then we have to
Perfect.
wrap it up if that's okay with you, Dr. Liam.
Perfect.
Okay. Perfect. Abdullah, thank you for being very, very patient. It's your turn now.
No problem. I love being here. I love being on the watching, and I love being able to interact with the professor. And I had many things to say, and as the time has gone on, I forgot many of the things I wanted to say. Because other things were far more. I know. I'm literally in bed.
That's
My
all I'm doing.
notepad is about 15 feet away, and I am not in the mood to get up. So, and it's just where I'm at right now. One thing I want to say is, in an 8-hour shift, you have legally you have to eat something, unless you forfeit that time, but you still have to clock out. But just playing.
So someone is in violation here. Who can I sue?
The beard. You have to sue the beard. All right. So, but that's just a little joke for fun. I had earlier somebody. So I'll go backwards with it. We'll get to the first thing I was going to say, all last, and I think I got 3 things if I can remember them, and they should be very short. One thing is that I don't know much about Rumi, but I do know when I was researching Islam 10, 15 years ago when I first got into Islam, I did come across like history books that were showing that I can't remember. I don't even have the history book anymore, but when you mentioned it, it popped up. Oh, yeah. But when the Orientalists went into like when Germany was really getting really into like copying over the Muslim books and things like that and getting into German, what ended up happening was they would go over there and they started questioning the people that were like escorting them. Why do you have so many homosexuals here? I thought it was illegal. And they're like, and they basically said, we have no evidence that they're homosexual. They're not doing anything in public. If they hold hands, they hold hands. If they hug, they hug. They're not doing anything in public unless they're openly like professing it to other people that they want you to be this way. We don't do anything about it. Whatever they do is in their room, and we don't talk about we do in our room as heterosexuals. They don't talk about it, so we don't have. There is no punishment for that. They would have to come to a court and say, "This is who I am," to the court, and this is what I do in my bedroom, and then it would be a crime. But other than that, you can't assume anything. Same with like alcohol. If they drink in behind their closed doors, you can't do anything about it. And this is well explained by like Omar ibn al-Khattab al-Hanu, who was like, "What?" I'm not going to give in too many stories because this is your life. But yeah, I'll give it the short. They were doing a night patrol. This is the best friend of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his best friends were walking around Medina, and they were just checking out the streets in the middle of the night. He did this like on a regular basis, and they heard a party going on, and the houses would have walls around them. And he stops. He says, "Do you think that they're out?" He says, "I used to drink. I think they're intoxicated." And his companion said, "It's a sin to have those kinds of suspicions. So seek protection from God and let's walk away. It has nothing to do with us. What they do behind closed doors is what they do." So even when we might have a good idea, this is what's happening, we still can't do anything about it. It takes a lot to be able to do something about it Islamically, to follow the rules. And so, but I didn't know about Rumi at all.
It's literally a loophole that allows for a greater amount of tolerance, and it means you don't have to go after and attack people or persecute people. You can have these views, you can have here are the religious codes, here's what the religion says we can do. But you're not forcing it on people. You're leaving it to them to find their
apply.
own path to it.
Yep, exactly. And that allows the road to be very well open for people to feel like today you get a lot of Muslim police going around, like the police on all the TikToks and everything. You're doing this haram, you're doing this haram, you're doing this haram. And that wasn't really a thing. That's not a thing, right? We don't invade people's lives and personal space to do that. That's not an Islamic way of existing in the world. But other than that, I can't remember the other thing that I was. Oh no!
Before you leave the topic,
yeah, no worries. That's what you're
it's
here
odd.
for.
People usually ask me something that has something to do with a reading, and no one did tonight. So I'm gonna show a couple of books here on this topic.
Yes,
just for fun.
please do.
So there's 6 of these here, and some are better than others. This is probably the most problematic of them. And there are a few mistakes that some of the authors make. It's an edited volume, but some of them are some of the essays in here are quite good. But because it's an edited volume, it's like, it's hit or miss. But there's some good stuff in here. So it's on my homosexualities. Producing Desire. This is on changes in the Ottoman world. And it gets to some of that sense of transformation that you're talking about with the colonizing gaze, when the Europeans come in and they're judging you and they're saying, why do you do that weird thing? And people are like, oh shit, maybe we shouldn't be doing that weird thing. And then it starts to change, right? So that's important there. Same thing here. Same thing happens in the Iranian world. So women with mustaches and men without beards. This is about the Amrad concept. It's sort of like it's kind of in some ways midway between the Erastes Eromenos, culture of the Mediterranean and the Hijra culture of South Asia. It has a little bit in common with both. But doesn't quite fit either. But a distinct concept here that lasted all the way through the Qajar period and then finally went extinct. So it's basically like people falling into a kind of like third gender sort of like concept. The Age of Beloveds shows the way that the Ottoman world completely adopted the original Mediterranean discourses that the Greeks and Romans had about, age-differentiated homosexuality. And the social roles that it had for that, which is the way that it would have been normalized for Rumi. He fell into this kind of category and no one really cared. It just, it's totally normal he's writing about boys. Like, who cares? As long as we don't see it, no big deal. But people wrote a shitload of really dirty poetry, and there's some great examples in this book of erotic Ottoman poetry. If you want to take it into the Arab world, this is a really good one. I use an excerpt from this in a class. Actually, both the last 3 are all fantastic. I use excerpts from all 3 of these books in a class. But this one here, Before Homosexuality in the Arab Islamic World, this looks through the way that the Arab world before the Ottomans was also a direct linear heir to classical Greek and Roman Mediterranean understandings of sexuality, which means that homosexuality does not exist. Because in the classical world, nobody defined themselves by what they're attracted to. They define themselves by their social role. Are you a penetrator or a penetrated? What is your social role in society? What are the power relations? Because sexuality for Greece and Rome and whatnot was about power relations, exchange of powers. It was something that somebody did to somebody else, and this idea of defining people by what they like or are attracted to is a much more recent idea. So this is looking at how Arabs understood themselves before that European concept shows up and how they found ways around this. And this makes a lot of great references to legal cases and things like that. This one's a little bit problematic in some ways, but really good if you want to bang the anti-imperialist drum. He draws a lot of inspiration from Said, and this also takes you back into the Arab world. So there's really good points in this book. There's some great stuff in here, but some of the conclusions he makes in different points are a bit exaggerated because of the political interests he has. But there's still very good stuff in this one. So anyway, tons of variety all across the Muslim world, ways that people found a way to make this work for themselves. And, technically the book says don't do this, but we have other ways of living. I don't have to know what's happening behind closed doors. He's not saying it. it's whatever, like you had ways of dealing with it. So good. I'm glad you mentioned the whole, like, you're not supposed to like pry into people's private affairs that way, because hell, if a lot of European countries had that perspective in the first place. Hello.
Abdullah, was that your last
No,
question?
he had another one, but like at the end of the first question, it brought it gave me an opportunity to like do some of our usual things here.
Are you there, Abdullah? Because we can't hear you.
Did it mute or what happened?
I'm gonna try again.
Oh, there
Okay, there we go. We hear you
Oh
now.
yeah, I'm here. No,
Yeah, your audio just died for a minute.
It's all right. I just had to unmute mute. Anyway, so the other one was I can't remember what it was. I remember we were talking about when we were talking about Meshi was up here talking. I think it was Meshi. Mesh. I'm sorry. Oh God, we were talking Mishi. I don't know. Let me read it. Mish. Oh yeah, Egypt. I was with my ex-wife. She's Egyptian, and literally when I first started, she'd sit there and watch the Egyptian, all the Egyptian shows, like all these different shows in Egypt. I started watching them with her, and I'm like, I always know who the bad guy is, like always.
Yes.
You know who the good guy is because he has a mustache and a clean shaved face, and if he looks like me, he's the bad guy. And no matter what, if he wore a thobe or he had the thing on his head or he had a beard, he's the bad guy. And I'm like, you realize this is brainwashing your people, right? It's brainwashing your people. This is madness. Like,
Well,
they're trying to divide you.
Manipulate them in a way.
Yeah, manipulate them. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's manipulation. It's they're twisting you so that you can so that they can get an agenda across at you. And she didn't like that, but
well, yeah, it's the way that they. Okay, so the way that you demonize different movements in there to maintain control. If you can get a lot of middle class Egyptians to be terrified of Islamists, then you can justify a dictatorship and not having a real democracy.
Yep.
But democracy and Islamists participating in it regularly would actually tame Islamism and make it just a political movement like any other. But the lack of participation in it, the marginalization, is one of the reasons that some Islamist movements, when they do gain power, they do play out. It's like a trap. They end up playing out the fears that people had because they were kept illegal for so long, because they were treated like shit, because they were distrusted. Well, then they don't really have the concept of a loyal opposition. They have to think, well, now we have a chance at power. We need to make sure we never lose it again. But if you just brought people into the political process in the first place, it would never have happened. And we're fucking that all up.
Abdullah,
yeah, that's exactly what it does. So I guess the last thing I might. Oh, can I just have one last and then I go for the night?
Oh yeah. I wasn't gonna tell you were done. I was gonna respond to the point that you brought up, but yes, of course.
Oh, okay, no. Sorry, yeah, please do. No, yeah.
So I think this is why talking about Khalid, Reem's grandfather, was so important, right? Because you just mentioned that men who look like him in the media, not only Western media, but as you just mentioned, Egyptian media, have been demonized for so long, right? Demonized to being brutal to their family members, to their wives and their partners, to the world as well. And the fact that we saw a person like Khalid, or a lot of Palestinian men in general in this footage, being supportive, being soft, being sensitive, being emotional, being parents, being social workers, saving people, being there for one another. I think that completely combats the indoctrination, the Orientalist indoctrination that all of us have been fed to demonize Muslim and Arab men in general. So I agree with you 100%, Abdullah. That's what I wanted to say.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, and I agree with you also. It is, well, I believe in Qadr Allah, which is, this is all happening for a reason. And so I see this, awakening the whole world through a major tragedy. But I always try to find the silver lining to every dark cloud, and every dark night will always have a sun rising tomorrow. So just bear through it and find the good that happened that night. What can we learn from it? What can we gain from it? What have we gained from it? What might we gain from it later? We might not see something now, but later on something could happen. Anyway, so my last statement is
actually. No, that's beautiful. And there's ways to approach that even without the same like reason for it. Because I
yeah.
feel the same way. It's not that I think that, God set this all up for a particular reason, but I think that when things happen, we have to learn the lessons from it and see how can we be better? What can we take out of this? It's always those you find the silver linings, the new threads. Where can we go from this? What good, because good can come out of bad, and it has happened over and over. But if you never look for it, if you never think about what you can do with something, then you just get caught up in only the bad, and it's a place of despair.
Well, people get caught up in the bad and the trauma, and then they can't see forward.
Right, exactly.
And not everyone has them.
Great to be able to get out of that. Yeah.
It's a great way to for the average Joe that's not a brilliant professor to be able to find faith, even though they might not be very well literate and capable of. They just right there in the Quran, it just tells you, hey, patience.
We're taking different routes to the same place.
Yep, to the same exact place, exactly. And it's a great place to be. So my last statement would be someone in the comments, which first inspired me to come up, who is probably long gone, asleep, dreaming about pillaging Arab lands, was mentioned something, because you were talking when I came up about colonialism, and how Islam was an empire that came in, but it wasn't like the colonization that we think of today. They didn't come in; they made their cities outside of the local cities. Yes, eventually over the next few centuries, they did envelop the local cities, but they set themselves up outside, and that was their intention. They said, we're not going to interfere with their daily lives and with their world. We're here. We beat their army. Now we're the ruling power, but that doesn't mean that we have to be in their way. But someone had to mention, people convert. You were mentioning reasons for conversion. And while you were mentioning that, someone was spamming the comments saying, oh, well, wouldn't it be the tax? And I'm like, dude, come on.
That was the shit out of me.
Yeah. So can you explain to people something about the tax from I can always do it, but I'd rather have you do it because I'm just the Muslim.
Yeah, exactly, because we might have different ways of getting at it too. Different, our bases are different for looking at it. I think the simplest way to look at it is to understand that all Muslims have to pay zakat. They're all contributing to the community. They all have to pitch in anyway and support it. But if you're not Muslim, you wouldn't pay that, which means that Muslims are paying all the taxes to run the state and you're not. And the vast majority of people are not Muslim. And in many cases, that's true for centuries, which would mean that a small number of Muslims are footing the bill for the entire society. So jizya is a way of balancing that out, of providing a way of bringing taxes for other people in to, actually have everyone supporting the community in some way, paying for mutual defense and all the rest of that crap. On some level, there are ways in which, it also is a tax of the occupier or in everything else. There's always ways in which it does fit an imperial logic, but generally speaking, it wasn't particularly onerous. It's not like it was usually much higher than what people are paying with zakat anyway. It's just a tax like every other fucking country had. And if it's an explicitly Islamic state, then that's the basis for taxation for it. It's not like the Romans didn't tax people. So, tax, come on, the Romans fucking tax people too. It's no different at all. It's the differentiation here is that because it's an explicitly religious state and there's a different tax that Muslims pay, you have to define it differently. You have to work the laws out differently for a tax for non-Muslims.
Yeah. And so that's always their go-to, like the tax. But anyway, so yeah, you're right on that. And so the only thing I would really add to it, honestly, because we pay taxes here in the United States of America, and I'll tell you what, I pay a lot more in taxes as a regular citizen than you ever would under the the Islamic rules. 2.5% of saved wealth for zakat. 2.5% of saved wealth goes to the government to divvy out to those who couldn't save wealth, and that's the only place that's really allowed to go. It says so in the Quran. If they misuse it, then you can have civil war.
Sometimes higher,
But
sometimes lower, but usually not much different.
yeah, and then yeah, exactly, and it can be higher for the non-Muslims, but so the non-Muslim here. Let me put it this way: the non-Muslim doesn't have a designated place that tax has to go. So that would oftentimes go to funding war or funding the building of different infrastructure, things that they needed, all the the schools and all the different things that they made, the libraries, all these things were being funded by the non-Muslims who lived in their society. And so they liked that so much. They were like, how can we get more non-Muslims in here with so they said, let's lower the taxes below us.
There was no incentive to convert, is the point. This is one of the
Yeah.
reasons when I'm going through early medieval Islam with people, I often will show them that not only are Muslims not generally converting people by the sword, the way a lot of assholes will tell you, they often had no incentive to convert people because the jizya was often a little bit higher. But to be fair, sometimes it's lower. Like look at Akbar in South Asia. In the early Mughal state, they literally abolished jizya for a while. So they took it away entirely because they realized the population is much larger. They'll be unhappy. This will make it easier, and that over time, it made it easier for the populations to coexist. So it's always varied a bit, but the jizya was usually not so much higher that it seemed vastly unjust. And that's the key there. So even if it's a little higher at times, so what? It wasn't a huge deal. And in exchange, even under an explicitly Muslim state, you got to keep and build your churches and your synagogues and everything else, and you got to keep your own laws and do your own thing, and no one messed with you. So who cares?
Fantastic. That was my last statement, and I'm gonna head out, bro. Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too. Take care. If
Yeah,
anyone's
good
not,
night.
hey, everybody, before I go, everyone tap the screen. Everybody gift this man because it's going to help him get to more people. It helps the algorithm. Please, please, please keep tapping that screen. Get this man to 250,000 likes before he's out. And I'll be back tomorrow, inshallah. Y'all have a good night. Take care.
You too, Abdullah. Thank you very much. Gus, you're the last person. You have the honor of ending the whole live today.
Hello, nice to meet you both. It's actually, I'm not sure I should be on this live because I was getting so sick of my feed getting filled up with Israeli-Palestine debates and Islam and Christianity, and I'm not interested in religion at all. And I was like, why is TikTok showing me this? So I typed PhD into the search box, and you popped up, and it's another debate about, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, there's no escape from this. But like, I guess one thing I was seeing on one of the debates, and you sound like somebody that could definitely clarify this, is that several Islamic nations have the death penalty for apostasy. Is this true? And if it is or isn't, what's your view of this?
It's extremely rare in terms of enforcement for it. It does exist in a handful. For a lot of people, they do, and it gets back to my jokes about Shakira law earlier. Most Muslim states have entirely secular legal systems, and people tend to forget that. So most governments in the Muslim world are not actually Muslim governments imposing that kind of shit. So it's not possible in many places. There's mixed systems, and in some places they've added them in. So you can have things like that in a few places. So Saudi, Pakistan, there's a few places where they do have laws like this that'll come up. In many places they don't. It's mixed. In many places where they do exist on some level, what they do is they're only going to enforce it if it is causing real tension, like it's an affront to people. If you're out there like explicitly insulting Islam in the streets and causing a riot, then yeah, you're going to get prosecuted by it. But there are many places where people do convert. They do change things, and no one really seems to notice, and you can get away with it. But there are places where it is definitely still illegal. So
And what's your background out of curiosity? What's your background out of curiosity? I take it you're an academic.
So background as in like, who am I? What do I do? Kind of thing.
Yeah, like are you Muslim, Jewish, or Christian? Are you a PhD? What's the crack?
Okay, so I guess technically Jewish, although I'm more a pantheist, Spinozist, whatever. I'm not practicing religious in anything. I'm more of a philosopher, and actively study philosophy. But my background is history, so I do what we call intellectual history, or the history of ideas. So I study the transformation in concepts and whatnot over time, and from culture to culture and whatnot. My regional emphases are the Middle East and Europe. And I straddle the line between the ancient and modern worlds, because I'm, again, focused much more on cultural change over time, as opposed to a specific country or conflict or region or something like that. It's like the transformations in cultures over time is what I ended up specializing in discipline wise. But yeah, I'm a professor, so that's why the PhD is on there. It's it just got stuck that way on all my social accounts.
Fantastic.
I'm a history professor.
No, it's fantastic, fascinating stuff. Yeah, yeah, it is interesting to see how ideas and things have changed over the years. I mean, yeah, it is quite fascinating. And do you focus on any non-Abrahamic religions or cultures?
I do, yeah. My it it doesn't extend everywhere, but I do a lot with South Asian. So the development of Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism. I don't know as much the farther east you go, so I know bits about Taoism and different traditions there. But in terms of actually teaching them professionally, I teach the Abrahamic faiths, I teach the South Asian religions, and I teach the all the ancient polytheistic traditions and animistic traditions.
That's interesting, yeah, because I'm particularly interested in the Druids and the Celtic religions, of course, which has been horrifically romanticized and is basically based on Victorian romanticism at this point. But I'm interested in the historical.
It's one of all of the neo-pagan revivals. It's probably the least founded on anything truly historical. I mean, even like the neo-Tengri religions in Central Asia have a much stronger historical basis. Druidry and the neo Celtic religion, they made this shit up.
It's complete nonsense. I know. I mean, it's really annoying. But yeah, I mean, I've got mine's going all over the place, a bit like yours. But I actually taught English to a historian of the historical Jesus, and I want to run his idea past you and see if you agree with it. So he said the reason the cross was used as the symbol of Christianity was nothing to do with Christ himself being crucified. He said when you walked to Rome, there was a forest, and they'd stripped all the trees, so they were basically crucifixes, and they nailed any sort of rebels on these trees. So when you walk to Rome, you walk through this forest of dead and dying bodies nailed to trees. And it was Rome's way of saying, if you go against us, this will happen to you. So the Christians adopted the cross as a symbol to say, well, violence isn't going to be able to control us, which obviously it couldn't in the end. Does that make sense to you? Do you think that's true? I have no idea myself.
I can't even imagine where they got that. There are places where along the roads into Rome, people were crucified. So, for example, after the Third Servile War, the survivors of the uprising, the road all the way from Rome to Capua, there were crucifixions all on the way. There are places like that where you would pass a forest of crucified people, but it wasn't a literal forest. They were crucifixions, and they were spaced regularly out. The Roman approach to crucifixion is it makes a lot of sense to actually put it into the context here for a Jesus-y type figure, the inspiration to a Christianity, because again, a lot of the things that we think that he might have said, he probably didn't. But there probably is an inspiring figure there, and it would make sense that he could have been crucified, because for Rome, crucifixion was a punishment for crimes against the state. They had tons of other types of punishments. So if you just like stole bread in the market, you're not going to get crucified. If you stole from the government, okay, that's crucifixion. And in the Jewish context, the first century, with all the different apocalyptic movements that exist there, the anybody being called Hamashiach, Messiah is a political figure intent on changing things. In that context, it would have been throwing off foreign occupation and restoring the monarchy. So if you don't deny that and people are calling you that, then that's literally sedition against the state. So crucifixion would be reasonable as a potential end to that. But it honestly doesn't look anything like the way people depict it. So like when you see people like Jesus like walking, like and dragging this big T thing behind him, the polls for
I shouldn't be laughing. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's horrific. But yeah.
Like you okay, so you couldn't nail people in by hands because you would just rip right out and fall off. They can't. The bones here could not support your weight. So if you're going to use a nail, it would have to go through between the bones here. More often they just use ropes though. The poles for the crucifixion would be in the ground already. You can't raise it with somebody on there because there's no way to get the stability there. You just fall right over. So the poles are in, and what they're doing is using a pulley system. You're carrying the crossbar. And you're tied to the crossbar. They hoist you up onto it. It fits in like a just fits together, and you hang up there. And it's not honestly one of the things that's funny about the whole the Savior died for you kind of thing and the long pain there. If you actually took the gospel seriously, he got off really light because oftentimes it took days to die of slow exposure. Birds are like pecking out your eyes while you're alive. You're freezing at night, baking in the day. You're suffocating because you're trying to pull yourself up to get a good breath. It's a slow, horrifying.
It's all nonsense. Here, there's another thing I wanted to tell you about, completely unrelated to Abraham, because I think you might find this interesting. So in terms of the fake pagan stuff, totally with you, it's all nonsense. But there was an archaeologist who moved to a small cottage down in Devon a few years ago. Was it Cornwall? Devon or Cornwall? Somerset maybe. And she noticed some weird she noticed some weird kind of shapes in her garden. And she went and decided to dig them up. And what she found was this weird hole lined with, I think it was swan feathers, that was like 800 years old and had sort of weird offerings in it. So it was some kind of pagan. It might have been older. Actually, I think it might have been Neolithic. Actually, it might have been about 5,000 years old. It was really old anyway. She noticed more of these things and she kept digging them up and she kept finding more and more recent ones. And she found one from 800 AD or something that was lined with eggs. And then she found the last one she found, and they kept getting more and more modern, so it looked like a continuous thing. And the last one she found was from like the 70s, so 40 years ago, and it was lined with cat fur. And she was like, Jesus Christ, like this looks like some kind of weird unbroken thing that's goes back a long way. And so she made inquiries in the local village about, was there any weirdos living in this house, sort of 30, 40 years ago. And sure enough, there was a pair of sisters who didn't talk to anybody. They were twins and they kept themselves to themselves and were widely regarded as total weirdos. And they'd moved to the other side of the village. And you can see the paper she wrote about this. She published in some archaeology journal. So it's somewhere online. I'll send it to you if it's interesting to you. But yeah, I think some things may have survived, but secretly.
On the surface, it smells like bullshit, but I'm curious. So if you can find it, I'd love to read it. That sounds interesting.
I'll send it to you, yeah.
Because as far as I know, no one's ever found evidence of continuation of any of these traditions, but some elements of the practices influenced later religious traditions and altered them. But as far as actually maintaining those folk beliefs, I don't think any of them survived. I've never seen any of those. But they're
Ooh,
not
I'd
bullshit
beg to
because
differ
a lot
there.
of
Yeah,
the neo-pagan faiths are based on actual documents that do survive. There is a ton of material on other, not enough to be complete. So they have to like wing it with some pieces, but there's a lot of material on a lot of them. And it's one of the reasons we have so many different, neo-pagans. So like
I'd say there are some. I'd say there are some remnants, even though they've become Christianized. I'd say there's probably more paganism in the Catholic Church.
tons of things have been sucked in, and not just there. In
Yeah,
tons of our faith, there are elements of that. Hell,
yeah,
Judaism has tons of elements of Canaanite polytheism in it still. They all have some elements of the previous traditions,
yeah.
but as far as an unbroken chain transmitting an idea, I've never heard of
Well,
anything remotely like
yeah,
that.
neither had I, which is why I was particularly interested in that, because this wasn't some new age idiot. This was like an actual well respected archaeologist, and it was published. It's been cited, but I'll send it to you anyway. You can make your own mind up. But yeah, I always thought it was funny. I always used to take the piss out of the Druids. I was saying there's more because they'd be going on about how anti-Christian they were, and I'm not religious at all, but I said, look, there's more real paganism in the Catholic Church than there is in your Druid circle.
Christian? The Druid?
Huh?
Who was
Huh?
anti-Christian?
Oh, a lot of the neo-pagans would be quite anti-Christian, yeah.
Some of them, yeah, because some of them, yeah, they came out of these traditions. They were unhappy with them, and they're finding a new path. Yeah, there's some of that. Yeah. The original Druids.
Satanism is, Satanism is another thing that keeps popping up on my TikTok for some unknown reason, and I just see it as a form of Christianity, to be honest. It's just,
most Satanists are atheists.
they're cool, actually. They're quite cool.
There are very few Satanists who actually think Satan is a real thing. They tend to be considered like completely insane by actual Satanists.
Yeah, I'm aware. I don't know why, but they all seem quite cool, and they are atheists, and they see it as satire, which I thought was quite amusing. But anyway, Charlotte, I'm probably taking you off topic. I will follow you. I find it's nice to hear an educated view on what's going on in the Middle East, because I just look at it and I just think this is so complicated. How am I meant to form an opinion? I mean, it's just I don't know enough to. I'm not there. I don't know enough about the history of the. I mean, I lived in Northern Ireland in Belfast for 8 years, and after 8 years living there, I realised I didn't have a clue. At first I thought it was Britain versus Ireland, then I thought it was Catholic versus Protestant, and then I found out that one of the leaders of the IRA was a Protestant, and then I thought, and then I found there's a wall from Neolithic times separating Ulster from. So these things are so complicated that
For sure.
I'm almost offended I'm meant to take sides because I just don't know enough about it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for.
I hate that people are forced into feeling like they should take sides. We really should practice a lot more suspensive judgment than we do.
Yeah, thank you very much for asking your question, Gus. We're not letting any more people up because Dr. Liam is about to end the live. I will end the live with we could end live with one question from the comments, if that's okay with you, Dr. Liam, that we end it with one question, or is it too much for you?
Thank
Thank you for coming up, Gus. So how would you explain the difference between a mandate and a colony? And I think this has to do with the British Mandate of Palestine and people thinking that that Palestine was a colony and that the British could have partitioned it the same way that they partitioned India because India was a colony. And I think people misconstrue this and think that the British gave Israel the land when they had no jurisdiction or authority to give that land, because Palestine was a mandate and not a colony. So could you, Professor, give it?
Does get a little more complicated. Technically, they would have had that authority under that. Mandates are kind of a bullshit way of getting around calling things colonies, because in that period, it was getting a lot more politically problematic internally to maintain the old push toward colonies. There were growing anti-imperial movements. What you've got here is so the post-war League of Nations, turns over to some of these powers a writ to build a country in a place where there wasn't one before. And the goal there is you're going to build institutions and blah, 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 and put all this stuff together. And then after a while, you'll leave and they'll join the League of Nations and be a country like all others. In practice, it's a lot of horse shit. France actually organized its mandates specifically to make sure that they would be indispensable and would never leave. They took it as if it was a kind of disguised colony. Britain did something similar that it did to a lot of other territories, which is that it wanted to maintain a kind of indirect control and empower some kind of local elite so they could turn things over. Britain's approach to colonization often favored finding some kind of conservative elite that you could put in power that then wouldn't pay attention to the ways that the metropole is still interfering with them because they'd be, chasing after, your skirt isn't long enough or whatever, instead. But take a more indirect rule over it, but still make all their fucking money and have military bases. In practice, it's very difficult to distinguish them. In legal terms, there is a distinction. Because the purpose of the mandate was to create a Palestine as a country, the problem behind it was that they consciously tried to attract Zionist settlers because it would give you a more pliant European population that you could then use to help control the restive natives, so to speak. But they still did also at the same time think of it as an Arab country. So in many ways, Britain's approach to Palestine was schizophrenic. There were literally Christian Zionists involved in the British, the British control of it, in the way they built up their commission on the ground. But there were also like Orientalists who were studying the Arab world and wanted to create an Arab country there. So it's really kind of messy and incoherent. It's false to put all the blame on Britain for the creation of the conflict, but also not entirely false because they did a lot to set it up. But there's a lot of left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing kind of bullshit along the way too. It's really a complex mess. Legally speaking, mandates are not colonies. In practice, they're very difficult to distinguish, except that they're supposed to have an ending date. But South Africa was given the mandate for German Southwest Africa and didn't leave until 1990. So that they treated it as a colony. It was a way to gain control of more land, and they had no intention of ever leaving until they were forced to. So it's only outside circumstances. Honestly, France was determined to keep holding it afterwards. They literally, after World War II, invaded and tried to retake Syria and Lebanon that had been pulled away from them during World War II because of the Vichy issue. They had no intention of freeing the colonies, because that's how they thought of it. But there is a legal distinction between them. I don't know if that helps a bit. So it's yes, they're different, but they're also kind of not.
Yes, that helps a bit. I think it's very important not to conflate the two, and not to underestimate but also overestimate England's role in the creation of Israel. Thank you very much, Dr. Liam. As per usual, I think Minerva is also very, very exhausted at this point. She wants to go to bed as well. If y'all want to watch Dr. Liam, go to his page. He has reposted a poster where he's going to be live tomorrow talking about ancient Palestinian history, if I'm not mistaken, is what you said.
Donate to the Romans, but not here. It's
on Freedom Advocates page. Yeah. It's on the poster. To the people who also maybe want to inform themselves more about this, I know that Zachary Foster, who is also a scholar in Middle Eastern studies, if I'm not mistaken, he had a whole PhD dissertation on the invention of the Palestinian people, delving into how the national identity developed, where it came from, how long that region has been referred to as Palestine. So that's also, I think, really, really good work to read. But I hope you have an amazing night.
Thanks. the Finkelstein-Silverman book, yeah, it's a really good popular study of archaeology for the question from the world is watching you. It's a nice synthesis of a lot of the state of the art stuff, but in a very readable way that a lot of people can get too. I've used it in courses too, because most works I have that connect the archaeology to the ancient history are dense as fuck for if you don't already have a foundation on it, and that one is pretty readable. So it is good. I have a few quibbles, but it's overall a very solid treatment of the current archaeology. So the question about the Bible on Earth, good book overall. Yeah, very good. I would say read that. I'm glad I saw that one because it's a
Yeah.
nice question. Oh,
So
yeah.
it's Dr. Zachary, Zachary, Zachary Foster, Foster. Um, and the PhD dissertation is called "The Invention of the Palestinian People." He did his PhD at Princeton, I think. I saw a very fascinating interview with him today. He's a Jewish man as well, who is pro-Palestine, and he decided to do the research because he said that he doesn't like how a lot of Zionists tend to erase Palestinian identity. So that was the context of why he started doing the research for his PhD dissertation. So Dr. Zachary Foster, really good at what's called. But Dr. Liam also has a Patreon, y'all, because we really, really appreciate Dr. Liam. We value him, and we'd like to show how much we value him by supporting him as well. Like the live, share his profile, subscribe to TikTok if you don't want to give TikTok all of your money. You can also subscribe to his Patreon. And we'll try to get a Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal set up so you can give donations as well.
PayPal's the same thing. It's the same.
PayPal, the same thing. Okay, then you can also support him on PayPal. But thank you, Dr. Liam. I hope you have a good night and good luck tomorrow with the live.
Have a good night, y'all. And to anyone who likes following these things, see y'all next Friday. Oh, come on, baby. Well, it's time for bed, is it? Really? Okay. Yeah, slip it off my leg. Slip it off the leg. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, you're kind of in the way. I can't turn this off. Good night, folks. There we go. Wait, end live before what is it? Says end live before trying. Oh, look at this. It says end live before trying sub only live. 8 subscribers are watching. There's a thing it wants you to go into for people who are subscribers. Is that like an after show party kind of thing? That's weird. Oh well. It's like informing me of some new thing that I've never heard of as I'm closing this thing out. Anyway, apparently there's some whole like separate subscriber extra live, like I don't know, maybe you can have like you guys can pop in after. No, it's like it says it's a separate thing you can switch off to. It's not the sub only chat. That's why it looks weird. It's like a subscriber only live, that you can, I guess, switch to. So maybe you guys can have like a let's insult Liam for a few minutes kind of like, I don't know, but I don't know, there's all kinds of fun things they're always adding onto here. So much still to learn on this. Anyway, have a great night, folks. 228 people are still watching. Look at that. Okay, good night.